going to Lilypad. So thanks so much, Lilypad hitting their 55 stream streak, a Night Dweller on their 60 stream streak, and Earthrush Stony on their 220 stream streak, so thank you for all that. But today we're going to be checking out some Farthest Frontier. We had a vote over here on the Twitch side, and it's ultimately what we went with. We've been having fun with Anno recently, but it was one of those things that I felt kind of a lot of certain parts of Anno it does extremely well, and then there's a lot of other parts that it feels like it's just really shallow. So diplomacy and combat felt very shallow, versus like the production lines and all that felt very rich and in-depth. But today we're going to be checking out some more Farthest Frontier. This is a game I played a bunch of times over the years. It's 1.0 after about a month or so ago. And thank you, Harry, for the 45 stream streak. But we're going to be doing the Idyllic Valley, but we are going to be playing in Vanquisher difficulty. I have set the map size to large, and we'll get this figured out. And we're going to get the really quiet cinematic.
Life can be harsh everywhere, but in the old world, there was no hope of it ever improving. When our crops failed, the ruling class would still collect the same share, leaving our children to starve. And if we had any coin to our name, the taxman would appear, demanding it for the crown. The nobles hid behind the safety of their walls and did nothing when raiders pillaged the outskirts of the city. And so, some of us decided that it was time to leave, that we'd rather take our chances in the wilderness, seeking the promise of a new land, than starve to death in our homeland. The journey wasn't easy. We lost many along the way. But this wild, unsettled land offers us the hope of a new start as the masters of our own destiny.
So, the TLDR, they lived in a kingdom, it was kind of crap, the royalty was dicks, and they said, you know what, here's the bird, we're out, and struck off on their own. And thank you, Bassett, for the 50 stream streak, I do appreciate that as well. Alright, so, it's been a while since I've started a brand new Vanquisher run. I haven't done one since 1.0 drop. I did one off stream around version, it was like 9.98 or whatever it was. Like the version before we got 1.0. Now, the big thing about the early game in Vanquisher is the reduced amount of resources does make it hard to get to the point of making food happen. Also, check out Bassett. Playing some Little Rocket Lab recently. So if you like factory automation and Stardew Valley-esque games, that's both of that over there. So you can go ahead and check that out. I did get mentioned earlier on stream that people asked if I was going to continue the Little Rocket Lab run I did. Probably not. We did get to chapter 4, I think it was. Before I had to go. We got soft locked and then I had to go to TwitchCon. At this point, it's been almost a month. And so, I don't remember what's going on in it. Imagine most people won't. Okay, we finished scouting the area. Survey the land your villagers have explored and choose a promising site to construct your town center. It's important to choose a location that's near resources you'll need to successfully build a settlement. Things like clay, iron ore, and potential food sources. So, we got a little bit of a mountainy range over here. It's got wolves on the other side of it. All around on the other side of it, and boar over there. We got another mountain over there. Yeah, so over here we've got iron and gold and some basic food supplies. Down here, I've got sand, clay, stone, but not much food. Yeah, so it looks like I got clay down in this area. I've got stone down in this area. This is Farthest Frontier. We got lots of food up here. And then the iron. And then we got gold and coal up here. So honestly, no matter what direction I go into, we're going to be kind of hurting for some material or another. So for right now, I think I am going to try and plop this right here. It'd be nice to be able to toss this up here. But I think right now we're going to go ahead and plop you down in this area. It doesn't have any of the good resources, like, right by it. But I am kind of going, well, if I got one thing I need this way, one thing I need that way, and one thing I need over here, somewhere vaguely in the middle should give me at least some level of options. Yeah, so go ahead and chunk you down right here. Yeah, no, exactly. Center of the city. All right. So let's assess the things we need to do. First, all the woods, all of it, it's got to go. I don't want to see this nature. It disgusts me. All of this is deeply upsetting, and I want no part of it around me at all. All right. So, we can let things get started. But yeah, as you can see, we only start with 1 month of food. So very, very quickly, I'm going to need to get some basic stuff set up for food and all that. We also have you. This could honestly save our bacon for a little while. Bring on the Ents. Actually, prioritize that. Because we get lucky and there's some like food or anything in there, that'll help. Okay, so resources. Right, there's no woodcutter in this one. We could check here. Make sure we have more than 2 builders. Yeah, we can have up to 4. That's fine. Okay, so I need them to finish the town hall because I can't build anything of substance until we get that done. We can have them start salvaging this because, like I said, there's a good chance we can get some quick and early resources out of it. Yeah, no, there is... It's not a woodcutter, it's kind of its own thing. Apparently a second one. So I might get lucky that I might just score some wagons. That's interesting, because the other map, when we were playing the harder or easier difficulties, we didn't get lucky and have salvage spots right here. It also spawned us not quite center map. We also don't have fishing nearby. Well, there's another one over here. My hope is, like I said, we'll get a little bit of food out of these. Because that'll be the hardest thing right here at the beginning, is getting our food sorted. Because we start with pretty close to nothing. You get just a tiny bit of food, and a couple of tools and some weapons, and that is it. Let's see, your people explored the site and managed to produce some valuable goods. So we got a little bit of food, we got some clothing, we got a, instant research and all that. So we haven't even built our house, and we already have enough research points. Unfortunately, because I don't have a town center 1, I can't use them yet. Get that thing built already. Yeah, it's just iron ore down here. We got a lot of forageables over there. We got some deer up here we can hunt. Got a lot of hazelnuts up there. Okay. They're getting that finished. You're all lugging stuff back. Will those crank up your town value score and increase the likelihood of a raid? I honestly do not know very high detail on the combat stuff, like what escalates and all that, admittedly. Alright, so we need a bunch of things. I need housing. Now housing provides, what was it, three people per house? I'll check it later. Okay, so let's give a little space. Oh, it was tab, wasn't it? That's right. Tab rotates. So we got the houses to build there. And then I'm also desperately going to need to get food online as absolutely fast as possible. So I'm going to go over to this side. Put a hunting cabin there. And a forager's hut there. Don't worry about other stuff after we got those first ones sorted. That assumption from you as well. I thought it might be worth consideration. Yeah, no, it could be one of those things. It could be technology-based. It could be some score-based thing. So, we can get more food from that. We could go after early game having faster farms. One of the other options are you can beeline for the trading post as fast as humanly possible to get your combat stuff ready for the raids. I think for this one, well, I can't take advantage of it yet. I'm going to go for the farm stuff first. So hopefully, once we get our initial food, just get the initial farm set up as fast as we possibly can. All right.
Hello there. On it. Okay then.
Need anything? As you wish.
Okay. First wolf attack did not lose anyone, though 2 people got pretty messed up. The wolves were, there was like a mountain range to the northwest that was where they were coming from. Okay, so we're getting all this built, so that's good news. And as we get these houses, we'll get in good shape. I am going to need to make a firewood place, or everyone will die. That's honestly fine. Just keep at it. We got the early game building. Okay, so we got salvaged goods, a bunch of equipment and all that. Oh, geez. A big old stack of cash? Well, if the wealth does affect it, we got a pile of money, and that would certainly increase that. Alright, Bassett, you sleep well and all that. Thank you again for tuning in. Iron 2 and bricks? Yep. I still think it's worth doing. We'll see if we suddenly get raided by like 50 guys and go, well, rip us. Because it could be the exact same thing that happens in like RimWorld, where again, you run over, you grab that stuff, and you just balloon your wealth by like 200,000, and then you go like from 2 people showing up with pointy sticks to a small platoon of like 10 guys with assault rifles as you're running around with like a pistol, and go, oh well, I just ruined myself. It happens. Ah, there's a rock on that tile. I was like, I missed that they were breaking a rock. I was like, you're building, but nothing's getting done. That's fine. That's fine. And you're just slowly collecting the stuff
to be done?
and dragging it back. Okay, first house has all its materials to get built. I know, housing shortage. I'm actively working on it. Alright, with Vanquisher, I do think it's going to be a thing that will have, like, an inner cloister or whatever we want with, you know, some houses, some basic needs. And it'll try and not go, like, not necessarily go for, like, this is the inner wall, that's the outer wall, this is the whatever, but rather having it kind of like, this is a district, for better words, that's all enclosed, and then having another one. And the entire idea behind that being, you know, if the enemy pushes through one set of walls, we retreat the people to the next set of walls, and that kind of thing. But instead of where, once they get through the outer defensive line, that's that. If they have to keep fighting into each, you know, quadrant, quarter, district, wherever we want to call it, the whole thing. Oh, good. We got a bunch of preserved vegetables. 4 people per house. Yeah, that'll be good, because that means I'll have, what, 16? And a bunch more tools. Okay, so that's all the wagons we had immediately around us. And they're getting the second house built. So the good news is we still are holding up with the food. Because they are bringing that stuff to us. So that's going to definitely help us get through those early months. I am going to need to make a well as well. But 67 on this side, 59 that side, so I'll put it up here. That way I have the ability to fight fire. But step 1 is going to be stabilizing our basic, you know, food, water, shelter, that kind of stuff. Once we stabilize that, then we will start to sit there and go, get a wall around here. Some basic defenses and all that. That'll be a little tough early on because of the whole, you need to pay your troops. So, money needs to happen. Alright, so after the next house, we shouldn't have homeless people anymore. And because we found I was gonna say pickles, the preserved food, we at least already have food available. Yeah, and you're getting close to full, because we're picking up all the junk from all those carts we've gotten the stuff from. I wonder if it makes sense for the inner area to have like 4 or 5 mini fields. It's like just really small fields right next to each other that each only have like one assigned farmer. And just manage a bunch of tiny little fields to have like a rotation of crops. Because I'm trying to think of what I want to ultimately have in the internal part of the city. Like ultimately later on, I'd want the barracks, that kind of thing. Yeah, so we're working on cutting down the trees. We'll need to get these up soon. You give a little bit of speed. And you're grabbing all the stuff from down there, which is good. We'll definitely want to have some storage inside the middle area. Okay. Yep, they're complaining about water. I've already got the next one assigned. We'll add a priority on that. And we'll add a priority on you. We'll let those two get done. And then we'll start prioritizing some of these other things. Does it need to meet their basic needs? Another thing we could honestly do is work on relocating as we find blueberry bushes, relocate them in here, and have that on the inside area. So eventually we could just like forage inside our home and it would just take care of it. Okay, so we're getting the well online. They got that third house, so everyone's got a home now. We don't have their basic resources met. But we do have the homes. We got 2 months worth of food already on standby, which is what these are about. We'll need to get firewood going. The real toughie. Okay, so we got the water online. So with this, let's go ahead and put a priority on probably the woodcutter. It doesn't matter. They're gonna get it all done. Yeah, so that's a lot of nuts we can get over there, as well as the bird's nest. So yeah, so we have them. We have the foragers go up here. That'll be some food. More people await and will join your settlement when you amass 4 months of supplies and 6 houses. Maintaining a significant food stocks will help attract people to your town. We'll worry about that once we get the immediate problem solved. Yeah, so we got tons of iron, like lots and lots of iron around us. We got herbs, greens. So from the foraging standpoint, we got greens down here. We got nuts and eggs up there. From the trapper, like the hunting, we got a bunch of deer over there to the northeast. And bumpkus in every other direction. So that's totally fine. Okay, we got our woodcutter set up. We can start getting firewood before people start freezing to death. Alright, so we're now going to need to get the next building starting to queue up. Which is going to be a stockyard. And plunk that up here. Cool. You're going to need to be a prioritized building because they're already complaining about not being able to store stuff. This building has no food. We are working on it. So we now have 0 months worth of food in storage, which is bad. We're prioritizing all the buildings, which means nothing is prioritized. Let's see, you guess it would be viable to rush gold, then troops, but food balance would be a challenge? Yeah, so I think what we're going to end up doing is we're going to be trying to push towards getting the market built. And I don't think... Yeah, we don't need the trade center unlocked. We'd want to get the market built pretty early on, and we want to get where we can trade with other groups. Because I can get any type of material going out to get cash. That's a way to fund my military, and it's a way to deal with all that. And as I recall from when I did Vanquisher, before I ran into that whole thing where you discover a relic and then they just keep attacking the relic and not you, that's kind of how I worked it, is I just very, very early on got that set up as quickly as I could. So you have... Just check it. So we got deer up there, and a whole lot of nothing else everywhere else. So that's the deer. Go and plunk that down there. Get to work on those deer, because we're already out of food. We bought what time we could. As the hunter's apparently taking turns injuring each deer just a bit. Not actually killing any of them, hardly. Okay. We're getting the foraging one online. We're going to go up here because that's going to have way more food than down the other way. Let's try and get those nuts as quickly as we can.
As you wish.
Okay, so I took care of the wolf. No casualties. Oh, and for foraging. Oh, interesting. So that gives me nuts, berries, and vegetables in range. Yeah, so that'll give us nut, berries, and vegetables in range. It's interesting that we can get up to the point of eggs. Okay, you do that for a while. Okay, so hopefully that'll catch the food up a little bit in the meantime. Alright, so the next consideration is, do we bring in food preparation inside the area? One moment. Just dealing with the moderation thing. Okay. So make it 6 by 6, it'll be the same as that block. So I'm gonna try and get some small farms going up to be inside like the inner perimeter. And those will take time to do. But then the idea there is I've got food happening on the inside area. And I left some room for like paths in between them, that kind of thing. Honestly, I probably should have extended them a little bit. It's fine. Those will take time to get going. Okay, so we've got our storage ready. So with this, when it comes to resources, I now have more options. We can start making planks. Yeah, put the sawmill on the inside perimeter. Okay. So let's go ahead and get the woodland lore to get more food production. Because needless to say, that is struggling right now. I was seeing if we noticed any blueberries. Because we can replant blueberries. It's not looking like it. Hello. So we're getting the big stuff set up. So we're struggling with wood. No shocker there. We're struggling with food. No shocker there either. And my hope is between all those three resources, We're able to keep them foraging year-round. Oh, let's see. Where was it I could set this? It was, resources. Let's go to the firewood. So we are going to say minimum quantity of a resource for the settlement must maintain by default. The minimum quota is set to 50% of the maximum. The maximum of the resource the settlement must maintain. If the storage has more than this quantity, production will be halted. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and say for the maximum, no more than 200 firewood. And then we'll go to planks, same thing. So as far as our processed goods, we're going to set caps on a bunch of that stuff. You cannot set... Oh, actually, I take that back. They must have changed that. You can be 500. Yeah, there's some of these you couldn't set maximum quotas and all that. But the reason we do that is what'll end up happening is eventually we'll start getting ahead of stuff. And when we do, that'll become more and more of an issue. In the meantime... I just realized I didn't need all the space I gave these. Okay, get a bunch of roads built on the inner area to help people move around between their houses and all that. Okay, so you've officially hit winter, and so with that, they'll stop working the fields. That's fine, that's not unintended. We did manage to score ourselves about 6 months of food. It says 8, but 6 of those are gonna, expire. So we'll see how far it goes. We don't have any spare wood yet. But all in all, that's getting there. And we will build... another set of houses here. And then we can add some decorations around the fountain and all that to help boost all these. Okay, so we got a little bit of production there. A little bit of production here. We'll have some farms down there. And then that'll probably be like the inner area. Later on, I could see getting rid of the farms there to flip them to being like... Well, this will probably be the market, actually. But I could see flipping those into other things to be internal. And all that, like a barracks or whatever. But we will work on all that. Now I've got the mountain up here. Ideally for some of that I could see putting the scout tower up on the top of the mountain. That kind of thing. That's not going to be an immediate concern. And let's see what these things say. So right now, all those are saying it's fine. And you're saying your stuff's fine. Now, one thing that's curious, I didn't notice this before where it mentioned the developed land. Select which resources within the forage work they should be prioritized. Yeah, it's fine. We got 2 new villagers through immigration. And at the moment, I've got a pretty decent mix. One thing I try to do is not let the population, so far as the jobs we have assigned, grow too fast. You can get yourself in a lot of trouble from that. So, Next thing to check on is what we need to do to get our things going on here. So for the market, I need the saw pit and the storehouse. The saw pit is actively being built now. We need the storehouse. We can make things, well actually, the storehouse can go right here. Or it actually fit perfectly right there. So you get the storehouse there. And you'll fit there. Because we'll, like I said, we'll keep that area open for the market. And as we get some extra wood, we can worry about trying to enclose this so at least the raiders can't just beeline right for the main building and knock us down. Okay. Yeah, we don't want to dispose of any items. Now, on the plus side, that was some early equipment. So if we're lucky we can get the barracks up relatively early, it means I can actually genuinely arm my people so that early on we've got some strong people to hold up against whatever raids happen. But that's got to be getting to the point where we're making money and have the barracks online. Now, after the marketing post, we need the trading post, which is... Yeah, so trading post would require the town center 2. The town center 2 requires 30 people, 8 houses, and a market. So we just need to increase the population and get the market built, and then this will be able to upgrade. We already have the materials for it, which is really good. We'll need to get that all sorted out. And they didn't start working on this field. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to cancel that field. Because like I said, they haven't actually started it yet. We're going to go food. Yeah, we're just going to go ahead and stretch it the whole side there. Hostile bands of raiders have been spotted roaming the outskirts of your land. Be prepared in case they attack your settlement. And then you, we're going to disassemble you again. Because again, they haven't actually started building it. It'd be one wider than we originally planned. And that's just that way all that lines up. And we'll still have the gap so we can get around there via roads and all that. So working on getting those fields online. Food's still fine. We'll definitely need to make sure we keep the workforce pretty small for working these smaller fields. Like literally I'm thinking only 1-2 people. Okay. Assigned workers 1. So, this is our first field. It's honestly not in the worst shape, all things considered. It's not super rocky. The weeds are pretty awful. But what we can do here is nice and early in the season, we can go ahead and put the beans in there. We can do a round of processing the field and then another round of beans. And then honestly, for right now, that's just going to be what I'm going to do. This will eventually lead to a problem because we'll get one of the many diseases that affect beans. But with that, they should slowly get that field online. And like I said, I got just one farmer working that field. Because I need to make sure we've got people moved around between stuff. So we're kind of just trying to get these fields online. Because then that'll be a source of food. I also like how I said one farmer, and I can clearly see there's two farmers working it. It's fine. Yeah, so we need enough housing for 30. We'll need more housing than we've got now. We will accept the 6 people. Yep. All right. And one of our goals is going to be to try and get the each district not necessarily be fully self-sufficient, but that they have a decent decent amount of storage and all that. Right, we're already working on getting the other buildings sorted. We're just basically waiting for construction. Knowledge generated. Okay. So let's double check where we want to put our stuff. So we can increase our tax revenue from markets. We can reduce the chance of disease. We can increase the rate we produce knowledge. That's a very strong one. The other one we could do is genuinely start going after our militia and all that. I'm going to go for the research early. That way, hopefully, we can start getting ahead of that. So we'll go for like the early research. I'm going to move into the militarization side of things. Because we are on Vanquisher difficulty, the enemies are going to scale pretty rapidly. A bustling market would help generate gold, I am well aware. Do we have what we need to have said market? We do not. I am waiting for that building below here to get done. All right. It's good that we're already growing things. Like I said, this field will become a problem because we're gonna get there's diseases that affect beans, but that works out that happens to already be in the ideal yield range, and that's rockiness is already pretty good. About the only problem is the weeds. I can't remember if the beans, there's a bunch of stuff that does reduce the amount that weeds impact things. Okay, so they did clear the land for those 2 buildings. All right. So we're already harvesting our beans. And that'll be our saw pit to get our planks production going. All right. Trying to see where. Okay, so you end there. Just continue to get the roads up and online, because like I said, ultimately if this is the inner area, we're just going to want the roads to move around everywhere. The biggest challenge is going to be like which places we have the inlets and outlets to going to other areas. I'm going to need gates, and those gates I want to say give you both defensible and kind of weak points, if I remember correctly. It is a thing that a lot of people way later on, they'll make kill boxes and that kind of stuff in this game as well to deal with the Vanquishers. And that may be something we just end up needing to do, is making defensive positions that we force the enemy into. I'm hoping that won't get too cheesy though. It's been a while since I've done Vanquisher where it wasn't that whole bit. Alright, so we got our saw pit online. Next up we have that. How are we doing on laborers? Okay, so we still got a decent number of laborers left over. We're getting a little thin, but hopefully that starts to improve soon. And I'm thinking the first way we expand is over this way. And the reason I'm thinking about going that way is we'll have more forgeable goods down there. It won't disrupt our existing stuff up here. It's relatively flat and usable versus this direction we got a mountain, that direction we got a mountain. To the east would be fine as well. But I'm thinking west first. That'll kind of make like another, you know, grid defensive position. Alright, so we got 5 months of food. And so right now they're just working the field, getting it all cleaned up. Yeah, we got food spoiling in a lot of these places. We do have our cellar built, which is good news. So we'll start moving that stuff into the cellar. We'll probably want a smokehouse and all that. That's going to probably go outside our current area. That it might even be what it is, that we might move residential over here to start with, and then start building a bunch of like the stuff that pollutes that people don't like over there. We'll have to watch on how far we let the pathing get though, because that is one of the pain points, is if they're pathing too far, then it becomes a problem. Okay, so we're about to finish the storehouse, which will let me build the market. Okay, and services. Plugged out a market right there. And meanwhile, I can grab you. Getting more roads built. And getting that second farm online. So all in all, it looks like we got ourselves a relatively good start. I just need to get a little bit more going really quick. We'll also have to figure out what it is I'm going to be exporting for money. Because that's going to be a big concern early on. We don't have a lot of renewable things that people will trade for, because they generally don't trade for food. Okay, so with this one, this just makes our buildings tougher. We can make better palisades. We'll work our way up there. Right now, we're just going to move up on being able to get ourselves basic combat effectiveness. I will also want to get reduced troop costs pretty early on. Okay. And we're almost done making the second field. And we're pretty close to hitting what I set our cap. Okay, so with this one, once again, I'm going to tell it only one farmer. And we're going to do, honestly, very similar Okay, what is your tolerance? You are very heat tolerant, but you're not very frost tolerant. So let's scoot you like that. Okay. So we're just having a different type of beans going. We'll definitely want to expand past that, move into carrots and all that. This is just the early phase of getting the fields to be usable. Like, properly usable. We're just working on all that. So for you to upgrade, we need more planks, and we need a bit more people and a couple more houses. I actually need just one more house. So then the plan to be, the wall will be here. And I'm going to go ahead and put on both sides of the wall. So I'll have, like, the wall here. So here would probably be where I put the next batch of houses. Okay. And hey, Ins, how's it going? Good to have you. Oh, looks like we got a group of immigrants showing up now. Actually, it looks like two groups. That might actually be a problem because it might be more than I can handle right now, but we might take them anyways. 9 people. I can handle that. I can barely handle that. So with that, literally all we're waiting for now is one more person and then planks. So defenses. Right, so I cannot build the walls yet. Oh, how big were the lookout towers? Okay, yeah, the lookout towers are 1 by 1. That's fine. But for the actual walls, we'll need palisade. That's level 2. That's fine. We're already working on it. Wait, they have homes? Yes. We were just building the next set of homes. We are still very short on food. Knowledge generated. Honestly, where do I want to put that? We can put that into taxes. That'd certainly be one thing. Let's go for the defensive buildings. Also, found you find your new PC case you like? Now to see what you can afford for the insides. Gotcha. Absolutely fair. All right. Honestly, what I'll probably do is between the years I'll have this expand to fill up that area. Very nice and non-glowy white case from Fractal. Nice. I've been very happy. I've like my last 3 computer cases have been Fractal. I've been very happy with them, and that's well before I was sponsored by them or anything, or even before I considered streaming at all. Okay, so the only thing we don't have done is that field on the right there. We're working on that. Food is not really where I want it to be. But we are actively getting those farms sorted out. It's great to hear. Yeah. No, I've been very happy with the fractal stuff. Yeah, so once you get your next harvest, like I said, we'll expand that field just to take in that area. Do the same here, like one per season or whatever. Get to fully consume the area there, because I won't need the little fences inside here. Because we're going to be walled in, I won't have to worry about the animals getting in. Not any meaningful capacity. All right. It also protect the people in here from wild animals. Usually it's the ones like your hunters and foragers are the ones that fall victim to dangerous animals anyways. Because they're out in the woods dealing with stuff and some wolf decides they look delicious. Yeah, we do have a very small income. We're going to need way more than that, though. Okay. Okay, so in theory, I believe we got that all marked off where the roads are going to be. Yeah, like I said, we just need one more person, and we're pretty close to getting that built up. After that, we'll get the trade building. Once we get the trade building, that's where things will start to really pick up so far as the defense efforts. Because then I can start taking anything I don't need, take it over there, trade it away, grab stuff like just straight up cash to afford the army, buy weapons and all that as needed, and armor as needed for my troops. We'll want to get the barracks up and running. But the first step was just to pretty much get the bare minimum we need to make this area, like, sustainable. Oh, I also already had that made one tile bigger than the other ones. It's fine. And thank you, the Parker, for the tier 1 sub. That's 6 months, half a year you've been subbed to the channel, and I really do appreciate that. It means a heck of a lot, so thank you so much for that support. I hope you enjoy your advertisement-free viewing as well as access to the emotes. Alright. Okay, so the only thing we're missing is that one extra person. So I need one of you to have a baby. If you could just, you know, get on that, that'd be lovely. Alright, so this field's ready. Before we do that, it's fine, it's being weird. Okay, so we'll do the same thing we've been doing with the other ones. Like I said, trying to make it deliberate that we have some time to work on this. So you're -3, you're +3, there's that. So I don't want it to be a wash. I would like it to be a slight gain, but it's not looking promising. Then go there, do that, it's fine. That'll be fine for right now. Like I said, the downside with what I'm doing here is we will start seeing them have a disease build up in the soil. That'll attack beans, and I'll have to rotate the crops then. But that's fine for right now. We'll be slowly knocking down the weeds. We'll be slowly knocking down the rockiness. We will technically be increasing the fertility of the soil. Just barely. And what are you complaining about? All that's fine. We're technically consuming dairy and luxury that we found that we can't produce, but that's whatever. That's because we got those things out of the carts. Once they're gone, I don't gotta worry about it. Okay. So your season's over. If I choose extend crop field, yeah, it's whatever. It's being weird. I was gonna extend those, just fill that area in to get a little bit more out of them. It's not gonna happen. So you're also only gonna have one person working you. Yeah, so we're only gonna have 3 farmers right now. That might not be enough. So we've got tons of spare laborers, which is a good problem to have. Oh, did I actually not draw the road going north-south? That's fine. Okay. So that should get all that sorted. And then after that, I'm going to make a little bit of space over here for the smokehouse and the other stuff that pollutes and all that people don't like. So I can go here to food production. Smokehouse. And the wall will be there. I go 1 space over from that. Okay, is there anything else you really need to produce out there? We got the sawmill. We have the tanner. We have the cobbler, Fletcher. We will need the compost yard. We're gonna need all these things eventually. We'll definitely need the Fletcher earlier rather than later. There's the tanner. And the cobbler is fine. Put that on the side of the perimeter here. And already got the Fletcher. And then the basket I don't have material for. Okay, so we got that all done. Defenses, roads, and all that we're not going to worry about right now. Okay, so good news is it's upgrade time. And that'll open up the trade depot. Now, it would be nice to have had the trade depot inside the perimeter. I don't think that's going to happen. I think the effort to try and make that not what it is would be a whole thing. Yeah, it's interesting for expanding the crop field. So get the choice of hitting here. Ah, I have to make it larger by a lot. Amusingly enough, expanding it, it looks like it can make it bigger than it's supposed to be by default. That just seems like, you know, an oversight in the UI or something like that. Knowledge generated. Oh, we have to wait for that to actually be upgraded? That's fine. So, better fortifications. So that'll help us avoid getting disease by having them pick up all the human waste. and also process it slowly into fertilizer to fertilize our fields. Yeah, eventually I'll probably move these fields outside the wall. Worry about that later. We got our Fletcher. Got our compost. Got our smokehouse. We'll assign 2 people to splitting the wood. Alright, so we're just pretty much waiting on the town hall to get built up. And it'll be time to start the next part. And after we get the trade depot thing, we are going to want to try and get to the barracks as fast as possible. Which I believe, yeah, we get that immediately after that. So I wanted to get the barracks going. Because at least having some military units, even if it's not much, gives us something to hold the line with. Now, one thing I've learned about this game is, unlike a lot of other games where you can just throw a lot of archers at your problem, or other ranged units, this game, the other units, like, very genuinely, I'm going to wait for that to build before I use that, research. And how are we doing on laborers now? We got a lot of new jobs. Okay, so we still got 10. 10's good. Yeah, so gonna wait for that to get its 43 planks put in there. We've got... Oh, I used a bunch. Never mind. So we can go ahead and go reinforce palisades. I missed that we actually used all those. Okay, so we got our taxes, that's good. Oh, so you need water over here. So let's go ahead and get that sorted. So resources, water. Put down there for the 74%. And eventually, inside my city, I might try and make some, like, choke points that the enemies will tend to feed themselves through. But we'll see. I don't know exactly the targeting logic or pathing of the enemies in this game. Usually there's tricks about trying to get your enemies to target or go to a certain spot. And by taking advantage of that, it can be really helpful. Okay, so 5% developed land. I'm gonna scooch that a little bit farther. Yeah, because it's developed land, you'll see where it's got the down arrow on those nuts that it's going to cause them to not grow back as readily. What's the red icon on the screen? This one was I didn't have enough pelts. And then the one over here was I didn't have enough pelts either. If you have another red icon you're looking at, I don't know because I can't see where you're looking. But I'm guessing it was that some of the buildings didn't have enough of the resources they needed to work. And that's going to happen right now with just one hunter walking around. Is we'll end up short on pelts from time to time. Meanwhile, let's go over here. So for you, right now, don't produce more than 100. Don't produce more than 100. Don't produce more than 500. As you got you. You thought it was sneaking aim or something? You were correct in the assumption. Yeah. Yep, no, it's just like this one needs more fish and meat and the other one needed more pelts. Alright. And the good news is it's giving me a chance to save up some wood for when this gets done. because then we're going to have a lot of palisades to build. And I'm thinking we'll put a gate probably here. I could see having a lot of gates in and out. No need for the gates on the south side right now, but I could see having a gate over here, probably like right there. Is that not technically... Okay, it's fine. But yeah, we're going to have a lot of that. So I'm thinking, I think we have a gate here because that's where my storage is up there. So one gate here, the rest of that's all walled around. I might go ahead and allow there to be 2 gates here. And then up here I haven't decided yet. But more or less I'm just trying to have a walled off area. And then what can happen is I can put a scout tower on each of the corners. And then have the gates themselves, so... plenty of places to toss some archers for defensive purposes. How many spear workers do we have? We have 16. I'm going to bump you up to 2. Because it doesn't look like there's enough of them to get these crops done. So I'll be adding an extra one here. Because it is a thing that your farmers will split between working all of the fields. So even though this one I've only got 1 allowed, you'll notice right now I've got 2 actually working it. So it's kind of just the broadly between all of your farms assigning enough farmers to handle that. Yeah, this is the estimated yield. How are you getting crops that weren't what you grew there? Okay. Yeah, so you got the estimated yield there as well. We'll see. We're doing okay. Yeah, and I'm definitely getting the beans in. Like I said, I gotta keep an eye on these. Eventually, one of them will start getting... There's different plant diseases you get in the game. And once they start getting those diseases, you kind of want to switch your crops so that the disease doesn't continue to get worse and worse because you're just giving it something disease can take hold on. So like, for example, if I get powdery mildew and that hurts the beans, it'd be going, okay, well, let's switch over to carrots. You know, because carrots aren't affected by powdery mildew. And so then slowly the powdery mildew would go away, and then eventually whatever disease affects carrots would start to build up at some point. And the worst thing is, all of these being one, if say like this, this one gets the powdery mildew, it will be a thing that it can spread to neighboring fields. And the more severe the infection, infestation, whatever you want to call it, the more likely it is to spread. Okay. We're down to just a couple more planks to get that building up, but then we're going to have a ton of logs to start walling this thing in. That'll also give me some good ability to start with the trade building and the barracks. I think I'll put the barracks like right up here, and maybe the trade building if I can fit in like in that quadrant there. Might be a good place for it. Because then this will be probably the next area I'll put a defensive wall around, that kind of thing. Okay. And housing we're alright for right now. Unless we get like a large number of people immigrate all at the same time. Yep, just 5 more planks and then that's done. Planks are usually one of the big bottlenecks you run into in the game. Okay, we got a couple of new people immigrated, as well as some new people there. So we get 18 laborers. So we could definitely afford to have more. We got more knowledge. Like I said, we're waiting for this to finish, because then I open a whole extra tier of knowledge. They'll want to apply a bunch of points all over the place. Okay, one more plank. And you need more peltage come from the hunter. Developed land 12%. Scoot you a bit over there. They're not of the body. Missing with that one. Alright, bear with me, chat. I'm going to take 2 seconds to quickly grab myself a new drink and all that while we're on the sad break, and I'll be right back. But thank you again for tuning in. I'll be right back. I am noticing, at least on my end, that my clip player is super slideshowy, which is not great. So I probably need to look at it. previously when we had that happen, I had to turn on, like, there's the, you know, hardware acceleration or whatever for the browser. And when I was doing all my troubleshooting with the encoder and all that stuff, also on YouTube, it doesn't play the sound. Oh, yeah. No, on the YouTube side, it not playing the sound, that's because I have the 2 channels of audio. I have the primary channel of audio, that's like your game and all that stuff, and that I pipe through, but I don't channel the second one, which is, you know, browser and music player and that kind of stuff, because I have to be extra careful with, like, DMCA over there, where it demonetizes and gets stuff on the algorithm. So very unfortunately on the YouTube side, because I can't, like, stream something but have it not commit to the video, you know, it is unfortunate the YouTube side, you are going to get, like, the silence during the clip reels and all that, unfortunately. Yell at YouTube for being, like, overzealous with their DMCA stuff. Alright, so we got the thing done. But yeah, no, I'm glad. I'd rather people let me know and it's not a thing I have to worry about than not let me know and it end up being something urgent. Okay, so we got the 2 levels towards researching faster. So let's check on our buildings now. So we're going to have the trade building we're going to want. So I'm going to, let's actually check on the size of these buildings. So we got a trade building there. Then for the defenses, we've got the barracks. Yeah, so they should be able to fit both here. We'll tuck the barracks here, and I'm going to disable its construction, because it's the second priority. And I get the trading post here, and tuck it there. And that one's construction will be enabled. And that should give me that stuff. Alright, so the next move is it is time to get some walls built while that's going on. Wait a second. That can't be there. Cancel that building. That's not where this is all supposed to go. I could tuck it in that side and work, but it wouldn't leave me room for a scout tower. I can knock those off. Okay. So, that does mean the barracks will have to just be put in a different spot. That'll be fine. Like I said, pause the construction on that. It's second priority. Okay, so with that, though... we've got the walls going around there. Okay, palisade gates allow friendly forces to enter next to the village freely, but closes to keep them out. And then there's a wide gate. So wide gate is too wide. Okay, so the bear rolled up and got thrashed by the hunter, fortunately. That's good news. It's back to what it's doing. We're gonna have, like, the regular palisade gate. Okay, so we get our first line of defenses going on here. Alright. That's going to burn a lot of wood, but that'll give our first line of defense for against raiders. And any planks we get will get used for the market or the trading post. And like I said, I am going to have to figure out what we're actually going to be trying to trade away. I'm going to need to get production up better. We can't do the baskets. The apiaries are going to be nice for purposes of the farms and all that. So I could honestly put one here and one there. That'd give me honey. Does this game actually easier than Manor Lord? It's been a while since I messed with Manor Lord. I believe between the two of them, generally, the combat in this one was seen as harder. But, I can't answer that with any real confidence. It's been a long time since I played Manor Lord. I've been waiting for it to go 1.0. So generally, I'm not kept up with its situation. So the Weaver requires flax. You require the beeswax. You require other goodies. So nevertheless, all that's going to be kind of tied behind other progression stuff. Not super worried about decorations yet. We just checked there. Food production. We would be able to potentially pursue the baker and the arborist. Those would be nice once we get clay set up. For here, we can get the wagons and the vault set up. We'll want those eventually. Housing, not much to say. And amenities and service. The school will be one of the next big things to make. But that's going to depend on money, and that's going to take time. So we can leave the rest of that just sitting there while we get stuff progressing and building. Yeah, well, they're same general genre. I would definitely say Manor Lord and this have a lot of differences. Manor Lord, as I recall, doesn't follow the grid system quite as much, which is always nice. But a lot more of it's like building a large building and adding your little upgrades to the building. This one doesn't have so much of that kind of thing. This one does have quite a bit more focus on impacting the environment and all that. So like with our fields, you actually do crop rotations and all that kind of stuff. Oh, here we go. So we got stem rot, which affects peas, beans, and buckwheat. So that is a disease we now have in our soil here. So we're going to go ahead and cancel these ones down here, because if I keep going with that, the stem rot will continue to get worse. So it means whatever I plant here, it shouldn't be buckwheat, beans, or peas, as those are the ones that are impacted by this. So what we'll probably do is I'm probably going to go and say, do a round of carrots. You'll do this. I can't fit working the soil and doing a round of letting the field go to follow. Season's ever so slightly too short. And the reason I need to do this, carrots take 3 fertility, and putting it to clover increases the fertility by 3 as well. So that becomes kind of a wash between the two of them. So what we'll do is then next season, I'll just repeat that, and that'll be fine there, because we want to get that stem rot under control before it spreads too much. Yeah, and we're getting the weed count down, and the rockiness is getting sorted out. But ultimately, you'll end up long-term wanting to do a crop rotation where, like, this season I'll do beans, the next season I'll do, like, carrots, the next season I'll do that. To one, try and keep the fertilization up, as well as to mitigate those diseases. You're not just growing the same type of crops in the same place all the time, so diseases can't get a really good foothold. Alright, so for the school I will need clay. And then for the clay, I believe I need... Yeah, none of the mining and the clay shows up as options, or the work camp, which will be a big one, show up until I get my wagon cart. I can put that right here. Actually, should you be over here or over there? Probably over there, right? Cancel that. I'll have the wagon cart over on this end. Oh, I didn't build you in the right spot. I built you one closer than I meant to. I was like, why can't I do that? There we go. Alright. So getting all that built. Okay, and then with that, like I said, we got to figure out what we can reasonably trade to keep them stocked. Honey is one thing. It doesn't pay much, but it is easy to get an abundance of it. So that could be like a trickle income. If we can get more pelts and all that, there's all that kind of stuff. Okay, so trade post is being built. That's one of the major milestones for preparing for danger. Alright, so I do have a clay deposit way over there to the east. I also have one to the southwest. Definitely want to get those going. Yeah, so you require 150 gold to build that. And as much as I want to prioritize the school because of all the benefits of the school, it is going to have to take second priority between that and the military because of the settings we're playing on. Okay. So the goal here is to make what money we can. Let's check on our storage of things that I probably won't care about. So the pottery is a nice to have luxury good that I don't need right now. So what I'm going to go ahead and do is I'm going to tell them to take the pottery we've got and move it all over here. So get the pottery out of there. We got our first trade caravan has shown up. And she is willing to sell us all this stuff here. I don't need that right now. But she is willing to buy the pottery at a slightly higher rate than it normally draws. If we can get baskets, that's another one. We can basically use her as a source of gold. We've got ourselves more of this. Okay. So increase the damage of our soldiers or decrease the impact of disease on our crops. For right now, I'm going to lean towards making our soldiers better. Okay, and with this, we're going to sell that for 150. So I sold what I could to her. We got our 150. Oh, sorry, you're still in here. Move that over to my actual town. And with that, we can unpause you to get the barracks into production. And it also should give me enough money. It's literally asking me to do what I was going to say right now. It should give me enough money to get the school online. Now, the problem I'm going to have with the school is, one, it doesn't fit where I wanted to put it. Pretty annoying, actually. I did it to myself, but it doesn't make it any less annoying. Okay, school's got a really good range. Let's go ahead and plunk this down to be in the middle of what will probably be the residential district. Now that requires clay. So we're waiting on this to get done so that we can get that sorted. Were you already out of here? Alright, that's fair. Okay. Yeah, like I said, I'm going to need to be bringing in other materials. that I can potentially sell to keep the money flowing. Because we're going to have to fund our military, and that's not cheap. How are we doing here? 14 laborers to spare, so we're good in labor. Food, we're sending about 10 months worth of food. We're still enclosing the perimeter, so trying to not grow too fast. Yeah, so we got clay deposits on either extreme. Those are going to be just messy no matter what we do. I'm just going to have someone who marches out there on the regular to go get it. But we can potentially keep them getting pottery. We'll also want to get the work camp online. The work camp makes it so instead of me having to queue up being like, chop down those trees, chop down these trees, and be like, you're working there. And they'll chop down the trees in that area. Pretty early on, we'll probably want to get the forestry upgrade for the work camp, which does allow them to replant trees. But that becomes a whole thing. Alright. I'm also debating whether I tear up this field, make it fit the whole thing, and then repeat that process. Because, like, the extending the field thing, like I said, it's kind of a bit of a letdown that I can't just be like, hey, make it bigger. It almost wants me to make, like, a new field. So maybe next year we'll replace one field and just accept it's going to take a penalty on that. Alright, so we're getting pretty close to getting the barracks built. It's just waiting on planks, which is going to be a reoccurring problem. Forever. I've got the spare people. Let's put 2 more on planks. You know, try and keep ourselves above 10 laborers for now. Yeah, so after that, the next thing we'll do is, like I said, resources. I'm thinking we go and get the clay set up right away. And then once I have the clay set up, I can start doing the pottery. And it at least gives me something to sell. I'd like to get into the weaving and all that, but that's going to take time. Alright, so we got a new person here to trade. They can sell me clay and all that. Or sorry, no, they'll buy clay and all that. But, I don't need any of that. And as far as the things they'll sell me food on the cheap. But all the other stuff I really don't need from them. Mostly I'm going to need them to fund troops. But the forestry is good. Trees do regrow over time naturally. There are knowledge points that make all the trees regrow faster, not just the forest area. Yeah, and that's the thing. You can go a pretty decent length of time before the tree-ish situation starts to escalate. But yeah, no, eventually you gotta get that sorted. And there's some deer trying to make a move on my farms. They keep coming down here, but all the people running through this area, they're just not making it, and we're very quickly closing off the wall around them. We're about to get the first of our apiaries up, which will be some honey. That's honestly one of the things we can do, is let's look at honey here. Because like I said, it does sell, not for a lot. Oh, until we have some, I can't add to the list. It doesn't sell for a lot. Alright, first group of raiders are already approaching. and from 2 directions at the same time. And my barracks is not done yet. So this is gonna be a mess. I felt like we were doing really good, but now I'm going, oh crap, I should have had at least one group of, troops up. So most likely what we're going to do is we're just going to retreat everyone into the town hall, and it's going to play out how it plays out. But I'm going to wait to do that until, they're basically here. Now, it used to be you could get one of your hunters, and your hunters could honestly handle a lot of it themselves. But they did kind of nerf the hunter's ability to just hold things down like that, where they can kind of, okay. Where's my siren? What? There's a whole thing about being able to pull all your people in here, and I'm not seeing it. That you could, like, hit the little siren bell thing on your town center, and it would pull them all inside. And I'm not seeing it. Did they just get rid of that at some point? Because I want to say it was like a big circle icon up here somewhere. Well, that's inconvenient. Select all military units. I'm wondering if they just moved it someplace else. Because it's basically a thing to be like, you're under attack, get the hell home.
Will do.
Well, no, that's what I was going to say. Oh, here we go. So that's eject garrison villagers. I guess you have to manually tell them to do that. I'm not sure I like that. Just pile in. We're using the power of everyone in town swarming. Okay, we had a victory. The village was raided, no villagers lost. Though we managed to make it work anyways, by simply throwing numbers at the problem. That is not going to last long term, though. Very genuinely, that very, very quickly drops off from being effective. So we got fortunate that they didn't have a lot of stuff. Yeah, it didn't seem like I could pull people in the town center until the enemy got relatively close. Which I think is fair. That's a used tower early on. You get 2 guards per tower at 5 gold each per month. Much cheaper than a single soldier. Yeah, no, that's the whole thing. We can get all that stuff going. It's actually not a bad idea. I was trying to get my first group of units up, but yeah, so it's 50 gold and then 5 a month. I'm gonna go ahead and right now put 1 tower there and 1 there. We will want to expand that more, but obviously we're dealing with limited funds, I actually can't afford all this. Now I look at it, so we're going to pause the construction on you two. And let them get that school online. Meanwhile, for a troop, it's 8 per month. And then it's, 25 up front. Yeah, the only downside is there is like a veterancy stat or whatever to it. So if you leave the towers unmanned, they will lose the XP they have to them, if I remember correctly. So it can be a thing that it's worth keeping them staffed for them to be more effective. It's the same thing you can do with the actual soldiers. That leveling up is a lot. Like, it makes them way stronger. And I know a lot of people that what they'll do is they'll wait till there's a threat and then they'll recruit a whole bunch of people, let them run over and arm themselves. But you lose all that bonus. So it is a little bit of challenge about juggling to keep the income there. Yeah, no, I could be wrong about the towers. I believe they used to have XP to them. But it is one of those things, like, can you afford to keep them running all the time? If yes, probably keep them staffed. If no, you gotta deal with what you got. Is there more I can get you to be happy? Because I know stone will end up being a problem later on, and I could sell logs sometimes, but I don't really want to. Yeah, so right now there's nothing I want to give you yet. Same here. Bring on the gold mines. Oh yeah, no, if we find gold mines, we'll absolutely be dragging all the gold we can out of them. What I need to do is get a production. That we can get up and running properly. As I said, at least short term, I'm going to just tell them to hoard honey. Because I want to say honey you have to use with something else to get the bonus from it. So I'm going to use that as like a trickle income because those are very light on labor. So I can see using the honey and all that to just drag that all over there. Yeah, we do have these weapons here, crude weapons, but worry about that later. Because you want just the regular weapons, you're not... You'll sell me crude weapons. Bring those over to get rid of them. So you can use that for a little extra income. You're not willing to buy those, though. Yeah, no, the gold mines later on. Oh. So you got them popping in. You're willing to buy the clothes, but I can't produce the clothes yet, so I'm hesitant to do that. Clothes could honestly be another way we make good money is, like, up here, get a bunch of fields to just do flax. And just mass produce clothes for cash. Okay, so we've got the wagon option available. So that does mean we need to get clay up and running. So you can get the clay pit marked down here. Okay, so we got that way down there. That's gonna take time. And we have the work camp. Plunk right here. Now you can start assigning it to deal with stuff. Yeah, so the gold takes a little while to set up. And there's much better ways to make money, but at least it just directly gives you money where you don't have to depend on trade. We have so much iron on this side. Like, this mound is like iron, 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 iron. We've got somewhere in the area of like 50,000 iron over there I can get a hold of. And there's a deep iron deposit there for late game. Okay, so we've almost got the internal area closed off. Okay. And how are we doing on workers? We got 11 spare, and we're out of housing. So I'm going to need to build some more houses. Actually, are we ready to start upgrading these? What do we need to upgrade you? You need herbs, and you need 2 types of food, and you need things to be nicer. Herbs we can handle. There are herbs over there. So if our food is getting pretty well handled, it's not really, if we're being honest with ourselves. So if I switch you over here, it's be a little bit less efficient because I'll be walking farther, but that's okay. Alright, so more training for the soldiers. And it will have the speed the soldiers level up will go up as well. But that'll get us the clay we need towards building the school. Oh, you've already got the work camp done? Thanks, man. So the work camp, we can just run over here and be like, this forest, get rid of it. Honestly, let's go right here. Just tell them to start chopping. And probably focus more on... Oh, they changed it. It used to be you couldn't fully block one. Yeah, so we're going to put a big priority on wood cutting over stone for right now. That's going to be something we'll want for a while. And meanwhile, I'm going to go ahead and put 2 on that. And just keep having them devastate nature. As you do. That is starting to get to the point where we're getting pretty close to just not having enough spare laborers. Which is fine, because I literally was talking about the fact that we're going to need to build more houses. And hey, Sada, how's it going? Going pretty good here. So there'll be more houses over here. In the meantime, to upgrade you, we need 2 types of food, which is on and off. We need to make things nicer, and we need the herbs. We're correcting the herbs, so it's making the area nicer. Now, this is one of those things that gets to be like a little bit of a mixed bag in how we're dealing with this. So usually the way you can build up desirability is enough of these types of things will boost it, as well as local decorations. And I tend to do a lot of the local decorations because they can be not super expensive way to permanently boost the desirability of an area. But right now we're very much in the beggars can't be choosers money type situation. So that is what it is. Fine, came up short. Sleep came up short. Yeah, no, I hear ya. So one thing I could do is let's put a gate up here as well. Let's get that going. So defenses, gate. We'll put a gate up here. And we're going to go ahead and... Oh, this is Farthest Frontier. Yeah, no, it's very much like if someone made Banished right now, kind of what you'd expect. Alright, well, there's no stone in range, so... Just let them cut. I'll just leave it with that mark that there's no stone. It's like if someone made Banished today, kind of what you'd expect. Okay, so can't actually make the field that small. Yeah, so 2 fields here, and then maybe we'll have, like, the stuff to process close up there. Crazy thing about Vanish, this is, like, 1 dev. Yeah, that happens a lot. Oh, we got a disease going here. Okay, so we got powdery mildew and stem rot going on this field. So that sucks. So let's get all of that out of here. So I can change the crop type. So that means buckwheat, beans, and peas are affected. And carrots. We do not want to do carrots, buckwheat, beans, or peas. So let's go ahead and turnip can handle really cold weather. So we'll do cold weather for, you know, fertility in the soil, and then that. Now go ahead and do this again. You also have the same problem. Yeah, so we had disease spread between our fields. So it can handle heat and cold. So this one, to separate out the crops a little, we'll do it kind of the reverse. So the first one we get the harvest at the beginning of the year, and this one we get the harvest at the end of the year. And you are already getting over your stem rot. And I'll keep that in there as well. We'll see about trying to clear out all the disease in the soil. What's your threats do you need to build defense for? Raiders. Building needs more workers. What? Where did all my... Oh, we finished a field, didn't we? No? Where did all my workers go? Farm. Ah, so even though this field isn't built, it's got everyone reassigned to it kind of thing. Yeah, no, you can turn that down. It was the fact that the farm is under construction. It was still taking the 11 laborers or whatever it is. Which I'm going to just endure for a minute. Not what I want, but it's what's going to happen. Because when our builders get done with their thing, that'll free up a couple of laborers to get back on the wood splitter. But then we can go ahead and bring this way down. Oh yeah, no, you got crop rotations. And so you have stuff like different type of diseases will get in the soil. Like right now we're dealing with stem rot and powdery mildew, which is why I just switched out all those crops to try and get this so it's not as bad. I think farms are bugged. Even when they are built, they still doubled the number of laborers that is actually assigned. Oh, interesting, because I did notice we'd end up getting 2 people on them sometimes. I'm okay if it's double as long as I can control it. Oh, work area is completely empty? Huh? It says all of them are chopping trees. I think it's saying that because of that. Work area is empty, unable to work. Okay, there it goes. Yeah, it's looking for me to be able to cut stone, and there's no stone there. I still want them to chop down the trees because the wood is what I need right now. Let's see, you have to uncheck auto-assign people, or it will drop like 10, 15 people on farms, and you assign... Yeah, no, I'm aware, like... I don't like doing that all the time. I've done it a lot. Like, once the field is built, you can turn down its max number of people. But yeah, no, and you also have, like, the rockiness of the soil, the fertility of the soil, what weed level is going on, and all that. So I can grow some crops, like the beans actually very slightly improve the fertility of soil, but if I grow something like leek murders the fertility of the soil. So you have a lot of that juggle back and forth. You can also, they have growing clover, which is effectively letting the field go to fallow. That generally has a strong benefit to the fertility. And you get the idea. Does this game run alright on a basic laptop? Think about getting a Black Friday cheap laptop, wondering if the game would run it. I would not be able to answer that because, like, the range of stats a laptop could have is significant. All I could say is look at the game's minimum specs, and then when you're looking at your laptops, what are the specs? I would suspect it would be fine. I just don't want to promise something, you know, without actually being able to go there. And that's honestly true of like just about any game. Like look at the minimum specs and then compare it on what you're looking at running it on, and make that decision there. Oh, I almost missed an entire gate. That would have been unfortunate. Let's see here. Let me get that all built. Okay, I'm gonna have to do it this way. Leave it at 5 for right now. Get you working. Alright. We have a wolf that is running into my city. Try and hunt this guy. You keep running. And everyone else pile in. There we go. They've handled the wolf. Even if you have a beast game machine, the game will struggle when you get to like 5k population. Yeah, no, you could definitely, the game lets you grow your town until the computer just can't handle it. They do allow for that, which I think is totally fair and reasonable for games to enable that kind of thing. Okay, so we're just waiting on the clay for the school to get built, the planks for the clay pit to get built. We do have more houses. We got plenty of... You were stricken with frostbite.
Yes?
Because you were way out there and didn't get back in time. Does the game do gear? Can you arm people? So you can arm regular... Like, you can arm your troops. So, like, we look at our troops here. What'll end up happening is they can go without any special weapons or whatever. But you can go in here and I have weapons, I have crude weapons. There's not a lot of tiers, but there's, like, okay armor and okay weapons and good weapons. And it makes a very big difference. The armor especially makes a huge difference on how well things go. Now, unfortunately, I do have one person with frostbite. They're gonna make it or they're not. I don't have what I need to help them out more than that. Some diseases your people could just get better by. Some diseases you have to medically intervene. So a farmer can carry a sword to fend off a single wolf, for example? No. No. Your regular people are regular people. You can't arm them up. Your military is your military. Your regular peasants will use whatever they're carrying around with you. Because it makes sense. I think in real life it'd be weird for you to have, like, you know, a farmer running around trying to work a field in the middle of the summer while wearing a suit of chainmail and rocking a long sword. It would definitely be detrimental to their ability to do their job. Okay, so we've got the honey. And like I said, one of my plans here is to go on the list. And for honey, Hey, Deep Gift. And thank you for the tier 1 sub. I really do appreciate they've been subbed for 4 months. And yeah, no, like in a lot of ways, it's a spiritual successor to Banished. That very much it is very, very a spiritual successor because it makes sense. Like we got Banished quite a while back. You know, really good game, really solid game. But then very genuinely, you know, Banished hasn't been updated or anything. There's nothing wrong with it. It's just, you know, it's over there doing its thing. I wasn't saying it's necessarily a leaning towards realism. I think it's a, you know, a balanced decision that you can't just turn all of your farmers into proper soldiers. That you generally, because soldiers in this game, you have to pay an upkeep to pay for them. They have to be trained and all that stuff. And I like, sure, there's the realism aspect. I think it's a balance aspect that, like, to make a military defend your place, you have to have the income to sustain them. Is what I would assume is the idea. So you have to have your town actually bring in that income. Yeah, that's way out there, so people collecting the clay could be very inefficient, unfortunately. There's a narc clay deposit way over there, too. I think RimWorld, you can arm everyone, but they'll still work their jobs. That's why I was asking. Yeah, but RimWorld's a very different game. Like, RimWorld, combat is, like, one of the main systems on that stuff. But, like, it's really, like, honestly, RimWorld, while there is certainly the survival aspect of it, I would argue the combat is, like, the main thing, is, like, you know, the storyteller constantly jabbing you in the side, being like, get wrecked, nerd. That's kind of, like, the main deal with a lot of RimWorld stuff. Randy just trolling you. Okay, so we're about to finish and closing the main internal area. And they're working on getting those roads done. Getting pretty close to getting the clay pit up so we can get working on the school. Okay, cut down those trees and keep expanding from there. Meanwhile, let's check, so... Yep, so you're going to be bringing in all the herbs I need and whatnot. Yeah, so we got the herbs. The 2 types of food we're struggling on a little bit. And then the desirability, which is around money, we're waiting on. And you're low on logs. Okay, so we got our people back to work. And like I said, it's going to be a thing here that we did have to manually intervene to take over. I need more people, but we got room for 13 more. So we're going to give that amount to catch up so we don't blow up our population and have a whole big headache. And as I said, I'm leaning towards making this area up here just produce a ridiculous amount of flax. Now, how far did you get, Nano? Yeah, so we finished the actual campaign. I'll probably revisit it. My general feedback with Anno and how I felt about it at the end is it has things it does extremely well. And the biggest one I would say is the production lines kind of stuff. They have the city builder based around production lines, and then the way you can move stuff between your different areas using trade. I feel like that's the place the game does extremely well, and I have lots of positive things to say about it. But it also has, I feel like, a lot of things that, generally speaking, felt like the mechanic existed, but it was very shallow. So, like, the combat, for example. The combat felt very like, okay, it's here, but there's not much meat on that bone. You kind of have, like, your ships, for example, your naval combat. There's 3 different ships, and they're effectively direct upgrades for them. So there's no, like, this is my long-range ship, this is my whatever ship, this is whatever ship. It's just, you get the biggest ship. And it felt like that was kind of true of the infantry as well, and that's kind of true of the siege stuff as well. And you could be like, oh, well, I get a ballista versus a catapult, and there's some nuance difference between the two and benefits. But none of them felt like it's like, oh no, you choose this one, this is the right way to go. Or like, oh, rock, paper, scissors, this is the kind of thing. It very much made the combat feel very, very shallow. I also felt that was the exact same kind of thing with the diplomacy, that it was present, but also there was one of those things that they're just kind of, again, it really felt like it kind of needed more there to be interesting. Because you had, like, defense pact, you had, like, peace, ceasefire, war, trade agreements. But, you know, a lot of other games that do the diplomacy thing, you have stuff like where you can convince one person to attack the other and bribe them to do so, and a whole bunch of other stuff. And as far as I was able to see, I didn't see anything like that. It could be that maybe it was buried like 30 layers deep in the tech tree, and I just didn't get that far, which is possible. But it was another thing that's like, okay, well, there's diplomacy here, but there's not much I can do with it. And so I ran into a lot of that stuff where the stuff that Anno does well, it does really well. And again, the production line, that kind of stuff, and the basic, like, having the need-based city builder for tiering up, that stuff it did very well. But there was just a lot of stuff I'm like, you know, I wish there was more here. Let's see, oh, you feel that's interesting. You feel like 1800 had great with diplomacy, because different AIs had different personalities. I think they probably still do that, set out. It's just kind of one of those things that, with the direction that genre has gone, more like the 4X kind of thing, that the 4X really lets you do a lot of cool stuff with diplomacy these days, between like Stellaris and all that, where again, you can convince people to go to war with each other, you can kind of get people to do underhanded things with each other, those kind of things. There's a lot more wiggle room with all that and how it can all work. But with Anno, it felt very bare bones by comparison. Like, they do have the personalities, but we've had that since like Civ 1. Like, Civ the OG, we had that kind of stuff. So that's just kind of default for the genre now. I'm leaning towards potentially bringing some of the linen clothes over for an injection of money, and that's probably a dangerous thing to do, because I'm probably not going to be able to produce them soon. But I do need money so I can get some troops up and I can get things moving. And that way I can upgrade the house to get more income. Yeah, and like, for the record, I think Anno is excellent. Anno 117, I think, is a very excellent game. I actually had a lot of fun with it, that kind of bit. It's just kind of one of those things that... It was also weird with, like, the story. That we got to the end of, like, what feels like the end of the story, and it's like the story just kind of stopped. It was like, oh, was that dialogue we had? Was that supposed to be the ending? I mean, it's fine. We solved our problem, but it really just kind of felt like the story just vanished out of the nowhere. Just like, okay, I guess we just exist now and we just vibing. But it did defeat one of the raiders and all that kind of stuff, and it was like that. Let's see, yeah, 1800 had different mechanics, like your island had shares and you could buy out islands. You feel like the focus is 80% in the production and trade management, and the rest was just added flavor on top. Yeah, it'd be something along that line where it's like, okay, you had the production side of it. And like I said, the production chains felt really good. I actually really liked the implementation of that, and whatnot. It was kind of just the other stuff that you're more like, oh, okay, I guess that's it. Alright, so with that, I've got a little bit of money. Let's not get too overzealous here. I am going to allow them to build that tower. No, I'm not. Where did my money go? Do we have to actually move it? I think they're actively moving it into the town. Okay. So with that, we've got this. Let's start training up the veterancy. It means my units will level up faster. I'm assuming they're moving the money to the town is what's going on, because I moved like 300 and now I don't see it. And I didn't buy anything. There it is. Okay, I had like a momentary be like, where's my money? I'm supposed to have money. Let's see, it's hard, let's see, it's hard aspect to balance as well. I know there's people who like the city in 1800. They'll play with the peaceful AIs. The more RTS focused people will have harder AIs and will take like economy, more like economy RTS and slightly combat added. Yeah, no, my problems weren't the difficulty of the RTS side of things. It was like just there wasn't, you know, normally in RTSs you'll have a certain level of rock paper scissors. You use your aircraft, I use my anti-aircraft. You use your tank, I use my anti-armor. You use infantry, I use my anti-infantry. And then you're doing the same thing back to me. And then you'll have like, this is the infantry that's tankier, that one's a higher damage output. So you can use this one to tie up the enemy while you flank him with the stuff that just puts in a lot of damage really quick. And there's a lot more going to that. Versus it felt like in Anno you just had, like for the ground force, it's soldier, bows, or siege. There were cavalry. For at least against the AI, I couldn't really find a good use case for the cavalry, because they almost always target your main building, which is where most of your troops are going to probably be or come from anyways. So having fast moving units didn't really do much. I imagine against other players it would be a thing. Lardine, what's the about? You're just randomly saying, makes me worry that there's like an outage or something. Oh hey, it looks like YouTube is buffering hard. Let's see, you have a chat pop up that you hit your 600 stream streak, but the part of the channel point shows 596. I don't know. Oh yeah, YouTube side is buffering hard. It's interesting because oh, this is one of those games where I click out the window, it loses its audio. Sorry. I mean, everything looks like it's saying it's fine in that. I don't know what to say about the YouTube's thing. You had that earlier, you're still at 596? Yeah, no one surprised me. I know they've literally had problems where like the sub count that Twitch is providing us, saying how many people are subbed to us, that very genuinely, like, they're just having it be wrong. Why is that damaged? I missed what happened to that building and why its health bar is knocked down a bunch. Yeah, so even like put out a disclaimer, Twitch did that, was like, hey, just so you know, we are aware that like sub counts are off. Which is a thing, because the other day I was actually kind of stressed, like, oh man, my sub counts are down so much. It's like, this isn't good. But then, you know, at the same time, it's like, oh wait, apparently that number's wrong. So I actually have no idea where any of that stands. I'm gonna go ahead and build that second tower. Yeah, no, like, I'm leaning that way, and I actually like a good RTS. But again, like, with the combat in Anno 117 being really, really shallow, it was like, you know, when we defeated that one guy, that one raider on the lithium map, and it's just like, you know what? I'm not getting a satisfied feeling out of it. I'm not like, hey, look, we beat the guy, this feels great. It was just like, I almost didn't care. It was like, oh, he's dead, I guess. Like, it means they're not going to attack my junk, which is nice. But also... Alright, so I don't need them to be working the soil as much now. The weed level's minimum and all that. So I could probably have you not work that one there. Instead, continue to boost the fertility of that field. Same with this one. The rockiness is minimum. I can't fill another fertility thing there, so we'll just probably leave it and just let them do the extra work. Yeah, with the incense, when you played with friends, you turned more into a competition instead of city building. As a dev, it's hard to balance the game with both for game focus. If you go too much at RTS, it'll turn off the city building and vice versa. Yeah, no, you're not wrong, and I get that. It was just kind of one of those things, though, for me playing it. It kind of left me in that weird spot where it's like, not sure what to make out of it. Okay, so for right now, we're gonna go here and we're gonna say process the field, and I want to get flax going, which is 5. And flax is just very tolerant of everything. So then the next season we'll do that, because that'll give me a little bit extra. And then honestly, for right now, we're going to keep doing that to boost fertility. Now, once that field's done over here, then I'm going to go and I'm going to increase the thing. You still feel like fleshing out diplomacy still would still benefit both player types? Yeah, no, I do agree. Like, you could have more interesting, like, trade agreements and all that. So it is just kind of one of those things. Let's see, managing 40 ships for trade routes, so that your island is full of aristocrats, stay please, and you don't move out to hassle enough. Yeah, no, that's the other thing. One of the other things that I think is a weakness because of the combat is because you're jumping between the two maps. I mentioned there's really bad situational awareness on whichever map you're not on, which means the counterplay is like every minute or 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 is to switch to check the other map. And it's a very quick loading screen of about 4 or 5 seconds. But it does mean you're constantly hopping back and forth between the two of those. And so it was very much like, I was making the comments like, this is very unsatisfying because I'm losing the occasional unit because I'm not spamming switching between these maps to keep an eye on each and every enemy unit kind of thing. It's like, I can combat this by, again, switching constantly, but I'm also finding the switching constantly very annoying. So, you know, that's kind of a problem in its own right. The DLC Anno 1800 had 3 with multiple islands and their own ecosystems. Yeah, I think it would be fine for, without the combat, hopping between a whole bunch of stuff. But yeah, with the combat, it was just definitely one of those things of going, okay, there's just a lot here. Alright, so I have no spare workers. We'll let those farms get sorted. We do have the houses. And food is not keeping up. Oh, I had those positioned wrong. And food is not where it needs to be. And I need to fix that badly. Which one of those new farms could just be another food farm, and that'd help. It's more like assigning patrols and guardship. 1800 doesn't have ground combat. You feel like it's a good choice. Yeah. Well, yeah, and the ground combat definitely was another thing that just kind of felt like a mean grinder. You get the siege stuff, and then you can get around a lot of things with that. That does genuinely help a great deal. But, it is what it is. Like I said, I don't think it's a bad game. I think it's an excellent game. Very genuinely. But I do feel like it's an excellent game that does have its strengths and weaknesses. Alright. So we need more people moving in. We're once again short on workers. Oh, right, because we also got some people assigned to the guard post. That's fine, I'll stay at 4. Alright. We can probably tone down you a little bit for now. To get a couple more laborers. I just need to give things a chance to have my people catch up. Because we're not getting the work we need done, and we're going to be short on food, and this is going to be a real problem. I got 2 months of food going into winter. And I think it's they just don't have enough people work in the fields and all that. I really want to get this flax online, but I don't think that's the right call right now as much as I want it. I think the right call right now is to go in here and say, turnip, fertility this, beans, fertility this. And then we could do carrots, fertility this. Oh, you can't quite fit that in. That's fine. Is this game straight into farming, or do you have to start hunter-gatherer like that? You start hunter-gatherer. I did rush farming a bit in this one, but it's not necessarily the best move. Okay, so we got deer over here as well. We'll send you to hunt over here. The big thing is you need laborers to bring your stuff all over the place. And right now, I do not have those. Okay, so the field's frozen. So temporarily, I'm going to take everyone off of that. So I got laborers to run around to keep other stuff running. There's no farming in the winter. You have to admit, most modern city builders are too us-centric for you. City Skyline falls completely flat for you because you can build a pretty inner city or real-looking suburb, but you mostly stay with Anno. Oh, we got another predator attacking us. It is a bear. Start running, buddy. I don't think he's gonna make it, but we're gonna try. Alright, I think we're gonna get the bear this time. What'd you get for bullying? Okay. Oh, US-centric. Gotcha. Yeah, well that is one thing I really liked about Anno 117, is we've had a number of Roman-style city builders over the years. Like, a very, very significant number that were all about, like Rome and all that, but almost all of them, it takes place in Rome or Florence or like that area, which is fine. There's nothing wrong with that. But I really liked the idea of seeing the Roman Empire, but like in their outskirt territories, like Albion. I thought that was a really cool difference. To see like, the Celts and whatever that, but dealing with that under Roman rule and whatnot. Versus, seeing Caesar Part 5. Did you play Sierra City Builders, Caesar 3, Pharaoh? Yes, way back in the day. I didn't play all of them, but I definitely know I played the original Caesar, I played Pharaoh, and I enjoyed that. Like, and they were fine. They also had, like, I want to say some of them at least had RTS elements in as well. It's been so long since I played any of them, though. And I remember enjoying them. I tended to get a lot more into the city builders, like City Skylines, that kind of stuff. Or sorry, yeah, City Skylines, SimCity back in the day. And I really enjoyed that. I did like what Caesar and Pharaoh and that were bringing to the table, and the fact that you'd, you know, you weren't just industrial, commercial, residential, because that used to be like the way they all worked back in the day, which you had like your 3 different types of zoning, and then special buildings. Let's see, you'd want a modern city, cities with pedestrian precincts, to send to public transportation, stuff like that. But there's nothing like that. I would argue City Skylines covers that, especially like towards the end of City Skylines 1, as well as City Skylines 2. You can actually make like the walkable districts or whatever. So they have like kind of the inlay outlie warehouse area, but you put all your zoning, and then for the most part, all the roads back in there are no vehicles outside of like the garbage trucks or whatever. You know, like certain utility vehicles will go on there, but otherwise residential traffic and all that isn't a thing on that. So I feel like they actually do that really well. And the public transportation, you got monorails and blimps and trains and subway and buses and taxis and thing. But it's still ugly. Yeah, no, there's it's one of the jokes I had with City Skylines 1 especially. They have a hard asset limit in the world that you may only have so many things. And that's usually like my very early cities, I just played it without any mods or anything. But that's usually where it'd wrap up with a city when it came to streaming or whatever, is when I hit that asset limit and it wouldn't let me put down more trees, is usually when I was done with the run. Because it was very much like, I don't like the fact that the ground looks like plastic. Because it's all like that, not uniform, but too uniform, like grass. And so I would cover it up with trees, and the trees can make it all look extremely good and all that, because you're kind of hiding the part that looks bad. But you'd put down enough forest, and the game's like, okay, no more trees. And you're like, well, run's done. I don't want to build anymore, because I don't want everything to look like a bunch of just weird plastic ground, where it's just a surface with a texture. Let's see, the concept really peaked with SimCity on the SNES. Your nostalgia should lay an opinion. I was gonna say, SimCity was like the first like commonly accessible city builder, and we're talking the SNES. That's like also one of the very first ones too. Yeah, you wish the economy systems in Skylines 2 got better over time. You feel like there's quite a lot of potential under the hood. Yeah, no, I'm hoping they'll get there. That's honestly, that's the big problem with Skylines 2 more than anything, is like whatever they got going on with the economy simulation, like half the time it's like, oh, these offices just don't work. Not that they're unbalanced. It's like, no, literally they don't function. And you're going, excuse me? What? What do you mean they just don't function? They did bite off a lot more at you. Well, that's one thing that's surprising me, though. Like, obviously you're not wrong, but it feels like with City Skylines 1, they already had so much stuff figured out that when 2 came out, was just broken again. And you're just going, I understand you've expanded on this, but why all the regression? Oh, I need to get farmers reassigned. That is a problem. But basically, I'm struggling because I need more people to keep the food going and all that. We need more workers. So I've built too many production stuff. Oh, we can also verify the veterancy thing.
Your command.
So you don't seem to have a veterancy to you. But if I... Yeah, so we could assign 2 people to each of these, then turn them off. Yeah, so it looks like they might not have veterancy to them. They regress so they could sell you those same features later in paid DLC. I wouldn't necessarily agree with that, Cookie. I know that happens a lot, but it does seem like what they were trying to do is add more to the economy simulation. And just broke a bunch of stuff, and they haven't been able to figure it out. Like that's kind of the way it feels to me, is that they were trying to do something to genuinely expand what they had, which you know, kudos to them. But also, something went wrong with all that, and there's a bunch of problems. So we're like right on the fence with our food, and I just need to give the chance to the population to fill up the houses we've got. Let's see, SimCity 1 was originally born of a level editor for SimCopter, right? Oh no, SimCopter came way later. Like, one of the initial things for SimCopter, if I recall correctly, was that it was an extra thing added on to SimCity where you could fly through your own city. But I believe that was a later edition kind of thing. That's fine. Alright, so let's look at our research. So I want to get into the military veterancy, but we're really struggling on money. I am going to start adding tax revenue. To try and bring in more money. Oh, up here. I didn't think about that. We literally built that right by the deer. It's fine. I'll expand the walls up here later on. We'll just have to endure it for a little while. Gives me a little room to put stuff in the middle there. Okay. I am not selling pelts to you. And you do not have things I want. Yes, we're losing a lot of crops to animals. Let's see, SimCity came out of a game called Raid on Bungling Bay for the Commodore 64. Do you remember Streets of SimCity where you could drive through your own town? Yeah. They had a lot of stuff they experimented with that was pretty cool stuff that, you know, a lot of it didn't end up going very far. Oh, do I have another research that I missed? More taxes, please. Yes, accept the refugees. Thank you. I've needed that for a while. Alright, so we're going to leave the rest just sitting there as is. Get to doing labor, getting to doing that stuff. We can go ahead and assign a couple more of you as farmers. To get that field done. Because we need to get that food in, but that extra labor should allow me to get these fields up and running. And what I'm going to do is then I'm going to enclose this. Which I'm definitely going to need way more wood than I have, but it is what it is. Okay, and we'll have that there. Alright. So I have these farms in here, and like I said, we'll probably go up here and add stuff for the tailoring to make the clothes. And the idea is I want to make extra clothes. I want to kind of bulk go with this. And why are you paused now? Production would only be halted if we have more than we need. Yeah, we're really not getting our food produced. Which I think is just because we've got like 20 people up here slapping away at this field until I can go through and I can control the worker number. And once I can control that worker number to knock it down to like 4 on that one and whatever, that's just going to be what we endure. So Trader 2. They will take planks, and I'm half tempted to dump some planks on them. I probably shouldn't. Let's go ahead and dump like 40-something planks on them. They are buying at above market value, because they got to keep a little bit of money coming in here and there to work on potentially getting some soldiers up and everything. Because the towers are nice and all, but they don't move around, which is a problem. Get a second person assigned there. Okay, so you work on that. There we go. Impending heat wave. Alright, that gives me a bit more money for a bit more buffer. And we're getting our first people graduating to get their education. But, with all that, like, as we get the money in here and get this all set up, we'll be able to expand. We're getting a little bit of tax money as well. Now, downside is that market doesn't cover that much area. But we'll get there. Then you read that only Wright had fun building the cities. His superiors thought it was a useless idea, so he went to set up his own company or something like that. Oh yeah, well, I mean, you hear that story a lot, where some creative person will have some either game idea or movie idea or story idea, and they just can't kind of convince the powers that be to put the money down for it. Oh, you're potentially in a lot of trouble if you're down there.
Of course.
Keep running. You try and get the aggro off of them so they don't get too hurt. There. So far, so good. Yeah, and that was when he was doing Bungling Bay. Gotcha. One of the ones I remember being a big thing is the original SimCity. You didn't need roads, you could just build trains everywhere, and in every single way they were superior to roads in the game. And it's because Will Wright really liked trains and, you know, wanted there to be more public transportation. So it's just like, okay, trains are just better. So you'd have the train roll up in front of your residential zone to your hospital and everything with grids that would not work in real life with trains. But that was just the way SimCity 1 worked on the Super Nintendo. Perfect game in every way. Hey, you know what? I am entirely on board with light rails and all that. Genuinely, I get jealous when I visit a bunch of these areas that have like proper options for interesting saying that that's not developed land. You know, these places have like proper setups for, you know, light rails and all that kind of stuff. And then I come back home to where our public transportation is, if you're lucky, you have a bus route, and it's probably not that well run. So I get jealous when I go to like San Diego or Portland or Salt Lake City and you just hop on the light rail from the airport, take it directly to the middle of town. Go like only have to walk like 1 block to your hotel room from the light rail drop off. Okay, so finally. So with this is going to be a bit of a mess for a minute. I'm going to go over here. I'm going to turn back on auto assignment. Then we're going to go out here, and you're going to be weird about it, I guess. Okay, so for right now, we go beans, this, beans. This. And this. Actually, you're cold tolerant. You're both cold tolerant. That's fine. Okay, so drop that down to 4. Drop you down to 4. And now let's check to see our work split up. Alright, there we go. So we're down to 12 farmers. And then we've got 6 spare laborers, which is totally fine. Okay, and you're seeking medicine. Right, because we got some sick people. Meanwhile, we should be getting pretty close to the ability to upgrade. Yeah, so we need to put a little bit of money towards getting our houses upgraded. Because that'll increase our income later. So what I'm going to go ahead and do is I'm going to plunk down 2 paths there. That'll burn a little bit of money. And then once I get enough laborers that it's not complaining about that, we're going to get our first foot soldiers up. Okay. I was thinking more services here. But at the same time, we can go over here to amenities. Market will overlap just... No, I mean, they won't overlap when the house is served. Yeah, so put that there. And then we're also going to go and get storage. And we're going to go ahead and put a little bit of that there. Food-wise, we're still not doing great, but we're getting these fields up. And we're walling that in. So I'm going to extend this another block this way, and then we're going to wall that in as well. And we've got our first person in the town that has died. Which means I officially need a graveyard. Okay. So I'll get the graveyard going. Get this out of here, man. I already see it. Alright, so we got all that. So it's gonna be... Oh, actually, we're officially at the point I do need stone. Crops lost due to disease. Oh, yeah, so we still have the powdery mildew in that one. Oh, okay, so we got powdery mildew in this field, which also affects carrots. Let's get the carrots out of there. We'll put more of the turnips in here. And drop that all off. And unfortunately, I mean, I can actually do 2 rounds of that to boost the fertility a lot. So that'll be good. Yeah, so we gotta fix that. But what I was going to do is say, go to the work camp. Put stones at a non-zero amount. And now it's going to complain that there's no stones over there. So let's try going up here. And see if we can't get any stones up there. Because they've been cutting down all the trees there, which has been fine. But there's no stones. And we're getting the warning about food. And like I said, we're trying our best to get that all going. We get all these fields getting worked over here. You had no car, and you took the apartment because it's 5 minutes from the station. Works great. Yeah. No, we got a train station built not far from us, but it's like far enough that walking or biking during the summer is rough, but not so far that it's not completely undoable. Unfortunately, they made our train here extremely expensive for like regular transportation. It's supposed to be getting better, but it also has very, very few places it goes, which is kind of the problem. Which is kind of sometimes like your chicken and egg problem of, okay, I need the people who want to take the commuter train at a location to justify building the train station. But if I don't have the train station, I can't really get people on board with wanting to take the train there, kind of thing, like, and getting that going. Alright, so disease is handled here. Disease is handled here. This one is pretty bad because I didn't keep track of it. You're fine. You're fine. And one of those I want to get to making flax relatively soon. Our houses are upgrading in middle of town, which is really good to see. But we definitely need to get way more stone happening. Now, good news is we're right about to close this off. And when we do, we don't have to worry about the deer getting in here anymore. Let's look at what it takes for our resources to get the tailoring going on. So the weaving is that. So I will get that built there. Were there anything else? Oh, we can also get the pottery. And there's also soap. I gotta be careful, though. Taking on the one extra person will be there. I probably need to get the soap, because that'll help with the cholera. But that food terrifies me. Like, we're expanding our farms and having them produce constantly. But I am struggling to keep the food coming. Only these. Oh, you've got all the cancel ones. I've debated making one of those a bit. I still haven't stopped and actually done it. I don't tend to post enough unhinged things to get people to do that stuff. Oh no, you're all good, Infinity Simplex. Yeah, no, I honestly don't know that many people that I'm aware of using stuff like chatting or third-party programs of that nature. Yeah, we're low on laborers, and I just need more. And part of that's because we got sick people. How dare they? This is bad though. Like we're going into the winter and not really having enough food. See, with as much as we're harvesting here, I'm getting a little confused why we're struggling on the food, in all honesty. But part of it might be that they're harvesting it and it's just sitting in the field and rotting because we don't have enough laborers to drag it back to where it needs to go. Yeah, so you're getting processed relatively quickly. But the good news is all these fields are gradually getting their fertility to be better. The weed levels are getting knocked down. Like honestly, I don't even need that there anymore. When we do that, I will be short on the fertility. Might be able to sit. Yeah, we can put that in there and that'll help. So that'll give us a little boost. These ones I need to keep them off the beans till the powdery mildew goes away. You don't think we actually need that here? Unless Blanco and Ultra and all the others start canceling you. But yeah, no, that's kind of the whole thing, is they'll be like a hot take and they'll be like canceled or whatever as like a gag. That's kind of where that comes from. And it's not that I never say things are like pretty unhinged. It's very not often. But it's those things you feel like you just wouldn't get the mileage. Okay, so we've got Bean Wilt and Powdery Mildew. Both of those are attacking the beans. So this will be another one of those ones that'll be this kind of situation. I feel that feels more along its way. So it is, or it used to be super popular with mods and all. Let's see. Because there's so many efficient tools and such. Nowadays, there's ModView and Twitch and some other tools, so maybe it isn't as useful anymore. But Twitch in a browser strains your CPU so much. There's no using that, let's see, for more than a single non-busy chat. Maybe with a stream on 3060p. Gotcha. You hopped on Anno 1800 with semi-lurking and kind of missed the convo. What were we talking about with the cancel emotes? Oh, it's just there's a bunch of friends at the channel who all have like their own cancel emotes. And I was making the comment of that I had debated having one made for me, well, or making it myself for me, for a while. But I don't say enough stuff that, you know, people jump on and be like, let's do that kind of thing. Yeah, so we got a lot of people getting sick, which is a lot of it's because we don't have soap. But I also don't have the workers necessary to do a bunch of these things. Yeah, no, it's for memes anyways. Exactly. It's like, for me, it's like I don't do enough stuff that kind of gets the memes happening. So we're honestly in kind of a bad shape here where I just need more people, but like it's been a struggle. Our food is starting to stabilize, which is good, but I need to get the soap going. We need to get the clothes going before we run to a problem where we don't have any. Let's see, you think a hot take emote might fit you better than a cancel emote? Yeah. Well, it's not even a thing. I've got to sit down and get my next round of emotes commissioned. It's been something on my to-do list for way longer than I care to admit. But, I've got someone in mind to pursue for the emotes, but it's like actually sitting down and figuring out what emotes I want to commission that. I've been pretty... There's areas I've been doing really well with stream, and there's areas I haven't been. And a lot of that back-end stuff has been the struggle, because I've got like too much things going on kind of thing that I don't give myself enough time to do that. You can also have a reverse with a Rual approved, and it could be your face with a check mark. I actually like that one. Rual approved. I'll need to do like the whole, I was gonna say like kind of do like the seal of approval for it. So I have like the little gold trim ribbon kind of side. You just noticed in game that you can move your town center. The rocket top, here I come. Did they change that? Because oh, they did. It used to be you couldn't move it normally, but there was shenanigans you could do to move it. I remember that being a whole big thing for a while. And if we had the spare labor, like the Nintendo approval but Rual, that'd be awesome. That also work. Yeah, that's the thing is like, because it used to be a thing on certain products, you'd have the seal of approval that should have like that big stamp on it. It basically like been like, oh, you know, that's been approved, that's been passed, that kind of thing. Like that kind of thing. Yeah, it could also be like a Vault Boy thumbs up kind of thing. I could see that as well. There's options there. I do think the overall idea is good. I just got to figure out which one I want to roll with. But I think any of them would work. But that's a good idea. I haven't heard that one before. Now, one of the nice things is you can sit there, and if you're willing to put in the time, you can keep leveling out the top of the mountains to like gradually grow them out. The way it works, and I'm going to have some specifics about this, is when you flatten terrain. If I, for example, if I flatten it like this, so it'll average out every one of those tiles there. But it does use floating numbers and all that. So one of the tricks you can use is, let's pretend this tile's lower. I can go just a hair out, and then just a hair out, and then just a hair out. And on the average, it'll actually bring it up if I'm keeping most of my tiles as the higher part. So when you started the PR manager, what's your salary? I was gonna make a joke of like, you know, 10%. You're not gonna make enough. You're paid in exposure. Yep. Oh yeah, for those who didn't see, Kappa is temporarily changed. It's a marketing thing about Black Ops. I saw people making a huge fit over that earlier today. But it is a temporary thing. They've done that before with some other emotes where like the latest game comes out and they flip the emote and all that. I honestly think that's fine. I honestly think Twitch should do more with the whole idea being like partnering up with various whatever to promote the product as a way of Twitch getting revenue from that promotion. But yeah, I definitely, obviously I like the old Kappa more. But yeah, no, the new one definitely does not hit the same. Kappa HD works fine. Yeah, we're getting the graveyard built, so food's fine for right now, or firewood's fine. We are working on this. You'd still say keep the old Kappa the way it is and add like a cap or something similar. If you want to do a partner thingy. And oh, like a different emote? Well, the problem is no one would use the other emote, so you wouldn't get the advertisers interested in. Like, that's the genuine reality is, would people actually use it? If the answer is anything but yes, it's kind of useless from the advertiser perspective. Versus, on the other hand, if they get you talking about it, then it's a whole different animal. Alright, so I want to get flax happening. So this field is going to be flax this season. Now, flax can handle just about any of the weather really effectively, but it does absolutely murder the fertility of the soil. So we're going to go ahead and do that. You can get rid of the second round. Ah, we have that there because of this. There we go. You're not heat tolerant. No, I mean, since black is a partnership thing, it'd be better to have cap HD, but with like a dude having a cap on his head with a black. Oh, yeah, no, I can see what you're talking about. Yeah, so we keep the old Kappa in a sense, but like add like a little hat or something onto it. Or, like, sunglasses with something on it. I could see that. It's going to be a little hard to do that in an emote, but that seems like there'd be at least something there to work with. Alright, so we're slowly getting our numbers up to be able to get things working. Yeah, it's always a tricky thing. And there's always a balance between doing stuff that, like, again, you can get marketing and advertiser revenue and yada yada. And then also, like, and there's a certain level of disruptiveness that is going to be almost inherent. That disruptiveness is kind of what the advertisers are paying for, that you have to pay attention. At the same time, if it's too disruptive and too whatever, that's bad. So it's where, like, when we're talking about, like, different, I wish I would have switched it. At the end of this season, we'll switch that. But, it's kind of one of those things that on the other end of it, if you push people away. Yeah, well, that's the thing. I think the reality is it's a fine line, but the problem is that line's not the same for everyone. So you're trying to aim for this line in the middle, but you got people in this whole range where this is too much, that's too much, all that kind of thing. Alright, so we've got our next attack. So we are going to immediately turn on these two towers. And as trying to put this off, I am going to go and give myself one troop. And we're also going to plan for the immediate future, because this is going to keep escalating. The defenses. Nope, that's not the way it should be turned. These ones are obviously not going to be done in time up here. but for the next go of it. That way, no matter which side they come from, we can deal. Alright, so with that, I have almost no spare laborers. But the idea here is we will get our defenses online. And you're going to go get your weapons and all that. One troop isn't going to do a thing. But the marketing did its job since we're talking about it. It did. So they did one successful marketing. You're missing a close-ranged weapon. Ah. I haven't used that many weapons. I think when we unassign them, those weapons are just going away. Which is a problem.
Your orders.
Okay, we got traveling merchant here. Okay, we're actually producing enough shoes. I can start telling them to keep in stock. So one of the things I'm trying to remember is if I can tell them to keep a certain number of shoes in stock. Keep in stock on. Let's try checking really fast before we get too far. So on our resources, on our shoes. So maximum quota 100, and then minimum quota would be 50. So I'm assuming that's the minimum there. We could set you to 20. Let's double check. Let's see. If the product limits are detected, villagers will produce this resource as long as the required materials are available. If production limits are enabled, villagers will halt/resume production depending on the min-max values. Ah, I see. Yeah, so basically they'll produce 100 and then they'll stop until it hits 50. That's fine. Actually, that's not fine. Go here. Oh, 100? Yeah, it's fine. Yeah, I was curious of if I could set them to do this a little differently. Alright, so we got the different directions. This is not going to be... a clean situation at all. No.
Your orders.
Make them come to us.
At the ready.
And I'm realizing, because that one tower is the only one up... You don't... What are you doing? You are
Your
retreating.
command.
I don't think you are.
Your orders. It
Alright, you're
will
gonna have
be
to try
done.
and time up for a minute. We're deliberately trying to draw them down to this tower.
It will be done. It will be done.
Okay. Let's deal with the archer in the back real fast.
It will be done. As you command.
All right, let's run back. No, don't do that.
As you command.
Draw them to where you can have a defensive position where at least you got some cover.
At the ready.
Okay, they're stealing stuff from our storehouse.
It will be done.
Okay. So they're going to destroy my storehouse, and that's going to be a lot of lost goods.
Right away.
So try and catch the ones making a run for it. So that way I think we can hopefully get them to drop. Come on. There you go.
It will be done.
So, we took some pretty bad damage there. We can go ahead and get the market square upgrade.
As you command.
Okay, we get everyone out. Okay, we'll do what we can for the rest. I don't think we took too many deaths. I think we lost one person over here, one of the hunters. They did break in. And we only got one making a run for it right now, so that's good news. That if we can catch this guy and kill him, it means the only stuff that'll happen is like the items got dropped. This also means you'll get some veterancy. Now, downsides, they don't have to reach the edge of the map. It's just that they get far enough away. All right, come on, you. Okay, and how are you doing down here? Okay, so I believe we got them. So retreat to the garrison. Alright, well, we got one villager's gonna die of rabies. Because back in these days, without the vaccine, rabies was a death sentence if you got it. You're just dead. So they did do some damage. They destroyed 2 of our buildings. 3 of our buildings, technically, we count the gate. They got that tower, they got that. They almost got our main building. It's not really my favorite, but it is what it is. We're running low on clothes. We are out of gold. Okay. That is not really what I was hoping for. Give me some cash. Alright. The soldier is unpaid. Well, the money's coming, man. Check's in the mail.
Your command?
Meanwhile, they got 2 points of veterancy. 2 traders? Yeah, you can have 2 traders there at the same time. We just don't have much that they want to buy. So how are we doing on the other side of that? We're doing okay so far as our labor options. Meanwhile, let's go ahead and for you, Toggle the building offline. We had a villager die from the rabies. Oh, no, that's not true. Ah, cholera. Yeah, the one of the rabies is still at large. Alright. Yeah, so they should get paid the next cycle. On the bright side, we did find a deep gold deposit for late game. A deep gold deposit is a nice trickle money always coming in. Yeah, and a bunch of my buildings shut down due to lack of money, unfortunately. Yeah, so that one's left to follow, that one's left to follow. Okay, so you don't need this much working on those. So let's clear that. Clear this. We can put beans in these two. That'll be one I'll have to deal with disease later. So peas, buckwheat, carrot. Ah. Yeah, I don't have something else I could fill in there that won't cause more problems. Guess just do another round of that. I probably need to go out of my way to get the, there is a thing that builds up resistance to disease under the tech tree. There might be something we need to invest in as well. This one over here that, this one here that reduces the, or increases the disease resistance. Meanwhile, the military stuff, we can get another point in the veterancy. Which, like I said, we got that one soldier, 2 full ranks of veterancy. We'll want to get more soldiers, but money's a problem. Okay, and food is doing okay for right now. We got our school online. We need this to get done. That's got to be a priority. Meanwhile, let's go to the work camp. Ah. It's fine. Just keep working at it. The stone's not happening fast enough. Now I'm going to have to adjust it. Alright, so stone, it's going to be 50-50 for a while. What do you mean no golden storage? I got 49 of it. Don't lie to my face. Got typhoid. So we also need to get more production online. We need to get those towers replaced. Alright, bear with me for just a moment, chat. I need to quickly use the restroom. Somebody do that really fast, I'll be right back. So thank you again for tuning in. I'll be back in just a moment. Okay, still don't know what's going on with the whole like clip reel being super duper duper like framey. I wonder if I could change that while I'm streaming. Alright, I apologize for the lack of sound. I'm just fixing one thing here. I believe it has to do with that. Alright, we won't do that right now. It says I have to reboot OBS. Basically, I think it's the fact that it's hardware accelerated in OBS is making it just slideshow. Because I remember running into that way in the past. Alright, so all in all, we got some problems. One, we're short on both stone and wood. Fair enough. We're dealing with that. Our food has settled. Our food is no longer an imminent disaster. I am trying to get it where... Okay, so flax is next season. So I go down here. And then this will be a flax season there. Because you take away how much? You take away 4? 5. So we can do here. That's probably the person who had... I say it's probably the person who had rabies. Okay, so we got a rotation here that should be good. They'll have a net positive and all that. We got another person with typhoid. Cool. Alright, so you'll have your round of flax. You'll have your round of flax. So next year when we get our harvest, we should be able to turn on production of clothing, which should give us a good income from clothing. We do have solid money coming in now. So everything should be going back to getting paid all right. I am going to go ahead... Let's actually check before we do that. I actually do have spare people. I am going to get a second soldier. We'll let them get all armed and all that. But we will want to get to the point where I am bringing stuff in to sell. And that once we start selling that stuff, that'll help a lot. Alright, so it's going to be a reduced thing. But yeah, so you'll notice the veterancy dropped to 1 star, and that's because we got one person who's 2 stars, basically, and one's 1. It'll average out. So as we increase it, it will kind of bring down the cumulative veterancy, and then we'll have to work it back up. One thing we can do to help this is once this guy gets his shield, we can start taking them out to go kill wolves and all that, and that will help them gain a little bit of veterancy here and there. Plus, we can knock out the wolf dens to make it a little bit safer for us to move around on the map. Yeah, so I got a lot of my laborers tied up on those fields. I probably should expand out some more housing-wise. Okay, and that'll be where that outer wall kind of goes. We got a building on fire. We do have a well nearby, though, so they should be able to handle that. Alright, so in the meantime, we need to get some of these more production lines to hopefully help out the situation. So, what I'm going to need here is we need the soap. So there's soap production. You already have the weaver. The candle shop would be another good one for down the road, but that's more of a luxury. Well, I mean, those luxury goods are things we could sell. This is one that they don't mind having in here, so let's go ahead and drop you right there. So we'll stop with that for new businesses and let stuff catch up. Oh, they did manage to save it. I was about to say, it's like, they are not actually keeping up. They did get it. It got much farther than I wanted to. Okay, so we got those. Decorations, let's not... Well, actually, decorations... Yeah, so you don't upgrade till 60. You need a little bit more to upgrade these. So let those get built. And we're honestly just waiting on stone now. But if we can get the building over here done to get soap production online, that should help where we're getting all these diseases back to back to back. We should be able to start containing some of that. And we're gonna need a lot more wood coming in. Yeah, we just got typhoid. It's just getting around one house after the other after the other. I want to say that's cleaning water. Uncleanliness. Yep. Uncleanliness. In other words, I need soup. Which is what we're working on. That's another project on the list. The next question is, do we get more bonuses? Oh, that's not what I'm looking for. If I go, it's under resources. Where's the apiary? Yeah, the more they overlap, the more it's penalized. Honestly, build an apiary in both those extremes as well. You never get typhoid. You're pretty clean. Do what you will. Yep. Yep. Oh, hey, one actually got better. Another thing is we do have a bunch of people who have died and haven't been buried, which is a real problem. Okay, so you don't have your shield. I thought we found multiple shields. But that's a big one. So what do we get? Like, I'm actually getting a lot of this in here. We got the crude weapons in there. The herbs we can keep in stock. They don't tend to buy the beans or anything like that. We'll want to buy more swords. You have the hide coats. I'm going to gradually go through all those so we run out. But yeah, they generally don't tend to buy food, the traders. Oh, and you're saying there's no more rocks in range. And more typhoid getting around. I'm trying to get soap production online. Normally I'm not as worried about trying to get our stuff done that we're usually in good shape. Let's go ahead and knock that down to just one person mining for clay. Can kind of free up more people. That way you got some clay coming in, but it's not really a priority to bring in a lot. We'll want to get the pottery going eventually because that's another source of income for us. That I can take the pottery and what we don't use, the surplus can get sold. Alright, so you're both doing fine for right now. Let's actually go over here.
Right away.
Okay, we're clearing out wolves. Now, danger here is there's always the risk of getting rabies fighting animals. But just wanted to circle around this mound real fast. Because we did see when we were choosing where to build our base that it marked that there was wolves over here. Just want to clear those out so as we expand, you don't have to worry about the wolves nearly as much. Okay. Okay, next round of wolves.
At once.
Alright. Did you get rabies? Yep, one of my soldiers is gonna die. Got rabies. Like I said, in the game, rabies 100% kills you.
At once.
Alright, so we got a bear. So we can do what we can with them. And I'm gonna get, get him back.
As you command.
And if we unequip him, he'll put his equipment away and we can give it to the next person. Yeah, so I believe what we need to do is, like, unassign him from being a soldier. And then when that happens, I think we'll get the shield and all that back.
At the ready.
Alright. So yeah, so once he's got the disease, he's done. Alright. So, you are dismissed. Now bring on a new one. Okay, yeah, so it did put that back because we didn't have the shield before. So that's good. So unfortunately that does mean we lost all of our veterancy for any real purpose. That the person who was super trained. Oh, and that's good. Cause he walked right down the road and then fell over dead. So we got him home just in time to get his gear off of him. Or no? Oh no, that's someone else who died over there in the field. Yeah, typhoid is rampaging through the town. And a lot of people are very sick. We also have pneumonia. So we're not in a good way right now with all the sick people dying. It's just what we've got until this soap production gets built. Once the soap production's built, we can get that all up and running. Oh, we took off from our sawmill. Didn't I take people off that? Get 2 more on it to get back up. Oh, actually, not worth it. I don't have the wood. Never mind. But yeah, if we get some soap, they'll start getting their hygiene sorted out and they'll stop getting typhoid. Well, I mean, they won't completely stop, but it'll massively reduce the frequency they get typhoid. Okay. Yeah, so I could leave all that unlevel. Oh, actually, we have a deep stone pit over there. So I actually have infinite stone for late game as well, really close by. That's actually not bad. I've got multiple gold areas to go and hit. Is that 2 deep gold? Yeah, we got 2 deep gold deposits. Yeah, so late game, if we can get there, we have really good resources nearby for late game. But we gotta survive that long. We can't exploit any of that for a while. The work camp, can I put more people on it? No, that's fine. Okay, more people dying. That's not helping anything. Alright. So meanwhile, you are going to grow flax this year, which is overdue. Okay. So we got our taxes, which gave us a tiny little bit of money. We've almost got enough stone to get the graveyard, so at least we can start getting all these bodies picked up. Oh, and we got a stretcher demon, all that. I can get that. Okay, so we're out of planks, we're out of stone, we're almost out of wood. Just need more people getting more stuff. I need to pour myself more. Oh, thanks, Allison. That's incredibly generous of you. 1,000 biddies. Thank you so much. That is very, very, very generous. I really, really do appreciate it. Let's see, what's been the most successful Banished-esque survival city builder so far? I mean, if we're not counting Banished itself. If you're trying to stick, like, strictly with, like, the Banished formula, this might be it here on Farthest Frontier. There's not been too many who have gone to, like, trying to specifically do, like, the Banished style. There's been a bunch that have done, like, twists on Banished. Frostpunk, well, I would see... Yes, for Survival City Builder, I would agree that Frostpunk was far more successful as a product than Banished. But I would definitely say, for me, I wouldn't consider that like a Banished-style Survival City Builder. It's definitely a Survival City Builder. But, like, this style of City Builder here, there's only been a handful that have even come out. But yeah, no, very much Frostpunk is very, very good. I will say it's a bit of a different animal. But yeah, no, because I mean, for the list of like Banished-esque ones, there's Banished, there's Farthest Frontier. There was like 2 or 3 others that really never kind of picked up. Like they got produced, but they're always like kind of out in the fringes. Frostpunk was stressful? Yes. SimCity style is hard to get right? Yeah, no, we actually had that conversation earlier about, like, the Sim-style games and how, like, it's been a bummer that City Skylines 2 is, you know, kind of in the state it is. That seemed like they wanted to expand their economy and kind of just borked what they already had working, trying to figure it out. Would you show up wanting other things? I got stuff I can sell if you'd show up wanting them. And I know they pop up, like, I know honey doesn't pop up for wanting to be purchased very often. Okay, so we've almost got the soap online, so we get ahead of this typhoid. And we're getting close to getting our graveyard built so I can bury the bodies. of the typhoid victims. Okay, we definitely have enough planks to actually build the building, luckily. So we're getting there. We're also working on making this place nicer so we can get the nicer houses that we have higher taxes on and yada yada. Okay, we got new research done. So we could do this to get our crops some disease resistance. I'm not ready for animal husbandry. We need way more money than that. We can increase compost production. Oh, we can increase the honey and wax production. I don't think that's that important for our purposes. We have the healer stuff. So we can reduce the risk of spread of disease. That's certainly one thing. I want to go with the military veterancy. We are playing on Vanquisher difficulty. So it is one of those things I really do need to make sure I keep up with the military side of things. Or we will be overrun. But we're kind of struggling on the logistics side of things right now. This will be our first round of flax, and once we have that, we can start getting clothing being produced. And that should be a good source of income. You have turnip leaf sprout. Okay. So turnip leaf sprout, let's cancel that out of there. That is a tricky one. I think for right now I just cancel that entirely. We just leave it alone. Okay, so you got you here. So you're not going to buy anything I'm willing to part with. Like, both of them are just like, I want planks, I want shoes, I want baskets. We're not getting any of them to be like, I want honey, or I want, you know, other tools and all that. And I do need the money off of them, but it's okay for now. Okay, we need way more people. So they could stop dying for a minute. Okay, so the good news is we are now making soap. Oh, you know what? I bet you had that set wrong. Oh no, that'd be fine. Because it goes to 200, and then it stops production until it gets down to 100, and then it resumes production. Yeah, that's fine. We are having our people get educated, which will improve their ability to get things done faster, which is lovely. You're getting the stuff up here to get the other apiaries going, so we got more honey coming in. And then eventually we do have... Did we get the candle? Yeah, we got the candle person made. So we're going to get that happening. And that'll be another thing that once I get enough of it, we'll start trying to export the candles too. At least every once in a while they'll come by for a candle. We should definitely try and get gold. Well, actually, these are both deep. Well, actually, there's another gold spot right over here somewhere. Yeah, we've got that gold deposit up there. There's a third gold deposit here. So I got one up here. There's supposedly one down here somewhere I'm not really seeing. It's supposed to be like right here near the bottom of the screen. Okay. We also have lots of willow over here. So if you get a foraging person over here, we can get baskets in production. And while, again, they're not big money, it's at least another thing I could do as a little bit of an extra income. So that might be with considering putting like another foraging person over here and then sending them to collect all this stuff. Because that'll also give me herbs and whatnot. I think I'll do that. So food production. You know, get this. We can probably also go and put another hunter over here. But yeah, that'll let me go ahead and chuck over more hunting over there and to get more herbs and all that coming in. So when they do show up for sale, we can go ahead and get it. And you're still doing your thing just fine. Okay, have you harvested the flax? You are actively harvesting the flax. Okay, so we're going to unpause the weaver. Because having the weaver now means we're going to be getting clothes in, which I both need for my people and all that. Now, the big problem I have is I can't really work with this. I need more laborers. I'm going to let you finish your harvesting.
Hello there.
And then we're done with the flax. I'm going to reduce your workforce by 1 as well. And once we go that low, we start having that. And our tools are starting to break. So I'm going to have to trade for tools. Otherwise, we take a massive penalty on how effective we are in getting stuff done. And I'm nowhere near ready to get the blacksmithy up and running. We'll need to trade our way to victory on that one. Okay, so with that, reduce the workforce here by 1. So it gives us at least 2 laborers running around, which is nowhere near adequate. Meanwhile, you go over there and start collecting all that junk. Like, I've got plenty of space here. We can get people to immigrate. I can't imagine what their problem is. Our streets are just strewn with corpses from typhoid outbreak. They should just consider that motivated sellers for real estate. Lots of vacancies. Prime real estate market right there. Get in while the houses costs are way down from, you know, the mass death event. It wasn't actually that mass death, but we did take some losses. Okay, and with that, we got our graveyard online. Meanwhile, let's take you. There's hunting over here. So we got 3 hunting circles. So you're pointed up here. No, you're not. You're not pointed up there. Alright. So graveyard's done. We got 2 decorations queued up, 3 towers, and 2 apiaries that are waiting on stone. And we check in our workers. I've got 2 laborers to spare right now. So I just need to not queue up any new jobs until that's sorted. Because I got room for 20 more people, and I just need them to, happen. Okay, so we gained more knowledge. So no more military there. We can go for stone battlements, which would be good if we can get the stone to happen. And that might open it where we can get our arrow loops. I'll get the stone battlements. Now the catch is I can't do much with that until we get more stone. And once we start that, it's a lot of stone. But it is one of those things that once we get that sorted, we will be able to like really, really boost up the defense. And honestly, with having these towers kind of overlooking a lot of the town, they're going to mostly go after our storage buildings, which are all internal here. So there's a pretty good chance we will be able to just use the towers to just blast anything out in the outskirts, because the things they're going to target are going to be farther inside. Okay, so we're getting the weeds knocked down still, which is good. We're handling that just fine. Okay, so this one has stem rot from the beans, which is a problem. So it's bean, peas, and buckwheat are all a problem. We're going to go get you sorted out here real fast. Just clean this whole thing out. So we'll go back to turnip, this process, turnip, this. So that way you're producing. You have no diseases going on, have a nice day. And you have no diseases going on, have a nice day. Alright. So we're getting the stone. I'm not sure where it's going right now. It's going into something, but I haven't noticed any of the count. Well, I mean, it might be this tower up here. Might be actually where that stone's going, and I just overlooked it. Because I think this was 15, we got 9 stones, so that's fair. Yeah, so I also need to buy a shield for them and another shield for another person. It'd also be good to get another hauberk. Ultimately, we want to be able to make our own, but that's going to take us a little bit of work. I do happen to have iron right here, and it's far enough away it shouldn't penalize the residential, but close enough it shouldn't be like a huge ordeal to get over there. So we get our iron production going on. That's when it'd probably get a blacksmith and that kind of stuff over in this area. Get that pulled into the defensive line. Right. So if we're going to do that, what's going to have happen is I'll have to get mining, forging, blacksmithing, arms production, all of that's going to have to happen. That's going to be a little bit of work. I think for right now, we'll probably go to arrow loops next. And then we'll probably go over for the mining and all that. Because until I get the whole setup, it doesn't do me much good. It'll need a lot of extra jobs to be able to do that as well. Could bump the speed up a hair. What do you need to upgrade? 20 upgraded houses and people. So basically, we just need to continue to improve stuff. That's literally what these two are, is to get a couple more upgraded houses. Once that's done, I'll move up to doing this block. Once that's done, you get the idea. We just keep moving along. Each of those houses upgraded will give me a little bit more capacity for people and are the upgrades we need in the first place. Okay, so we got our woodcutters back to work. Deep coal deposit. Man, we have a lot of deep deposits nearby. All of those are late game, which is really good. But my phase of the game, it's just being tempted with things I can't have. One of the other things I could probably do is over here we can get ourselves set up with the arborist and get some of that up there. That's some low effort food. I have no laborers at all. This comment reminds you of the Age of Empire style games, seeing all the nodes around? Yeah. What can I spare to get that better? So Smokehouse doesn't have enough meat. Alright, so the Tanner, let's reduce that by 1. I haven't been able to keep enough of that coming in. You are shut down for right now. And then the Smokehouse has 1 person. Does that give me 1 labor? No, we got 4. Okay, we got a couple of new people immigrated. That's nice. That helps a little bit. We do really want both of those to be at 4 to make sure we actually get our crops out of it. Okay. So on all, things are stabilizing. We do just need to keep having people come in. All right. The graveyard on the hill is messing with your OCD. Yep. It do be what it is. Eventually I'll need to level this out so I can get better access to that, the deep iron deposit. I'll need to flatten that enough to put a deep mine on there. Yeah, there's no reducing the number of people and having that still function. And for those who don't know, Allison Adventures, another fantastic content creator, plays a lot of different games that... You're not attacking me. Plays a lot of excellent games and whatnot, but recently been doing some Terraria, as was doing some Necess before that. And what are you gonna do? You don't have arrows, go home. Graves get the high ground? Yup. It's a decent number of graves in there already. Yeah, so you were hunting, but he ran out of arrows. I was going after a boar. What are you waiting on? You need pelts. That's what it is. You're just hoping, one moment.
Hello there?
Okay, we got another wolf killed. Came from over there. Let's go see if we got another wolf den up that way. Go hunting that. Yeah, when the trade caravans come through, we gotta trade some stuff here. Get ourselves some more tools. Eventually, we'll be able to make our own stuff. Why are you going out without arrows? What is going on here? You got 72 arrows in storage. Oh, you know what? You're probably producing all the arrows, but they're not actually getting to storage because we don't have enough laborers. Is that a wolf I saw, or was that a deer I saw? Might have just been a deer. Just doing a quick little survey of the area. Just trying to see if there's another wolf den over here that needs to be dealt with. There is.
It will be done.
All right. And then once that's destroyed, we'll have them go back. All right, and head on home. Just making sure we don't like run into a bandit camp or whatever in that little gap. Oh, there is a second wolf den over here.
At once.
Okay. All right, one of them got rabies. It is what it is.
As you command.
Yep. And with that, we'll have 2 of those wolf dens done. So from here, retreat back home. Because then we gotta get you unassigned from that kind of stuff. Because you're gonna die of rabies. Okay, so we actually have someone who wants herbs. They are paying over market value. Herbs are not worth much. But it is money. They're also willing to buy my honey at market value, and I got a lot of honey. Oh, I'm sorry, they are buying it over market value. That's even better. Unfortunately, they're buying tools, not selling tools. But that does mean I've got cash for when they do show up with tools I can get. And they're mostly just selling food and clothes, and that doesn't... I'm fine there. So once we get our group back, I'm going to go right here and say, hey, sir, or ma'am, actually, my apologies, you got the rabies. That means you're out. You're new. I said you're out. Okay. I don't love to see that at all. Staff the towers that we have built. Sign who you can here. Basically, we got another raid on the way. And unfortunately, they are coming from the direction where we don't have any real defenses because they got broken. We haven't had a chance to fix them. You're not selling weapons or anything, are you? Of course not. That'd be too easy. I will sell you more of my herbs, though. Yep, so I do have multiple groups moving in from the south. The chances we get either of those towers up in time is pretty negligible. It'd be great if we do, because I think they're just going to hammer on those southern defenses, and they're just going to buckle because I have nothing to deal with them while they're at it. Alright, here they come. Yeah, no, rabies is a bad time. Alright, so grab you. Get you in a position to try and help as best you can. Who are you going? No, you're going for the wall. I was like, oh, are you going to go up and try and go for the gate? Because if they go to the gate, that'd be amazing. Alright, so what we're going to try and do, this probably isn't going to work well, is I'm going to have my troops circle around and see if I can't peel some of them off and pick them off while they're fighting their way through this wall. Unfortunately, it is one of those things that I can't really... Oh good, they are smart enough to just try and run to get help. Yeah, so they're just going to smash through that wall. Like I said, my hope is I can peel a couple of them off and fight them like 1-on-2 or drag them back here with my troops a couple times. Oh, well that sucks. That sucks really bad, actually.
At once.
Come on. Take the bait. Don't make me go on top of you. Okay. We're taking the bait.
It will be done.
So you two fight them. Okay, we're doing our best to hold this down. Okay, the good news is they have moved on to hitting the tower. They're doing our best to just keep the fight going. Now, our people with actual armor will hold up way better than theirs.
Right away.
Okay, they've broken in. And doing the best we can to peel this side off. Okay, so they're no longer attacking that wall. They're looking like they're going around. Oh, they found a hole through the defense. So I'm going to kill this one. Meanwhile, get everyone garrisoned. You get over to this tower. They're going back over my trading depot, which does have a bunch of money into it, and that guy's there. Which sucks. I can't do anything about it right now. So they stole a bunch of cash. They're making a run for it.
Right away.
I'm going to try to have my troops here run to catch them. Oh, there's another group? Come on, man. Give me a break. So they think they're too far away to catch, but they might be able to catch those three.
As you command.
Yeah, those ones are gone, but I could probably catch these three and maybe knock them down. Come on, you can do this. The others are getting piecemealed by what we got left.
As you command.
Okay, to get next one. Yeah, so those two got away. Alright. So 2 buildings were destroyed. So I need to rebuild that. And that. I don't know if they managed to kill anybody.
Right away.
But they did trash a lot of buildings.
It will be done.
You can let the people back out.
At once.
They did steal some gold. We did stop some of them. I lost crops to rot because we had to bring everyone back in while the fields needed tending. Meanwhile, we got about not quite 2 stars. Okay, so you can get back. Alright, so that went pretty well as far as the holding things up. They did get a lot of more out of this trade area than I really wanted to. This needs to be walled in. It's just unfortunately we didn't get these towers rebuilt in time. So we just didn't have the people where they needed to be to hold things down. If we would have had those towers all up and running, we probably would have been able to piecemeal them way better, because I would have been able to kill these ones down here and then get my foot soldiers dealing with that pack over there. So they couldn't have broken through the gate as readily. That's okay. So how are we doing? We got 1 laborer, and everything else is tied up. We're still just waiting for more people. Right. And you have flax rust. Well, we only have one rotation of flax per time, so that's okay. Okay, and there's no diseases going on with any of these fields. And you are fine here. And thanks, Ziasalt. I do appreciate the 40 stream streak. I really do appreciate that. Means like a lot. Oh, you're still here. Okay, so you're still here. We don't have stuff you want. You do have tools though, and I do need tools. So, except they stole all our gold. Like literally, they stole all of the gold out of there, every last bit of it. That sucks. So I definitely want to move a vault in here. I believe... Yeah, the vault requires iron. I know I have some iron. That we looted from boxes? At least I thought we had iron. Guess not. It's fine. I will accept your people, because I desperately need them. And would you look at that, we actually have enough laborers now. Alright, so let's get everything back up and running. So, 1 more, disable the building. You know, get that our tower going. And then we need to get the next processes set up. We're going to need to find a good way to get a lot more stone. How's the work camp doing, by the way? Looks like there's still some mature tree and stone in there. Yeah, so I got the one tower down in the bottom right corner to finish rebuilding. We got the one tower on the top left to get done. We definitely need to start working and getting weapon production online. Because I'm just not getting the opportunity to buy tools and all that nearly fast enough, which is hurting a lot. But with having the iron mine right there, I potentially grab the iron mine. I think we have coal over here somewhere. Yeah, I've got... Oh, that's a deep coal deposit. Well, that's nice for later. That doesn't help me right now. So it looks like we'll be making charcoal, which is a little rough with the amount of trees I have to put into it. But we can do those potentially to get ourselves online so far as getting our smithy set up. Alright, we could start getting some of that going. So this will be the charcoal. Yeah, I'll be fine. So that'll be the charcoal, which is more stone. Yeah, and then for like the blacksmith, the foundry, the forgery, and all those will be more. We've got the weaver, we got the candle shop. I'm pretty sure we have the pottery. Or we don't. It's looking like we actually don't have a pottery. It doesn't impact desirability, but that's fine. I'm going to just shove it up here. I'm going to go here and go to the storage buildings. And put a storage building up there too. Alright, so I've already queued up a whole bunch more things that need stone that I don't have. So we will just not worry about that for a while. With that, that should give us more room for income. What are you? Oh, it's another iron deposit down there. Because yeah, we'll get that stone slowly moving. We'll need to start getting into the ability to produce our own equipment. The trade isn't going nearly fast enough. It's fast enough to keep my people like hired and all that, but it's not going fast enough in everything else. And you're both garrisoned here. We'll need to get more troops soon. And we're already still low on laborers. Okay, so I'm going to have to build more houses. That's more wood I don't really have to spare. I probably just need to set up a second work camp. Trying to avoid it, but I think just in genuine reality, I'm going to need it because I'm going to have so much stone and all that. I'm going to have to apply to everything. But then that's another for workers that need to be allocated. And I'm also looking, and we're very quickly peeling down. I got like a decent amount of forest up here and over there. I got some up here, but we're peeling down the forests around ourselves pretty quickly. Okay, so you're all mining stone. What's it take to make a work camp? As much as I shouldn't do this. Just wood. It's not bad. If it's just wood, I will go ahead and plunk it over here. And we'll just deal with the fact that I'm going to need way more people to keep things moving. It won't be too long before I need more food as I look right now and immediately see that the food is bottomed out again. Please tell me if something's about... Okay, that's about to harvest. Oh, you got that. Turn that off. Yeah, so you got 2 of those fields are getting their harvest. They're not that much, but that should help out a bit. I'm probably just gonna have to get more farms going, which means more workers. Means more problems. Alright. So I could easily put another farm or 2 down here. That's going to be a lot more workers that I'm not ready to put into that, though. An arborist would be good probably up in this area where it's all hilly. Let's see what it'd take to get the arborist up line. So... as much as I don't want to do this... we got that. Let's start working and trying to level that out at least enough I can get the arborist building going. Actually, we don't need to do it this way. So cancel that. Cancel this. All I need to do... that should be big enough for the arborist building. Because then I can just plunk the trees down anywhere. If we have to smooth out more, that's fine. Building's on fire. It's literally right next to a well, so that's perfect. Okay, so we can get the arborist online. It'll take a while before that starts producing any food for us. But it's one of those ones that it's, you know, very low number of people needed to support it. Alright, so let's check this. And I did it that way, and I'm realizing I want it this way. Have you tried gaslighting the fire? What? I'm gonna make it a bit bigger, because I want to actually turn the arborist. You're not even that hot. I guess you're destructive. Just be super passive-aggressive about it. Yeah, so we're gonna go ahead and try and get this just enough that I can get the arborist here. This will be another wall with another gate up this way. And I'll just have the arborist just take over a chunk of this hill. And then same deal, I'll probably go along here. Close that off. Whereas I feel like the graveyard and the arborist don't really need to be in the defensive perimeter in any real capacity. And how are we doing on our flax? I've got 873 flax. You take flax in. Work rate 56%. I can put more people in there and have more clothing happening if I can get the spare people. Alright, so let's try this again. Arborist. Cool. And then what we'll be able to do is center the circle up here, and we'll just start putting all the trees up there. Okay. Yeah, so we'll have this all set up soon. We're definitely going to need to start moving towards getting ourselves more military units and less on the towers. The towers are good, because they can just pepper shots the whole time. I do think, don't you have like an arrow supply? Or maybe you don't. It's always hard to remember. And then your upgrade requires the loops, which we don't have the tech for. And I don't think we can get the tech for that until this upgrades again. Hey, Macdivine, how's it going? Yeah, so we got all that stuff queued up. It'll be ready. Okay, so we got the second work camp. And I know I'm going to regret doing that, but that's fine. For right now, I'm going to put you... Where do I want to have you hidden? Put you mining that spot. So we got one work camp up here. They're currently working on this area. We can actually probably move that soon. Yeah, they're working that area. And that should pick up the rate we're getting the wood and the stone. It's definitely going to eat a lot of our laborers, unfortunately. But that should help pick up the wood production and the stone production so we can continue building our stuff out. And then we need to get back to trying to upgrade our houses to increase our income. And it looks like I have enough income for another soldier. So let's get that. And I'm genuinely going to need to buy or either buy weapons from the traders or get to the point where we can manufacture them, because I need weapons, I need shields, I need lots of things. Actually, now that I think about it, we still have the crude weapons in here. I don't know if those will work for our people, but they're not asking for them on trade, so I'm just going to go ahead and kick them over. Yeah, so he'll be able to take a crude weapon. Or her. She'll be able to. So at least be something. Yeah, so that does work. Okay, we got one of our houses upgrading here, which is good to see. And you're upgraded. You're right on that fence. When this gets built, you should be able to upgrade too. So slowly we're going to get all those houses upgraded. Which is good because it gives room for extra people. The villager is unhappy. Oh, I see why. They're making you eat your vegetables. I understand you, small child. Small child is like, they're making me eat boiled carrots. Don't they understand? At a minimum, you should saute them. Maybe grill them. Maybe fry them. But you certainly should not boil them. That's how you take carrots and you make them into sadness. Could I convince you instead to do a stew? Just be glad they're not steamed. Honestly, between boil and steamed, I'm pretty much practically in the same. Like, to me, neither one of those do I find particularly more or less offensive. They're both just kind of like, oh, you made these carrots into mush. But, like, not mush mush. They're just kind of masquerading as sort of mush. Alright. That needing stone for those decorations hurts. But hopefully between getting the extra workforce, we'll get things in good order. Let's see, steamed broccoli stinks. And you can't figure out why. Oh, you mean smells? Yeah, no, I can see that. Generally, like, boiled and steamed vegetables are usually pretty sad. The parboiled can do wonders for a pan fry. That's the most... Okay, well, I mean, if you're going to follow it up with frying, that's a different story. My comment is more like it's just a thing for the longest time that you'd have, you know, parents and whatnot, that they would just boil their vegetables and then be like, why don't the kids like it? And it's like, because you boiled it. And then you stopped there. And you kind of went good enough. And boiled vegetables are really, really sad. Like, if you're doing more with it and boiling is just a step in the process, fair enough. So what we're doing right now is I'm just going through here and having them plant a full orchard. We were not really going to get much produce out of this for like a year or so. That is just how it be. But it is one of those things, it only takes 1 or 2 people to operate it. It gives you fruit. And you understand some of these are technically going to fall outside the circle, but... So you are not going to tell me what I planted there. So it was 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1. Alright, so you're here. Yeah, these will definitely be solidly up, but I don't care. Okay, let's adjust that circle just a little bit. There. And thank you, Ron Gore, for the 110 stream streak. I really do appreciate that. It means a heck of a lot. Let's see, your mother didn't only boil them, but also way too long. Oh, yeah. No, I was fortunate that I know we got boiled vegetables once in a while, but it wasn't a super common thing. But, like, it definitely happened. I definitely remember, like, every time it came up, it was just like, oh, okay. Alright, so we generated knowledge. Alright, so let's consider. I can't go up this way. Oh, we do want the arrow loops, though. So, I'm torn. The arrow loops will give me a direct upgrade to make my watchtowers way better. And it's definitely worth considering. At the same time, I really need to start getting the, like, to get the blacksmith, I gotta get 1, 2, 3, at least 3 technologies going. So there's a pretty big delay between me starting to pursue it and getting there. I wish I could see, well, actually, we can see. What does it cost for me to upgrade the watchtower? Dear goodness, no. Okay. We are not doing the better watchtower yet. That crap is expensive. Alright, Darkstar has 140 stream streak. Thank you so much for the 140 stream streak. I really do appreciate that. But yeah, no, it's like, when it's been boiled to the point of almost congealing, that's deeply upsetting. That is super deeply upsetting. Alright, so let's go up here. Need to level out a little spot up there. And now we can put ourselves an iron mine up there. And at least that will be our iron. We're not super worried about getting that online anytime soon. just because I will run into problems actually doing stuff with the iron, but that's okay. We're getting all our trees planted. I don't really need a second person on that. Okay, so we still only have 5 spare people. We're just waiting on kids to grow up, people to immigrate, that kind of thing. We've got the room. We got over 20 available housing. And I'm trying to avoid the temptation to just keep building more. Because there's a juggle here. The decoration. The other decorations that give beauty... That's not what I wanted. The other decorations that give beauty... Yes, they all take stone, which is a balanced decision. So even though I'd be like, should that take stone? But at the same time, it is just one of those things. Put those 2 down there and we'll let them sit. Alright, buddy. So what can I do for you today? You do have tools, and I do need tools. You're willing to buy soap, and I'm willing to provide soap. Let's get some soap moved over here. I mean, you're buying it below market value, which is not super exciting. But you're also selling tools at below market value. So I can put up with it. Tell you also to bring some shoes over because you're at least buying those at over market value. I don't have spares too much though. Now, it was boiled in a slow cooker with some onions. Well, I mean, yeah. At that point, that's a stew. Totally different animal. Like vegetables that are made into a stew is a different animal than saying I boiled a vegetable. Even though the cooking process of cooking that vegetable was technically boiling, you would call it a stew. You wouldn't like pick out the carrots and then put them on someone's plate just so they could still have that. And even that would still be better because at least it was boiled in like what was effectively glorified like beef broth or something like that. So just waiting for them to get that in stock so I could try and trade that away and then hopefully snag some tools here. Because we are breaking all our tools and I don't have replacements nor can make them. Okay. Alright, so there's the soap. So we got ourselves a little bit of money. And that's enough I can get a couple of tools. Oh, you're not selling, you're buying them. That's still fine. We won't sell them more there. And then you are getting shoes. Let's let that run. Actually, let's see. I'll even replace stew mix with homemade gravy, and that'd be better. Well, yeah, and like I said, at that point you're doing something. You're doing something of interest with your food. Like I said, that's kind of a different animal. All right, cool. So with this, we're going to tell them to keep this in stock. So, with that staying in stock, we'll go ahead and we'll say keep 10 in stock of those. I'm not going to bother selling clay. We're going to be using that a lot. You're once again buying tools and not selling them, which doesn't help me. You're mostly buying and selling. You're basically selling like mostly food and animals and buying tools and clothes. I mean, actually, you're buying clay at well above market value, which is fine. So let that sit for a minute. And you do not have any more stone in range. So it should take care of that in a moment. All right. And Darth increasing the cost of winning Twitch, making sure people don't get to win. That's just what Darth does. New villager born. Yeah, they're stocking. It's just taking time. Yeah, I wanna start getting the stone walls up there, but man, I've got to get stone production up. And I'm pretty sure deep mining is very far up here. We have travel wheel. Yeah, deep mines is like super late game tech. Now, reaching this technology requires tier 4 town or 42 knowledge invested. Prerequisites quarry. The quarry will give us their stone, but the issue is the only. Oh, that's right. I think if I remember, you get applied onto deep stone, versus the deep mine is a different thing. Yeah, so we can get a quarry built there and just have it sending stone as hard as possible. Okay, so this is going to get composted this year. So that'll be good. Food is doing fine. Let's check on you really fast. Okay, so we did not get the stuff we need in. It's fine, we'll get there. Yeah, I understand pushing buttons and wanting to see what they do. Also, one of those things to be careful about is pushing buttons to see what they do. Some buttons you push them, and once they're pushed, they cannot be unpushed. And there's a whole lot to go into all that. We get as far that way as we can. But then we'll get our iron mine up there. Let's see here. All that stuff's fine. I'm fine having way more food than I can store. There's that one over there. Then this one over here. The button was labeled "Do not push ever." Do they really expect someone not to push it? Oh yeah, I mean, that kind of stuff happens. You just get too much curiosity, too much temptation. Mushroom cluster. Got sumac way over there, hazelnuts. Yeah, a lot of ore once we can get our stuff going there. Oh, actually, we did get our money. Give me some more cash. Which I'm going to immediately transfer to the vault. Because I noticed our money was basically gone. Okay, so you still haven't built that tower. None of the rest of the stuff costs money. The only thing that cost money was these pathway here, and we've already upgraded those. So that's still at shelter, needing more appearance. That one already upgraded. We'll need pottery. Is there like... Go help that person. Oh, I see what's happening. Got the soldiers here.
Right away.
And you start running.
Okay then.
Come on, just a little bit farther and you get to safety. Oh, it's gonna be close.
Your orders.
Okay, you all
At
stay on him.
once.
Let the hunter and them stay on him. Alright, the others just didn't disengage. It's fine, whatever. Because I want to try and get rid of the bear. So my hope here is if the bear turns at any point, we'll finish the job. Oh no, a villager was stuck with a bee sting.
What is it?
On the rare occasion, a bee sting can cause a villager to have an allergic reaction and go into shock. They may recover on their own, but treatment for the healer will greatly improve their chance. Oh, she's allergic to bees. Alright, yeah, that's fair. I was like, a bee sting is like, oh, so we're just gonna, you know, be a little bit sad. Nah, it's, you know, having a legitimate allergy with bee sting, that's fair. That's actually kind of dangerous. Oh, and as for you, disable that tower. So we got all our towers replaced. We turned them off while they're not needed. Because yeah, like I said, it did look like they don't seem to get a veterancy status, which I think they honestly should. Bee sting in this economy will be nice knowing you. Yep, nope, no recovering. We'll never financially recover from a bee sting. It's the end. Alright, so we got the charcoal kiln going. Working on the iron mine. How are we doing on laborers? Not good. Objectively bad. And I'm gonna need to build more houses. And so we'll need to go up here.
Hmm?
Need something?
Okay, so we got the wolf. There are no more wolf dens anywhere nearby, so that's a bummer. Oh, hey, wait a second. So yeah, this group, quickly go check to see if that chest has anyone covering it. And if not, we're gonna go snag goodies out of it. Yeah, so I'm gonna have to level that ground to get more houses in there. Then we start walling off this area. Okay, so 10 more planks gets me the mine. 23 more stone gets that. Oh, and you are out of stone nearby. Yeah, there's some big stones up there. Alright. Because then we can let them slowly pull the ore up. Then pretty soon I need to start getting the next set of walls down. And it'll be a matter of putting up some kind of defense at those walls as well. Meanwhile, I can also go down here from you to you. Go from here. Okay, so this one, go ahead and cancel this one, actually. Alright, so we're in the woods, kill more wolves. So we run the risk of rabies yet again. Okay. Can send some people to salvage that. Just gonna take a little detour over here. Just check the surrounding area around this spot just a little bit in case there's another wolf camp. Or again, raiders or anything like that. Looks like we got another pretty steep hill up here. Okay. Alright, so we got another wolf den.
It will be done.
Okay. And like I said, we're going to try and get ourselves up from there. Because the good news is as we clear out these wolf dens, once they're gone, they're gone. There's so much iron. I'm using some of the other maps I've played over the years where it's just like there's something like iron you just cannot find. I have like your 2 iron nodes in the map you'll just be like desperately clawing at. Alright, let's get you out of here. Okay, so cool. So we got that. We have some salvage we can grab down here. That'll be good. Just found a ton more iron that I'm nowhere near ready to exploit. And unfortunately, those are the deep gold mines. This is a regular gold mine. Or rock and roll. Because we got this one. Yeah, man, there's like so many deep gold mines. I think they changed the world generation since I last played. Because, like, the sheer volume of, like, gold and iron and all this I'm finding, which I can't exploit it because it's all deep stuff for later. It almost is like they realized by late game you start getting sad of not being able to get a hold of the materials you need as you exhaust stuff. So they did a better job of giving you late game materials, but maybe a little bit leaner on the early game. Meanwhile, we go to you. Don't worry about trees. I got people for that. You find yourself with nothing. Fine. Okay. All right. Sorry, I was distracted by something. Okay, so we're getting these other houses online. So they have more places for people to stay. Looks like they smoothed this out. Maybe it'll be enough to plunk down 2 more houses this way. Yep. Alright, so after those 2 houses, I want to get this area enclosed. Because I worry if I don't start working on that, I'll just keep growing and growing and growing. and then we'll be in trouble. And I'd really, really love to flip things over to getting the stone walls up, but we're just starving on the stone. I'm also noticing that the firewood is not doing great, but we're at that about roughly 100. That is our cutoff for a bunch of that. How are we doing on the flax, by the way? Because I have a feeling, yeah, flax is still at like 800. And I don't have spare laborers. If I can get some spare laborers, we can, you know, turn up the amount of clothes we're producing. And that would be good, but we're just struggling on laborers, just across the board. And that's not going to get done until we have spare laborers as well. And not having your laborers will actually stall out so much going on in your settlement. Okay. So you're getting fertilizer. You're doing fine. You've got a little bit of that, which affects carrots, bees, and peas. That's peas. That's all fine. That's all fine. This one will probably get a disease in not too long. Could honestly fit in another round of beans there to keep our food up. Yeah, these seem like they're all in good shape. We're keeping a lot of flax in stock, so we should be able to get that better. But yeah, so we do have another market here, keeping everything up and running. Predators are attacking. It's another bear. Okay, so you go after the bear. And we'll get all the civilians to get them to run inside. Get in the walls, get in the walls. Okay, so pile up on the bear real fast.
Yes.
Oh, the others are pushing her and she's just gonna die. Oh no, it switched targets.
Right away.
Do I have a hunter nearby? Where's the hunter?
Need something?
You're nowhere nearby. Yeah, so when the soldiers get over there, they can pick up the chase.
It will be done.
Oh, they're actually catching it. As they should be able to finish it off. But I gotta keep line of sight on it. Yeah, they're getting the occasional SWAT in on it. Now, it's a bit of a waste to have people chasing them. Oh.
Aye? Work to be done?
I was trying to see if I could tell them to go home. There you go. And the troops aren't that far behind.
Hello there.
Okay, some of them are starting to get too cold.
Hmm?
That they're at risk of frostbite.
What is it?
The rest of them can keep up the chase, but those ones got to get out of here. Okay, so they did manage to kill the bear. I'm going to do a quick little look around since we're already out here. We might end up having one or two of those people get frostbite because I chased the bear so long. Part of the reason I wanted to go after the bears is they will continue to like come in, attack your people, go back out, and to keep repeating that process until you eventually do, you know, catch and kill it. And they do come back every so often. But it is just one of those things that you really want to take the time to take care of them when you can. Alright. I'm honestly surprised I haven't run into any of the raider camps. All the other ones we've done, I'd run into the raider camps usually not very far from town. Like, it'd be, like, out this distance. And it could be I just happened to go out the one direction that they aren't at, but I'm a little surprised. Like I said, it feels like something happened with the world gen that's a little bit different. Oh, we do have an excavation site. I can't do anything with it yet, but I want to get over here at least enough to just check to make sure it's not like a raider camp like looking over it. So if later on when we get our temple, I don't have to send my people to stand like directly under a raider thing only to, you know, lose a bunch of people. Alright, I think that's good enough. Get on home. Okay. We got 5 spare laborers. Just keeping an eye that they don't run into a pack of wolves or something. You know, it's weird. We haven't seen any raiders. We're on Vanquisher. We haven't seen any... Well, we've seen raiders as they've attacked us, to be clear. I haven't seen any raider camps. We've seen plenty of wolf dens and all that, and we've seen plenty of bears. Resources, I feel like, have just up to my eyeballs, and I just have to actually get them. Like, the nodes are on the map. Okay, so we are mining ore. And for right now, when it comes to iron ore, we are going to say have a maximum of 200. Since we can't quite make it into ingots or anything like that, there's no point in letting them get more than that. Okay, we're waiting on that for stone, this for stone. Scouts have reported unusual raider activity amassing on your borders. The enemy is preparing to besiege your settlement with a battering ram capable of withstanding arrow fire. Make preparations while you can. That's what I got to offer to my preparation list, is one more soldier. Because, you know, I don't have a whole lot more to throw at this problem. And I'm kind of counting on the fact that we'll have, like, a trading caravan show up and allow me to buy better things. Is the soldier's name Arrow? Let me check. No, I've got Omana, Nublar, Ina, and Kirdan. Because then it'll be ineffective. I see what you did there. I demand an apology, but I know I'm not getting one. It was good for what it's worth. Solid dad joke level of punnery. Okay, so what is going to happen is I do have spare wood. So what we're going to go ahead and do is get the next round of defenses going. Your cat data, that counts. You just have to be a dad in your heart. Whether it's to a fur baby or whatever, you don't even have to have a kid. If you're just a dad on the inside, you got some solid dad joke coming up. Now, I probably should have a door on this side, shouldn't I? Get that going. Alright, so let's sell some clothes. Ooh, let's go ahead and have them keep this in stock. That could be some money. And you are selling tools and weapons and all sorts of stuff. Except the downside is they're selling weapons at highway robbery prices. Okay. So buy in stock, transfer these to the town storage. You got dangerous animal attacking me. It is once again a bear.
As you command.
Keep running. Oh, you're gonna get... You're got.
Hello there.
Come on, one more arrow. Or maybe one more arrow after that. Well, we got 2 people died to bear. It's not helping my lack of laborers. In fact, that knocked me to the point I don't have enough people to even fill the jobs, let alone labor. That sucks. And we really need the extra laborers. Okay, so for you, give me the money for the candles. They can turn that into 1 shield. Oh, wait. I lied. I can turn it into another shield. And that's enough to give both of my other soldiers shields. You're officially at making minus $1 per cycle, or whatever you want to go with. Okay, so what can I do to get ourselves some more short-term laborers? Because this is a problem. I could take people off of those camps, but it's not really a big thing. The tanner and all that are kind of going full bore. We do want to keep all those. I could give up maybe 2 farmers. I really don't want to, out of fear that if I give them up stuff just won't get done. We're about to get charcoal online, which I'm going to immediately turn that building off. Congratulations, you're shut off for now. Okay, we got another person here. Let's see. I will sell more candles. And we'll sell some shoes. And a massive markup. And I'm actually getting a lot of high cloaks, which I was not expecting. So set that to keeping at least 20 in stock. And you are willing to sell me... I mean, you're willing to sell me instant research for 800, but I don't want to spend on that. So Trader 1, what else do you got for me? I could buy more tools from her. I could buy more weapons from her. Unfortunately, all of those she's charging a massive increase. Which means I can only assume she's in league with these raiders. And that she's charging me these incredibly criminal rates. Just to profit off of the suffering. Are you really too far away from that well, or is it just that you just got built? Let's see here. Well... put a well over here. That'll be outside the wall. That's just gonna take time to build, unfortunately. What building? The candle shop doesn't have workers. Honestly, right now, I can live with that. The candelier being short an employee, that's fine. What I need is some people to migrate. I got 30 vacant homes. Freshly made available due to a sudden increase in bear maulings. All units must go. Prices. Absolutely a buyer's market. You'd be dumb not to move. Okay. Increase in bear maulings? Maulings. M-U-A-L-I-N-G. If that's a word you're not familiar with, it's bears doing the big old bite and scratch all over you. Yeah. I was like, Molly's like bear Molly's like, I don't know what that is. Something tells me it's criminal. Something tells me it's illegal. So we can take one of the mining people off of there and have them reallocate. Yeah. Yeah, sorry. Yep. Yay, we had some people immigrate. I just need you to have more of you immigrate. Can we already have those queued up? Yeah, those are already queued up to get rid of. I just don't have the laborers. I've already... Alright, so this needs to be set to a priority. We got a bunch of them that are getting unhappy because of water. Your brain is being slow at 7 a.m. after falling asleep 3 times. Yeah, that's fair. Do recent deaths increase your immigration attraction? I don't think so. Honestly, don't know. Like, I know having enough housing and food are key factors in getting people to immigrate in. But past that, I don't know what else may or may not tie into it. So I'm quickly trying to enclose this area. They're not going to probably get a tower to defend it, unfortunately. But if I can at least enclose it, I can perchance peel some enemies off here and there. And plus, this gate down here is covered by this tower, and this gate up here is covered by that tower. So it's only the gate over there in that far west side that's not covered. And if they do try and go for this place again, once again, it is underneath that tower. Not quite underneath this tower, but it would be good if we could get that going. I'd like to do the upgrade. I did look up what it is, but we would need a lot of money. We would need iron, and it will almost, actually, it more than triples the cost of what it is. That said, it would be good to do once we've got that set up, have like this at least main area covered, because then we'd have it where literally all 4 towers cover the middle of this thing. So we would kind of force the enemy to fight our towers in that middle complex. That said, they could do a series number to the outer area and all that. But I want to get this enclosed because the trade post is there and they'll target that for its money. Oh, thank you, Inface Simplex. I didn't catch the timing of that would have been affecting that. And I weirdly have... Oh, it's laborers. I was like, I weirdly have 2 bodies just laying out here and nobody's taking care of it. Right, because they don't have enough laborers to collect the bodies and bury them. Alright, we're low on wood. We're low on everything. Not really. We're low on wood and stone. Yep, give me those extra people. If it's still like that, they can go up to the top of the hill and take the stone, and bottom hill take the trees. They'll run out of trees not too long. Alright, so how are we doing with that? We almost... Oh, need one more of those. We almost have enough laborers that things won't be terrible. Words are, in fact, hard. And I, for some reason, have a small army of people up here chopping these trees, and I'm okay with it, because I do need the wood. That's fine. You sound really sleepy? Oh yeah, you're talking to Infinity has been struggling with some of the insomnia. Yeah, this will be like, what? Alright, so one person open that back up. So at least getting some of the coal in. So with that, we can go to where the coal is. And we will say, don't make more than 100. Again, to reload for the app to show you your own message instead of one single ashes twice. Yeah, are you looking at the you're saying you're using Chatty, or am I mixing that up? Yeah, for me personally, I just use Twitch stuff, but I know there's lots of alternatives out there. Do workers get unassigned from building while the quota is reached? So you have builders here. When they're not busy with other things, they repair your buildings. So when you have like nothing for them to do, they will unassign and go back to being labor, but generally speaking, you'll notice that number turns red or white If you're in the red, that usually means you don't have enough people to maintain your stuff. And then the white usually means you're fine. Ah, yeah, you gotcha. No problem. Yeah, no, if you're on the mobile app, yeah, the mobile app is a whole thing. We're getting this all walled in. Trying to do that before we get our next attack, because they did warn us they're bringing a battering ram next time. And the battering rams are shielded against archers. So that's the reason I was immediately like, let's grab another foot soldier. I'd like to bring more in here. You should have a shield. I bought 2 shields. It's fine. It'd be really nice if we get some halbergs. But yeah. Mint workers for your charcoal building. You set a limit of 100 to charcoal. Yeah. So once you hit 100, it unassigns anyone from working there, and they go back to the labor pool. To become, laborers or builders or whatever is needed. Like you'll see every once in a while the firewood cutters that'll happen. So you do want to set limits. Not only for that, but you have limited storage capacity. And so it is good to, set limits to occasionally keep that storage under control. Let's check out our disease situation. Alright, we're getting it all enclosed. So probably want to put a tower up here to cover that gate. And otherwise our existing towers will cover everything else. We got our well up there. You were what? The pottery building, which we've been way overdue. That's what's going to be needed to upgrade these another tier higher, is I need the pottery. So we'll need more food types, more desirability. We also have to upgrade this. And this is just basically waiting for me to have enough upgraded houses and people. And that's just a matter of building these decorations and just expanding outward. Or actually, I take that back. There's other things I should be doing. Which is we do have the services. And we have the school. The festival pole, I could put that down here somewhere. That would be a good one. What do you cost? Just a little bit of stone and money. The rat catcher helps out later. The temple is a major expense. Really good. Yeah, because I don't have room for you in here anywhere. Yeah, I'll put that there. Maybe we'll end up with storage back here, and then we have room for a scout tower if I need one later. It's going to take a chunk of money, and it's going to put a little bit more expense. Also, this game does know and tempt you away from massive hoarding by making it more efficient to have limits. Appealing to me by German Ager, how insidious. No, I definitely appreciate the games that do give you the control to be like, hey, stop here.
At once. Need something?
Go for the door. Go for the door. You're free.
Aye.
And the rest of you back here. You can drop what you're doing. We got a hunter and a couple of people chasing it. That's fine. Yeah, no, the idea is those gates specifically say that enemies can't go through them. It's because they don't want to have to, like, this whole animation where it slams, closes, and opens the door and that kind of thing constantly. So you can use gates as a way to help you with that stuff. Yeah, so I've got a hunter and 2 others chasing the bear. And I also have my troops on their way. Yeah, no, it definitely makes the gates not, because otherwise it's like, okay, if the gate closed and it gets your person killed, you like, or like the games where they like make you manually operate the gate, that always gets very obnoxious very quickly. So you will go back home. It's always very obnoxious, so you have to be like, oh, time to close the gate, up, open the gate. Because then you get that stuff where you forget to close one gate and all the enemies flood in, and you just lose your round. And you're like, well. So I do think, honestly, just making it a one-way, like, or, you know, kind of a filtered entrance is, I think, a reasonable way to make it fun and engaging, while not making you have to min-max it or micro it really hard. Okay. Okay, so right about to get there, and how are we doing on laborers? We're at 5, because we did just have someone die to mauling a bear. Which have been killing the bear, and unlike the wolves where you can go to their den and kill them and it keeps the wolves down pretty well, the bears are different. Their bears just roll in onto the map and they attack you, and that's just the way it be. Alright, so next up is forging. So with forging online, we can actually start making the iron ingots. So resources, foundry. Alright, so that means I gotta go trade for some heavy tools. And meanwhile, go over here to the iron ingots. I'll set a limit of 100. It is yet another thing that I need stone for. And we're cutting down that whole forest, we're cutting down the other whole forest. Alright. We're getting the wall in line. Well, the interesting thing is we got the warning, and we've gone a full year just about since we got that warning, and still no raiders. Which I'm sure not complaining about, because I really don't have the money to expand my troops more. Not until we can get some more trade in. The good news is I've got quite a bit of stuff in inventory here for trading away. I just need the trader to actually show up to, you know, come get it kind of thing. Which that's usually every spring they roll in. Oh, right. We're getting the willow bush. Do we have a bunch of willow in inventory as well? Let's see. I do have a bunch of willow in here, so I can actually make a basket weaver. I totally forgot we didn't do that earlier because I didn't have access to it. Alright. There you go, basket shop. That's fine. Because then that could be another product we have on the shelves. And so let's go there. And go to the baskets, which will be down here somewhere. Where are you? There. We'd say, alright. Don't make more than 200. Now I'll see for the willow. Oh, the willow, they'll just keep grabbing it. That's fine. Alright. How are you doing? We only got 3 spare laborers. I got 2 people making pottery now. For right now, I'm going to make it 1. because I'm short on people anyways, and I don't have a lot of clay coming in. Okay, so you're upgraded. You're close. And you're close, yeah. So getting that built should take care of those upgrades there. Then I gotta start going out here and starting to get them to get their upgrades. This will also help. I gotta get a heavy tool for the foundry. And I believe that'll also be one of those things that'll need heavy tools for the blacksmith and the armor and all that. And then clearly I'm gonna need to go in here and get this walled in as well and some type of defenses. I'm also getting to the point I'm not really having as much spare food as I would like. And I think the unfortunate reality is I'm gonna have to build another farm. Once I get that walled off, I think I'll put a gate down here. And I'll make some more farmland down this area to increase our food throughput. Hi, wifey.
Are you being cute and handsome and sweet?
No.
But that's what I want from you.
Oh, well, sometimes I disappoint.
It's what I demand. I love you.
Love you too. Like, you wouldn't dare disappoint me, would you? Alright. I'm also wondering if we just get a third worker camp up. Just really send... I mean, there's no real concentration of trees or anything down here. There is up here. Okay, you are today? Well, thank you. Oh, I done goofed. Alright, disable construction. Actually, cancel construction. Get that gold back. I missed that was 300 gold. Get the gold back. I got troops to pay, and they're gonna get real upsetty spaghetti if they don't get their money. Do I have money in the trading place? I do. Get that over here. Okay, we're fine. Alright, we can put the foundry back. It's just one of those things that very genuinely, if I completely run out of money, then we have problems with, like, chances of the troops deserting and all that. Alright, here comes the trader. Come on, good stuff. Okay, so you will take my herbs at a slight increase of price. Love it. I'll take my clothes at about normal price. Actually, slight increase in price there. Boom. Honey at an increase in price. Thank you. Alright, meanwhile, for selling stuff, well, he's not selling crap I want, but that's okay. He is buying. And that is part of the whole equation. But I mostly need to get this heavy tool. I cannot make that yet. I have to trade for it. And I'll probably want a couple of those. And how far will it take us to get to the quarry? So I need the tread wheel, I need the metallurgy, and then need the quarry, and that's a tier higher, so that's all locked. So next on my list is to make the forge. Once we make the forge, I can start making tools and weapons for myself. And then once I get the armor smithing, we can make the hauberks for ourselves. And once we get hauberks, we can actually make our soldiers able to kind of really hold their own in a fight. That's just going to take time. But yeah, what we'll probably do is, once I've got everything built, there and we start getting spare stone, I'll start replacing this wall with stone, and we'll just kind of work our way through swapping walls out with stone ones. It could also be the argument to go for the outside walls where I'm only exposing a little bit of the town at a time, and once that's all solidified, then we do the internal walls. But either way. Oh, good. So we finished this garden, and that's allowing those two houses to upgrade. And for that matter, we're running out of things that I got stone queued up for. I've got the foundry there. That's a bunch of stone. This has a little bit of stone need. And we're mostly waiting on the wood over here. Go to you. You'll probably be able to buy more herbs. Take my herbs. I've got too many. Take my singular honey. The tailoring we won't worry about. All the rest of the stuff I don't give a crap about. Like, the crossbow could be nice if we get some crossbowmen and all that. But I've generally found that early game, your archers do relatively okay in the game. But the moment the enemy starts showing up in armor, your archers become almost a hair better than utterly worthless, unfortunately. That the armor just really, really limits their ability to be functional. Or effective, I should say, not functional, they still function. Oh, I'm also realizing, not that one. That road should go away. That road can stay. That way I can put the decorations along the sides to keep these houses upgrading as well. Oh. Oh, that one actually got high enough to upgrade. That's unexpected, but welcome. And a bunch of these need 2 food sources. We've almost got that done. Then, like I said, I'll put a door over here. Actually, should it be over there? The reason I'm saying over here is these are where the warehouses and all that is. Yeah, so I guess I'll put we put a gate over here, and like I said, more farms out here. They'll have to wait, though. I've got to get more laborers. Every time we upgrade one of these houses, it is increasing the amount of money I get from taxes per cycle. Take some more herbs. I've got plenty. Take some more honey while you're here. I'm really hoping this our trade wagon gets here and I can just buy a bunch of, a bunch of equipment real fast. I'll also need a decent amount of money for the smithy and all that when it gets time. Yep, just tiny little hole there to fill up. We got room for 20 more people. When this gets done, this might actually boost a bunch of these to upgrading all at once. So I'm gonna kind of sit in my hands and not encourage that for a minute. I also probably need towers up here. Because these ones cover all but the gate, so if we get attacked from north, they can break in here and then get this mill area. Now, the good news is if they do go in for this gate to get in, we do have coverage on that gate. But if I can upgrade these one more tier, we should get better coverage. Oh, I actually got some spare people out there smashing rocks. That does help. Yeah, because I need 200 people to upgrade. I can handle 128. That's going good. We'll need clay and all that. I probably, when I get some more spare people, I probably do need a second person on the clay mine down here. I've only got one on it.
Hmm?
Yeah, so we got some laborers just running around doing that. Cool, another person came in via immigration, another kid born. Love to see it. Everything else is going fine. We haven't had any warnings of crops rotting on the rotting out in the field so far. Another thing I can probably do is let's check on... Flax is still going up, so we're gonna go ahead in the Weaver house. I'm gonna chuck two more people onto weaving, which, again, I'm short on labor. But with that much spare flax, I want to get ahead of it where we're really producing lots and lots of garments, because I'm kind of seeing that as going to be our major money draw, because that's stable. Yeah, no diseases. Let's also check. So you're excellent across the board. You seem to be losing fertility, which you shouldn't be. Because the flax here... So flax is -5. And then we have up here, we got the beet is -3. And then each of those are +3, so that's 12. And that's +1, which is 13. So it should be -8 plus 13. So it should be solidly building up its fertility. Oh, I guess the environmental factor, it's a pretty awful field, isn't it? Yeah. We'll see. It just means we'll end up allocating more and more of the fertilizer over here. We'll probably go to that field. Yeah, this one field I missed, that's actually like a really bad field. We probably want to move it away from there. I missed that part. Whereas I believe that's water. Wait, what am I looking at? Oh, that's just stuff that we've done. Yeah, so, yeah, with the fertility, yeah, I put that up in a really bad spot. If we go down to anywhere on this edge, it should be better. Yes, this is an okay spot, about what we got over there. But if I go over here, this is just good soil. We can worry about that later, though. I mean, it's honestly what I could do is not even worry about making the doors over there. Just genuinely chuck down some fields down in this area. Leave them outside the protection. Don't worry about tossing up walls, because if they burn a field, it's not the end of the world. Versus this. This is terrible. You just not have... Yeah, that's fine. They're working on it. How are you doing over here? So you've almost got all your stone. And you're slowly getting the last of the stone off the top of the mountain. And you're up here getting all your stone, which is working out. You got a bunch of stone in the middle of the field to deal with. Alright. I'm guessing we're just not getting another trader this year? That's weird. You usually get like 2-3 traders a year. If that does happen, we're going to transfer all the gold we can into the keep. Ultimately, we'll want the vault. But the vault is useless. Like, I can't make the vault until I have the iron ingots. That doesn't do me any good. Yeah, so I got 2 more gaps in this wall, and then that's fully enclosed. Eventually, we'll also want to get stone roads for the better effectiveness. How are our trees doing? They're just about to get to half capacity. I had a cellar up here somewhere, right? There it is. Yeah, so cellar doesn't have much in it. That's fine. Alright, we only have one more gap to fill in that wall, and then the entire wall is built. You only got 9 more stone there, and then all of our stone, like all of our stuff pre-allocated towards stone is done. Then if we get some spare stone, like I said, we'll start replacing some of these walls. I'm curious if we'll get our wood back from replacing the wall. I actually don't know how any of that works. I am leery about queuing up a bunch here, because I'm not sure if it'll knock down the wall first and then the stone goes on, or how that all works. Okay, so that should be boosting the desirability in the surrounding area. Yeah, so all of these are going to start queuing up to upgrade. So we're going to have a hot minute, a whole lot of houses flipping. We got more services and amenities. We could get the shrine for religious stuff. It's not a bad move. I usually like to wait for the temple, which is a lot. A lot. Because then it can hold relics for really good buffs. Temple is fine. We've already got that. The school's already built. Got the rat catcher. So yeah, it's just the shrine is the only thing we're missing to give them faith. Yeah, so literally the reason it's not queuing up to upgrade is we don't have enough spare wood that it doesn't see it as able to do so. There's the first one. Okay, once we hit 200 people and 20 of the upgrade houses will be good. I genuinely think we can probably get there, because you... So way up here, it's not quite buffed up. Because that's kind of a radius. Yeah, so it's like this block up here is not there yet, but all the other ones... Yeah, we'll end up needing to do more upgrades to get a bunch of these here. But that's fine. I'll end up needing to upgrade some of these. Alright, so that's not high enough. So what we're going to do is I'm going to go decorations. And that should get enough to pop those over. But that's more stone. So your storage is full, and it's almost entirely flax. Gonna put even more people on making clothes. Yeah, so we only got the one trader this year, for whatever reason. So I made a lot of money, but I didn't have anything come through that I could use it on. I also don't have the heavy tool I need there. So get those two built. No worry about the next thing. Okay. That should get both of those upgraded and might give me that one. There's a couple of these are right on the edge that might get bumped up. After that, we'll go for these ones. That might give me all of it to just do that middle section. We'll eventually want to add decorations around all of them for all the buffs. That kind of thing, but we'll figure it out. The good news with all these like squares and all that is you build them and that's kind of it. Like there's not an upkeep cost. They can be upgraded with clay bricks later, when you can make clay bricks. And we're down to 3 laborers again because it fluctuates a lot. And that's just because I have buildings going on and offline as things fill up. Oh hey, you're full, and it's almost nothing but flax. That's the reason I keep assigning more people to the flax, like to that. Is I need to get that cloth production, you know, clothes production really, really boosted. And honestly, for that matter, with that being the case, let's go here to the clothing. Okay, we do not have quotas on it. We don't want quotas on it. I want to keep going till it has no flax to use. How are you doing on your... Yeah, so you're halfway to shutting down due to hitting your production cap. And then because we're not really using the coal for anything, it'll just turn off and stay off. It'd be nice to get an actual coal mine. For right now, it's just not something I have available. And my soldiers do a little peek at the perimeter. Ah, okay, so it doesn't let me shift click to queue up stuff. That's fine. So we'll run down here and get ourselves a little look. See if we can find anything else of interest in the fringes. Alright.
As you command.
What we found is another den of wolves.
Right away.
Okay. So hopefully no rabies this time. We all have coats, we all have armor. Well, ish. Alright. Hey, Kal-El. Thank you so much for gifting a tier 1 sub to, Yala Eden. I do appreciate that. Hope you're enjoying the stream and all that stuff. Thank you so much for that support. So thank you again so much for that. It means a heck of a lot. Alright. So we're just kind of checking out the fringes here. We're kind of looking to see if I can't score a coal mine. Granted, we're getting out far enough that even if I can, it's a little dicey to do it. Just by the nature of those people be living so far away that I wouldn't really be able to support them. You know, when a raid comes in, they just have to run in and just watch their place burn. Okay. Still not a single raider camp. That's honestly the part that's surprising me the most. Okay. Yep. Mostly just forageables. Couple places we can get more deer. I mean, and there's some iron ore. And an infinite sand place that I have no use for right now. Okay, so let's get you home so if we get a raid... Okay, we're running out of tools again.
Hmm?
Why, small child, are you sad? You're unhappy about your clothes and all that. I probably have piles of clothes. Yeah, I've got giant mountains of clothes, so I'm gonna need you to check that mood. Because, you know, that is just not a thing that's a problem. Cool, so we got those two segments built, and with that, they're getting these houses upgraded. Alright, and I mentioned that if I get the next two, here and here, there and there, cost me another 100 gold. But if we get those, that might let me upgrade all of that. Which does mean my planks are going to get absolutely decimated, but should massively increase the max of population I can do, and should massively increase our tax revenue. No problem. Yeah, playing the games you don't have time to? Yeah, no, absolutely. I've even talked about the difficulty, even with the schedule, being able to stream these games, like, for long periods and all that kind of thing. That even with all that, I run into the problem where it just really ends up being like some games are like, I just can't. Like, I'd love to have time to play Path of Exile, because that's a game I've played a ton in my history. There's just no time. It's just way too much time. You accidentally killed your brother. Oh, in D&D. I was about to be like, why are you confessing to murder? I'm very confused. Right, you do D&D on Fridays. Yeah. That happens. That's just D&D being D&D. It took me a moment to catch up, like, what? I was like, are you talking about in a game? And I was like, right. Yeah, just casually being like, well, just murdered someone. For anyone who watched the... Was it the last... Not this set of episodes from Has Been Hotel, but the ones before that? Just the one guy. Did I kill my wife? And I won't spoil anywhere where that joke goes. He was one of the BBEG. I have no idea what that is. Alright. Big bad evil guy? Guys? Maybe, I don't know. It was an... Yeah, big bad evil guy. Okay. Alright, so the caravan's here. So we got warned that they were going to show up with battering rams. AKA one of the main villains. Gotcha. Okay, so I could sell a pottery at like no additional thing. They are buying tools and all that. That doesn't help me. And we scroll down here. They are selling nothing I need. So unfortunately, this one is a big old bust. But that's okay. We actually have tons of money set aside. I just need them to show up with things I have thing. The dragon friend did the killing, not the group. Gotcha. Okay, so once we get that and these houses start upgrading, I really want to get these walls starting to upgrade so I can get the sturdier doors to give me more time to deal with threats as they're coming in. Because the numbers are going to continue to escalate. And if I don't stay ahead of them, things will get real bad. Yeah, it'll get really bad. So I can't really queue up more production stuff to do. Unfortunately, that's just not a thing I can reasonably do right now. And I'm gonna need to get more fields going. Let's also check on, it's been a while since I've looked at the forging stuff. It said forging. So that's fireworks splitter. Yeah, so you're set here. You're still only at 4%, so actually that one's doing okay. And you... That's fine. Alright, here come the raiders. So with that in mind... I'm gonna get those ones armed. This one in the back isn't gonna be relevant. And you've all got that. I hope we've kept up with our bow production. Yes, our bows and arrows were good. Melee weapons, we got some. We give our people a chance to run, get their equipment. There's only one group coming in, which means I'm probably expecting one big group coming in. And the reason I chose these ones is this one in the back, because they're attacking from down here. They're like, the chance of them going up this wall and then walking the whole way around and then attacking from that side is pretty negligible. I could see them going up this road and then either hammering on this stuff or trying to bust through these doors on that side. Okay, got traveling merchant. Okay. So we need to go second one. I'm going to hold because they're buying it at under market value, and I don't need the money that bad. As far as things they're selling, they are only currently in the market of disappointment. That's the only thing they're currently selling is disappointment, sadness, and tears. Alright, there's the battering ram. We're gonna have to just make do. Okay, so we're gonna have a bunch of... The tower's gonna engage them. The question is, are they gonna go for my wall or the door? If they go for the door, that's the best case scenario, because they'll go the whole way around here to smash through that door. And that'll give me a time to either send my troops out to, like, meet them head on, or outflank them, or whatever we want. Okay, so it seems like they're going straight for the wall. We're gonna try and go around here. See if I can peel some of them off. And a random building went on fire by itself, leading into this.
At once.
And they seem to be struggling to line themselves up against... Whoa! Who's getting absolutely throttled here? Okay, back off that guy. Whatever he's doing.
It will be done. Your command?
You keep running. I'm glad they seem to be having difficulty going through there, because otherwise I'd imagine get through that wall. I don't know what's going on with that one. Okay, keep following. so I'm trying to keep them split up. Because I seem to be able to keep them, like, breaking their pathing.
It will be done.
Get on it. I'm hoping we could take this thing out before it takes out that tower. Ooh, you hit for 168? Not exactly what I had in mind. Come on. Ah, I didn't get in time. Okay, so they did their damage and they're running. They didn't even destroy it, but they did... Okay, they took off with 25 gold, some stone, and some wood. Sir, you lost way more wealth than that in what you destroyed, like, what died trying to get in here.
As you command.
Alright, well, we're gonna go fight them. All of our money is gone. That's okay, we can make this work. I have plenty of money sitting right here. Was there anything else? Yeah, so transfer the money for right now over to the town. So that way my people don't complain about not getting paid. And go farm them for experience for a minute. Because they banged on this till they got some money out of it, and then they ran off. And like I said, they'll get over here and eventually they'll just disappear. Yeah, no, basically they went to attack my storage to steal the stuff out of it. And then the moment I destroyed their battering ram, they just grabbed what they could and went. But they didn't steal much. Like I said, they got, supposedly according to the thing, is it said I got like 25 gold and some nonsense. Oh yeah, and that burned down. Which is unrelated to all that. Just a random building caught fire as they were running in. Yeah, the idea is they're trying to run out of here as fast as they can in their armor. So we're just smacking on them because we get some kills in there. The potential to gain some XP for veterancy, so we're more effective in the future. What I was curious about is that one guy was absolutely schooling one of my guys. I'm not sure what that was all about. It didn't seem that bad to the others. And slowly revealing more and more of the map. Yeah, so you see they get to the edge of the map. Not even the edge, they just get far enough away. And even if I keep hitting them... Alright, and go home. We did find our infinite coal mine. Okay, so we got some stuff to have rebuilt. That's a big bummer. Predators are attacking who? There's no help coming for you. You gotta hold your own.
Yes.
Well, they won, but then they also got like one of them got rabies, so Even though they won the fight, they still die. And so you found a bunch more ore and all that way down there. Okay. Bear with me, chat. I really need to use the restroom, so I'm going to do that real quick, and I'll be back in just a couple minutes. And thank you again for tuning in, and I'll be right back. Alright, and we're back. Okay. We can deal with, like, getting that nonsense fixed later. Right, so you're buying soap at an unreasonably low price, and you're selling nothing I care about. Cool, we're caught up. And we moved the money over to the actual keep. Thank you. Did you see the story I sent? About the... Let's keep in mind, you're a paladin of Anubis who is the god of judging the dead and punisher of grave robbers. And you're asked if his soul was judged, and Anubis was very pissed as his soul and body were taken by force, so yeah, cliffhangers. The whole session was drama. Nice. Yeah, so we got you here. How are we doing on laborers? Terrible. Perpetually. Yeah, so all in all, not too bad. Oh, one thing we can do is turn that back off. Yeah, so honestly, they just damaged the storehouse. We, unrelated to everything, had the smokehouse burned down. And then the other tower got destroyed. So 2 towers did get destroyed. We really do want to get this walled off in stone. They got those done. Was that enough? Yeah, so these are enough to upgrade once we, once they have 2 food sources again. So that'll be just another thing. And there's another building on fire. Look, I got a well right here. So people can jump on that and get that sorted. It is fascinating, the idea of going back into, like, the days of putting out a fire is just passing a whole lot of buckets back and forth between a line of people, so you can just, like, dump the bucket, pass it down the line to the, you know, the well or the lake or the river, scoop it up, pass the bucket. It was fun a lot. It was a lot of fun, and your party hated my character's brother, but wanted to punish him, not kill him. Our dragon friend tried to pin him, rolled a 1, and stabbed him with the claws. Yep. Just Dungeons and Dragons things. Oop, and you don't need people there. Okay, once we get that built, I've got spare stone for a while. Or I won't have spare stone for a while. I will not have my stone pre-allocated to something else for a little bit. Yeah, so let's see. There's at least 5 or 6 of those are going to get upgraded. Then we'll have to go to the next block, get the next ones up, you know, with decor around them to get them to start upgrading. I was hoping that expand farther. It looks like it's just going to get the 1 or 2 down here. Yep, no, in Dungeons & Dragons, a 1 is a critical failure. That's like your worst case scenario. Alright, how are we doing? Yeah, Navi the one that died of rabies. Okay, we are starting to slowly chip away at the flax. Yep, guaranteed failure and you get punished. Versus like, a 20 is a critical success. Where you don't just succeed, but like it goes above and beyond success. Alright. So we got all the towers rebuilt. We got 5 laborers to spare. We are upgrading these houses gradually. I'm still getting like no extra stone here. Yeah. No, it's a whole thing, and that's all going into like whoever's doing your DMing and all that. That's kind of one of the things that has like a good and bad DM is, you know, stuff like that being like, oh, critical success, make up what that is. And have it be something like fun and interesting or whatever versus, oh, you just, you know, you successfully did the thing. Moving on. Okay. And meanwhile, these are only missing the upgraded place here. Yeah, so we're halfway there and there. We're kind of at the point of just kind of waiting for these to like upgrade and all that, waiting for stone to start collecting. Your DM lets you describe? Gotcha. So now I can go to our defenses. So we've got fortified wall. Oh, it's 5 per tile. Oh, that's going to be rough. So it seems like what I'm going to have to do is I'm going to have to tear down sections of wall and then replace them with stone sections. And I really want to do that, but I'm also expecting that to be a big old problem. What we're going to do is we're going to slowly do this. Oh, I can just upgrade in place. We're going to upgrade where they've been smashing through. And separately, I'm going to go over here to decorations. And get those built. Got a couple more kids grew up, so we're getting a little bit better with our labor situation. Yeah, so we definitely need to get more hauberks going, which we're working on that. I just need to get a trader to come up with a heavy machinery, and I'll need 2. 1 for the forge and then 1 for the smithy when we unlock it. We're about to unlock the smithy. We got 3 in-game months, and then I can unlock the smithy. You know, once we got those 2 up, we can at least start making our weapons. We can make tools. We can make heavy tool or heavy machinery, I believe. After that, we'll want to get armor to try and get hauberks and shields and all that going. Ooh, solid boost in income. If I had more laborers, I'd grab another soldier. Because basically I'm going to get 1 full group of the regular soldier, and thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Because I get a full group of soldiers like fully upgraded, they can hold up to a lot of abuse. And any ideas like in areas like that where they're smashing one hole into our wall, I can use as a bottleneck where I just put all my soldiers there, and when they step in, we just, you know, dump on top of them and just keep hitting them. Alright, we got our first 2 pieces of wall there. That's good. I was trying to remember how they upgrade. I remembered it wasn't that bad. But yeah, so we build that. But you get these all eligible for upgrades. They really need the trader to come by. Food-wise, I'm not as good a shape I'd like. Because most of our attacks have been coming from the south. And I don't know, like, how much logic it does for deciding where you're going to be attacked, how it's going to go, all that kind of stuff. Honestly, the fertilities here are high enough. Next time, well, actually what we could do is cancel that, add the beans, cancel this, add that there. So I can go ahead and get a little bit more food through that field. Meanwhile, with you, you're dealing with just a little bit, so carrots and beans are a problem. Which I'm surprising that those still managed to hold up with all this. Also, that one's got enough fertility. I'm going to do a double round of turnips here. And this one is coming along nicely. Yeah, honestly, we don't need... Wait, go back to double round of turnips? Yeah, that'll be fine. Okay. So for this one, and get rid of that. Double round of turnips on that one. Meanwhile, you're doing just fine. You've got powdery mildew, which is carrots and beans, which is fine. That's just that one there. This one is struggling on fertility because the soil's crap. You don't need the extra session here. Actually, it'll be there because of the way this all goes. You'll land some beans on the end to keep the fertility up. Alright. You're getting another round of fertilizer from all the poop. Okay. Got someone stricken with frostbite?
Yes?
Well, go inside, man. Yeah, so other than the one field I put on absolute garbage soil, all the other ones the fertility is really good. Yeah, so turnips are higher, peas are lower. Realistically, I'm not splitting the difference. The good news is it seems like you just don't get a bonus, not that you take a penalty. Hey, Treacle, how's it going? Can we get a shout out for Treacle, by the way? Another fantastic content creator on the platform. I believe you were playing Anna recently, but not before that. I know you're playing Whiskerwood, but plays a lot of similar games to us, a lot of city builders, settlement builders, all those kind of things. Yeah, there we go. I was pretty sure it was Anno. But yeah, regardless, if you enjoy any of that kind of stuff, you can find that over there with Treacle. Yep, good times. Okay, so all that's going fine. We'll want to get more troops once I can get some armor and all that. Okay, so we gained knowledge. So now I can get smithy, which is huge. Because that means I can start making my own heavy tools and all that kind of stuff. So resources, blacksmith. Unfortunately, that also requires heavy tools. and 50 stone. So that's another one we're just gonna have to wait on. But when we get the trader the next year, hopefully I can get myself a pair of heavy tools, and we can get ourselves a pair of heavy tools. Then I can get the blacksmith and that online, and it should be a matter of we just get that ball rolling. Being able to make our own weapons and tools and heavy armor. That'll let me start scaling up my troops a bit more. We keep people with tools that are working at full capacity, because we're not doing that right now. Yeah, I still just need more people. Yeah, we are getting some fruit in here as well now, which is good news. Alright. Yeah, so we got some fruit coming in, we got some veggies popping in. We don't have a whole lot of meat going on. That is just what it is. If we're lucky, it won't be too long that I'll be able to actually get, like, a cattle field or something going. It honestly could be a thing that we might be able to get down here, like, get some basic animals going. We'll want to fence that in if we get it. It'll be a while till we can get a quarry, but if we can get a quarry, that'll be good just to have a guaranteed, continuous, here comes the stone kind of thing. How's the game? Game's good. It's good to see you, Soul. You're up early to get food from the food bank. Wasn't happy? Yeah. This is a fresh run. What's the angle? Fresh run, we are on Vanquisher. We are doing the idyllic planes, but we are doing Vanquisher difficulty. And also, check out Soulspire. Been doing some Surviving Mars relaunched, which is a game I have been debating popping out and trying out in the stream. I did some of the Surviving Mars, like, I enjoyed what I played, the original. But, just, you know, there's a billion games coming out, didn't have time. And I was meant to circle back, and now they've got that one. I've heard really good things from people who did the relaunched version. That, like, the relaunched version genuinely adds quite a bit to the game and all that. Here's the thing. The game is great, but wait for the bug fixes. Gotcha. Understood. Yes, we just need more food variety going on. And then these will all start upgrading. And that'll give me more room. That's because we're mostly getting, like, turnips and beans from here. I am getting some fruit from over here, and we are getting a little bit of food from the hunting and all that. Sorry. The unfortunate reality is I have seen nowhere to fish. You literally save roughly 150 in DLC with the base version. All the extra included, which are insane. But wait, yeah, no, I gotcha. That's got some bugginess. That's not surprising for any new release, because I know they completely redid the engine. All right, so food. Well, the barn and all this stuff requires research I don't have. The bakery is useless to me until we can get the flour. So pretty much it'd be down to planting more fields. Which would be kind of, let's see, super unlocked, super happy, unlocked or dream emotes, which yet to be approved, and a couple of cute ones too. Nice. Okay, here's a traveling merchant. Come on. So, you'll buy my clothes at a decent price. The soap you're only willing to do at a discount. If I don't get a choice, all right. Well, okay. So I've been stubborn about the soap. We have something we really want right now, because there's those heavy things we have. All right, so I'm going to shift money over here. We're going to kind of go pretty lean on our money. And we're going to try and keep bringing that over. Because I want to buy both those heavy tools, because that thing. Do you think it's a little early for what? For the blacksmithy? Heavy tools? I'm sorry, I'm not understanding. If you mean trade, trade is just how you do the higher difficulties. Come on. I need you to get that money over here. Okay, there's more soap. Also, we can jump you up. Keep 50 in stock. Alright, because we need those heavy tools for both the blacksmith and the foundry. Like I said, if we can get that, we can start being self-sufficient on a lot of that stuff. But I gotta wait till we get our stuff supplied. Okay, so we got the cash. So for the heavy tools, I'm paying way too much for these. There's one. Put that into our stuff over here. And that'll let me get the foundry online. So we can start getting the iron ingots. Any other traders about to show up? He might buy honey or something else we have in stock, which will help stuff out. No. Actually, I take that back. Yes. He will buy honey. He doesn't have anything I want to buy from him, but that's fine. Because it's still enough for me to get one more set of heavy tools, which is all I need to make my own heavy tools. So now the downside is I am practically broke. On the upside, I got what I need to get both those online. Now, the concern there, though, is I'm going to need to get this walled off, because that's a lot of money tied up in those two buildings, so if raiders decide to just destroy that just to be jerks, you know, it is what it is. Give me a little extra money from there. Yeah, villagers need more tools. We literally have what we need queued up to do that. Workers, we're still short. It's fine. We are getting all of our houses upgraded little by little. The big thing is I need more food variety. And I think to accomplish that food variety, I am going to need extra fields that we get something going on, like leeks or something. Kind of hoping to see the clothes stock get in here. Because that's really good money if we can get it done. Alright, and we now have a foundry online. Okay, predators are attacking. We have a bear going after a villager way down here. Oh, you are absolutely by yourself.
Right away.
Come on, soldiers, you're almost in range. Well, they did manage to kill the one person, like the one forager out there. But we did manage to kill the bear really quickly. Still haven't gotten the next restock in. It's fine. Okay, and we got the heavy tools there. Now we're just waiting to avenge the villager. That we did. Sometimes the bears run away, and that's my concern. Is it going to attack and then run away and just get away with it? It does happen. I got room for 25 more people. Not counting when all these upgrade from getting more food. Okay, so we need more food variety. I think that's going to boil down to potentially getting another field online, and I'm really trying to hold off on another field. So with our options here, I can plant leeks, but they're -6 when it comes to the impacted fertilizer. So it's really rough. A lot of fertilizer hit. We can get carrots going, and honestly probably should. Alright, Luxray, you take it easy. Like, that's what I could do with this one, is like the double turnip, is I could get that to be carrots, and then introduce a little bit of variety there. I have a lot of these that are that way. This one I don't want to change much. It's already struggling to keep the fertilizer up. That's fine. So I can get rid of this and make room for carrots. And that'd help for now. Okay, got another traveling merchant here. So you'll buy the honey. Love to see it. They've got clothing on the way. And everyone's willing to buy the clothing. What about selling, though? So you're not selling anything I need. And you're not selling anything I need right now, but that's okay. Alright, so you're offering 17 for the clothing, and you're offering 16. 17 sold. Alright, so with that, we can go here, transfer, put it all into the town center. So that means we're more than ready so far as money for some major upgrades. We're honestly not far from potentially being able to try and go after the temple. I don't have a place to put it, but you know, that would potentially be a thing to do soon. Alright, what am I doing? I keep delaying, and I shouldn't. So let's grab the foraging hut is set down there for the herbs. And that's an area I'm going to be growing into. Got you up here. Okay, that's a huge amount of different things. Well, let's keep going around here, because herbs are what we're losing. Okay, that's interesting. So we have a little of everything out there. It's not convenient. And then the hunting place can be upgraded, but that's just for traps. Right now, I don't care about traps that much. So we're 2 houses away from being enough upgraded homes to satisfy all that. Alright. And I'm putting this off, putting this off, putting this off, putting this off. But new field time. Actually, let's be smart about this. Let's go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. One, two, three, four, 5. One, two, three, four, 5. You get 3... Is that right? That doesn't feel right. Something's not right about that. Alright, let's double check that. I feel like I made these 2 fields narrower than the other one. But what I'm thinking is we'll go ahead and make these fields. Ah, it's because I made it 6. Which happens to work out perfectly. Okay, so the idea here is I'm going to get a bunch of these fields set up. That, again, it'll be like these ones over here, where it's a bunch of different fields doing different stuff. But that'll hopefully increase the amount of food it can bring in. It will be a thing that we're ultimately going to... Yeah, and it's going to be very short on laborers for a bit. I'll only need to assign probably 1 or 2 farmers per field. And all that stuff. Gonna get up and, use the restroom, clean a little? Yeah. Yeah, it sucks when you're, like, up, and you're just like, well, we're here now. That's just the way it be. So it's another hunting cabin we can get upgraded. Hey, the blacksmith is online. Excellent. So we're gonna tell them to just make a little bit of everything. We are gonna set a cap on some of these things, so you don't make more than 100 swords. And don't make more than 100 tools. And then for the heavy machinery, don't make more than 10. Which is already pretty ambitious. So, with that, we've got all that sorted out. This is going here. I'd like to get at least a little bit more stone to work on that wall a little bit more. We still want to upgrade a couple more of these houses. Oh, we have officially upgraded enough homesteads to satisfy that. Now we just need our population up to 200, and it'll be time to upgrade the main building. And we upgrade that main building, I could then use that upgraded building to, if we upgrade the main building, when we go to our tech tree, that'll break me into the next tier higher, which will allow me to get the metallurgy and then the quarry so that we can reliably get stone. It'll also let me break into potentially getting the reduced upkeep costs for guards, which will help a lot. Getting the arrow loops and all that will be good. Getting the armor will be good so we can make the hauberks. Because the armory would be another really big win. Gets the view distance. Okay, and that's the attack rate of the buildings. If we end up with some extra knowledge and I don't know where I want to put it, those are not a bad place to put it. But genuinely going for the armor is pretty good. Knowledge available, 0, same game, same. Why did I suddenly jump 12 stone? Really missed something there. Okay, so you're upgrading that spot. I need 20. We'll tell them to upgrade all of that. And while that's going on, I'm going to go over here to decorations. And get the next block there. Okay, now that we're getting iron ingots, it's time to go to storage and vault. Which I've not left myself a place to sneak it in inside the main defense area. Which is a mistake. So what I could do here is we'll go storage. And I'll make another root cellar. We'll get rid of this root cellar, and then I'll put the vault where that root cellar is. Yeah, they keep telling me to upgrade. And the upgrade mostly just makes it more durable. You can make traps at that point. which are a renewable cost against your iron, but they do give you more pelts. Usually I don't have to worry about that as much until I get to the point of making the armor and shields, because then I just need way more pelts. Right now I'm just kind of keeping all this going as best we can. Okay, so the plan here is I want to get you into different crops. So we can get cabbage, which is 4%. Do this. There won't be enough time for other stuff. And that'd be 10% if I do this. Which would mean basically taking a year off. We put you, do this. So that'd be, let's see, 10% loss. And then 3, 6, 9, 12 gain. So we have 1 year, nothing's being grown there. Then we got cabbage and leek. Also, only 2 farmers being assigned. Because, yeah, I got room for 21 more people living here, and that's without any of these other ones upgrading, which all of them are just waiting on more food options, which this will provide. I'm hoping that... Oh, and 8 more people? Yes, please, and thank you. So with 8 more, that gets me back to at least an okay amount of laborers. Not as many as I should have. But that's a whole thing. And what I'll probably do is this field, it'll be the same thing as this, but rotated 1 season. And then this one will be the other one. So we always are getting... at least 2 of these are producing crops at any given season. And, you know, they'll each be rotated that one. So this one would be that, so it would be, leeks, follow, you know that. You get the idea. It's not rocket science. Just gotta keep that going. We definitely need to get to the point of being able to upgrade our roads. Oh, what is your deal? Okay, so you have no more stone in range. You have exhausted the stone on the top of the mountain. That is unfortunate indeed. We might be able to have you get some of these trees that are reappearing here in that stone. And you're probably waiting on meat. That's fair. I think this will be true until we actually get animals going like cattle. So we can get like cattle or pig or whatever, where I'm getting enough of them made that we start using them for that. We should try to plan to get some chicken coops set up. What do we need to get that set up as well? We gotta get to... We gotta get a trading post, which we have, and then research animal husbandry. Well, that's just gonna have to wait. I got like 8 other technologies I need to keep us from not dying a horrific death in raids. So you know, gonna have to wait its turn. We got all of the farmers have finished harvesting what they can. They've all beelined to try and knock these fields out as fast as they can. I got like 20 people on this farm. Trying to knock it out before the winter comes. Okay. Alright, so this one is going to be leek, then this, then that, and cabbage in this. Like I said, we'll have to rotate by one. Okay, and they're done for the season. They can't work in that field. So that's good news. That'll help us have a lot more food coming in once it happens, and it'll be a new variety I'm not producing right now. The big concern is I'm going to need to get the quarry moving that direction, because I'm going to run out of stone I can get to easily. And I do have a quarry spot that's like right here, and I do have a quarry spot way down there. There's one that's just like just over this ridge. It'll probably be just like my clay, where I don't worry about defending it. It's just kind of on a path just out there. If they want to really destroy the clay pit, it's not very expensive on resources. Have at it, I guess. Oh, right, the root cellar. I forgot about that. Yeah, because this root cellar, we're going to tell them to not use this anymore. There was a way to do this. Yeah, so I can go to this and like check those boxes, and I'll start moving it all over there, because it'll say, hey, you're not eligible for anything in here. Yeah, so root vegetables I have way more than I need. Leafy greens, that's what we're getting there. I'm assuming the leeks would go on that one as well. And then beans I'm actually not getting enough of either. So I got rooms to add some more beans to the schedule. So it'll probably do... Well, this one's double up there. And I need that much to keep the fertility up. What I can do... So get rid of those beans. Do this. Ah, right. Either way, I can't fit two on. Let's see. So you produce 6 out of 10, 6 out of 10. And you're slightly weed suppressing. And you handle the heat better than the cold, so we'll just kind of mash you in the middle as close as we can. The point being, I probably need to try... Well, I mean, you got beans on this schedule as well. I think it's just the turnips produce so heavily. Hey, Captain Corgi. Thank you so much for the lurk and all that. I do appreciate it. Like, genuinely might be one of these schedules... So all you have beans on your schedule. You have beans on your schedule. I mean, they literally all have beans on their schedule. It just seems like as far as storage goes, the beans and leafy greens, I think it's just genuinely just the sheer volume of root crop we get out of turnips is more than I'm giving it credit for. But that's fine, we'll get a bunch of leafy greens, that'll help split it up. Cool, and we got our houses upgrading over here, and those are still going. Now, like I said, I gotta keep getting this wall filled in. We'll get this inner wall done first. Gonna take time. How many people do I have to spare? Not really. Not much. Okay. We're gonna need more houses to get to the next tier. Was stricken with worms. Can lead to various symptoms including stomach pain. Let's see. Ensure villagers have shoes, soap, and clean water. They should have all of those, yes. Yeah, no, they have all of those. Honestly, so this is another one. We could jump you up to 30. So I have more of that stuff in stock. Okay, so just planks, that, and a pile of money. Okay. Eventually, it'd be nice here to get more workers on that. How are we doing on our ingots? I have 25 iron ingots in stock. We have not produced any tools and all that to spare. So I'm going to go ahead and plan to just jump up the number of people we have at the blacksmith until they're just simply outpacing the other stuff. And I'm noticing now we have reached the point where I have to actually have another builder to maintain my buildings. Don't love it. So we're once again struggling with needing to just need more people. The forever problem. So, where am I putting the next batch of people? Down here would not be the worst, but we have that iron mine there, and there's not really got a good spot there. I could pop down here and get this inside there and slowly make this into an area with some more houses along there. It's not really a good place to do it. I don't have as much room for like the marketplace and all that kind of things. I could put the marketplace down here and maybe that would cover. I could always just extend it this way, but then I have the risk of I'm just making it longer and longer. And that's going to eventually make pathing a real problem. I do already have a gate there though, and we already have a well here. So I'm leaning towards just continuing west and just making it a long town. And accepting that's going to be a problem eventually. Okay. Okay, there's our next block. Yeah, and the market doesn't reach that, so they'll need their own market in that block too. Here, getting our new field done. And both fields are very laden in weeds and will need work. That's fine. Okay, so new traveling merchant. We lost stuff to animals, so they're buying our shoes. Is that a good price or a bad price? It's fine. It's not really at a good price. Set the transaction to sell the max amount of good visiting merchant can afford to purchase. Oh, that's fine. We're not to that point. I'm not ready to part with that many candles. So nothing else you want to really sell here. As far as buying, they are buying tools, or sorry, they are selling tools at a very reduced rate. They're also selling instant research, which is tempting. Because getting the immediate research does not reset my research time. So there's a lot to say about that. Might just go for it. So give me extra money. Yeah, we got animals eating the crops here. That isn't what I want. We will enclose this, and then the animals won't be a problem, but right now I don't have a good way of dealing with it because I'll have to build the fence, and I'm just going to replace the fence with a wall. So honestly, what we could do here is let's go here, defenses, palisade. Alright. So just told him build a palisade around the whole thing. I'll put a door there. I'll leave it alone. Okay, and this field's done. So 2 workers in this one. 2 workers on that one. Okay, so you are onto this. So the next field here will be cabbage, then this. Leeks, then this. And then just field care. So double checking, we're on leeks. We're on fowl. We're on cabbage. So those will be in rotation. And like I said, for now, the animals are going to get at it. We're going to get this enclosed, but that's going to take me a hot minute. And also give me another wall, so they're going to be tempted to start hitting this way and not trying to fight through multiple walls to get this way. That's at least the plan. I'll probably end up wanting defenses around there, but we can worry about that later. Meanwhile, we can check on our workers. We have 10 to spare. And honestly, with having 2 farmers on each, they should do okay getting the work done, because they'll split the farmers between all the fields. Okay, we're good over here. What's your deal? Not enough iron or gold. Okay. Getting our person on iron ore. We got a small army of laborers over here digging up rocks for me. Okay, so that's the only one there. Let's do that. Okay, do we have the money? And I was going to just buy the research straight up. There, so we got our instant research. I will sell another round to shoot. Actually, check you first. I'll sell a round of the coats. I'll sell a round of the shoes. I'll sell a round of soap. And then buying wise, I don't really want or need any of those things. We can transfer the gold over to the castle, or the keep or whatever. Okay, so no longer store any of these in here. Get it over to that cellar. So we can clear out all our leafy greens and meats and all that kind of stuff. Then we can tear this one down. And then once that's torn down, we can go ahead and put the vault there. So we can better secure our money. Meanwhile, we got this. So I could use this for the armor, and that's certainly one thing to consider. I can use it for increasing the mining speed to basically prep ourselves for going for the quarry. That's another big one. I don't think I care about anything over here right now. It's not urgent. I can also go for the arrow towers, which I do think is worth giving it for the big defense boost. So I think it's honestly between pursuing the quarry, going for the armor, or going for the arrows. I think I'm going to do the armor. Which is yet another building I'm going to need to plunk down over here that's high value. I apparently lost money because I tried to put and I didn't technically have storage. Okay, so we're going to get that built. Oh, we can upgrade the well, which just gives us more water. Alright. That's fine. Oh, I think they couldn't figure out where to put it, so it's just moving the gold around and just trying to make it work. Okay, cool. So that this one's basically done. So we're gonna destroy this building. And we're gonna put our vault there. So it's like right underneath that tower. And you need more iron ore. Okay, put 2 more on that. They're very short on laborers. But I've got enough room for almost 40 more people. So you just wait with that. I got a couple of houses up here who haven't upgraded because of food variety. And one here who hasn't upgraded because it's not nice enough. The nice enough one, we can fix that super fast. And just go to decorations. And that'll take care of all that. Okay, once we get this walled in, I'm going to immediately get over here and we're going to put the wood wall. I'll probably do like the skinny area like we did up there. Probably put like a little skinny area here that's just kind of like our smithy and related systems. Okay, so you got that. So the next one here is storage, vault. Okay, when we get the vault, it should stop complaining about the gold storage issue. Now, another thing we can do is the temple. That's a major project that's going to take time. I'm going to pause that construction for right now so you don't grab the gold and bring it over there. But once that's all enclosed, we'll start getting the temple online. Oh, I need water down here. So let's go to resources. Well. So the market's big enough I can tuck a well along it. Okay, that'll work. Because they put it close to that, they'll penalize each other. And you need more meat. Also check. Let's hold on to that, that way we can make sure we get stuff in stock for our people. Because I don't need what you're selling right now. Alright, so I just need more clay, I need more planks. All that stuff. Villagers are concerned about their food supply, and they want more spirituality, and this is what will help with the spirituality side of things. Okay. Yes, those will take a while to get going. It is interesting, because they have construction turned off, but they are chopping down the trees and bushes for the temple. But that should fix the spirituality need to get more people in here. The only reason I'm pausing is it's not enclosed, so if they put all the money there and the raiders come in, it's just instantly lose 1,200 bucks. Because they're just like, hey, look, man, there's all this money sitting on the ground. These people have terrible security. Like, we were planning to bust into the vault over there, and they just left it outside. Okay. Speed this up more. keep hoping we'll see that salvage that get hit. I could probably prioritize it. I don't feel like that makes sense right now. I just need to get more laborers, which means I just need more people. Which means I need people to move into, like, the 40 unit... Well, it's 33 units of available space now. Okay. For the wagon place, the second person. That should help out moving your stuff a lot. Alright, so get 8 in-game months till the next upgrade. I think I might go for the treadwheel crane. Because like I said, that'll set it up so when we get the next tier up, it'll be just metallurgy, then the quarry, and that'll fix my stone problems. You know, probably want to get the arrow loops for our towers after that. And you can definitely see going for tools of war and that kind of stuff up here as well, but we'll have to see what we can even do with that. Because right now we're leaning into that. Reducing diseases and all that would be good eventually. It is just a tricky thing about getting all that stuff online. Alright, so you're still dealing with not quite enough ore. Yeah, so we got 4 of those going. So hopefully that keeps our metal ingots flowing. Yeah, so they're just all working the field right now. Keeping the fertility up and all that. Cool, so you got that done. That leaves just the armor done to do over here. Our firewood is fine for the time being. That's going to eventually need to be escalated. Yeah, I think we avoid building houses down here because I got iron there and there I'm going to want. So as this one runs out, we'll go and put down a mine here and a mine there. And keep our housing going this way because there's not really any ore until we get way out over here and over here. Like over here, there's like clay and sand and iron, which will be good, but we can worry about that when we get that for our other direction. I do have the deep mine up here where I've got my, like right on the edge of my arborists area, which should be fine. I should be able to like scooch the end of that. Okay, so you're just waiting on iron. And then we'll have the vault built. Okay, let's check on our iron ingots. So we're completely out of iron ingots, which is not surprising. The forge has as many people as I could... Oh, so that's not the forge, that's a blacksmith. The forge is waiting on ore, but does not need more people there. Let's put 2 more people mining in the iron mines. Okay. Okay, we got more of these houses upgrading up here. Okay, that building's storage is full. And it's almost exclusively flax. Which is fine. These are literally both flax fields, and this is the weaver. And how are we doing on our flax? Okay, so we're still not as high as we were. I think the flax is outpacing our weavers, but only slightly. So I'm going to leave it the way it is for the time being. So no crops from here, no crops from there, no crops from there. Yeah, we got lots of leafy greens coming in. We got lots of fruit. all that over there. Got tons of veggies over here. So we're getting a lot more food groups in here. We do have meat coming in. It's not nearly at the quantity because my only source of meat is hunting, which is not really efficient, but that's okay. Okay. And the good news is our blacksmith actually is getting heavy tools done. Slowly. I'd like to get more people in the foundry, but I'm going to need way more iron happening for that. So genuinely, I might need a second entire iron mine going. Which we're not ready to do, I just don't have the people. Alright. Yeah, we get the spirituality, we'll probably have our population start picking up quickly. All of that, once again, waiting on stone. And you're still struggling. With the iron. Okay, once we get another influx of people, I'm gonna cap off that iron mine and get everyone we can in there. I'm also gonna need a way to make my greens last longer. Okay, so cabbage there. Leeks there, and then this one will be recovering. Okay. And we now got the armor to make the hauberks and all that. It's gonna just take them time. They need pelts. Lots of pelts. So this is the point I would definitely consider making the traps, because the traps give you pelts. But that requires iron I need everywhere. But those pelts will end up making a lot of these, like, shields and all that. It requires so many pelts. But that armor is ridiculously good. Speaking of which, let's go in here for this stuff. So the armor, don't make more than 20. And the shields, don't make more than 20. Because, again, they're very greedy on the pelts, so I don't want a huge supply of them. Oh, the tannery? Okay. I didn't think about that one. Alright, so let's go to you. And honestly, for right now, don't make more than 20 of those, because that'll let me get some of those pelts over to other stuff. So we're also going to go over to you. I believe you have this bringing them in. No longer restock. Transfer that back to the town. We're no longer going to make money off of pelts. Not from that. I'd rather those go into equipment to keep us alive. Where was the last thing we had stone going to? Oh, we have up here. They're just getting that last set of paths gone. We're upgrading our last houses. I believe that means, I think every single house we have has upgraded. You know, once this one's done. Oh, not counting these ones that are way off on their own. Which want to get that done. Okay, so we're getting close to getting that enclosed. We just have that bottom wall there. Once I get that, like I said, we will allow the temple to start building. Which is going to be another massive consumption of stone. And then once we have that all sorted out, that should give me the place where I could take a relic from one of these. The excavation sites. And those give you all sorts of really, really awesome bonuses, like reduced rate of eating food or reduced cost for soldier maintenance, extra damage, extra health, those kind of things. They're just flat buffs that while they're in place, you just have them. Yeah, so rockiness of the soil is getting sorted out. They will slowly get the weeds sorted out. Let's see. So there's no weed suppression on leeks. And a little weed suppression on the cabbage. And then, you know, the general labor will also reduce weeds. What does a clover do so far as weeds? Yeah, and then the clover has, like, extremely high weed suppression. And we're fertilizing this field again. As our population goes up, we'll get more fertilizer faster, and it's going to keep going there. I mean, they got the well there. We might lose the arborist. I might have to rebuild that. Oh no, we got ahead of it. Like I said, we got the wells there. We also have a well over here. So we shouldn't have to worry about water not being available for those. Okay, well, the first building caught back on fire, and then immediately caught the second building back on fire. I feel like that's just trolling me. I can't tell that one's gonna get lost. Okay. Alright, so with that, there's nothing you're buying I want to sell. And while I can buy some tools from you, and some immediate armor, we are crafting that now. So I'd rather keep the money as money for the time being, just because I'm going to be building a temple for 1,200, it's going to take a bunch, and there's a lot of other service buildings we're going to be doing soon that are going to be huge, huge burdens of money. Okay. I know, they're eating all my crops. That's why I'm walling it off. Alright, anyway, so we're back to this. Like I was saying, I can get the guard towers. I can also set up for the quarry. I'm probably realistically getting one more research before we get there. I'm going to get the guard towers, or the bigger towers. Because if we can get these to upgrade, which I have the research for now, they will just help a lot, because it makes the attack range a bit better, which means I'll be able to get double coverage on most of my gates. From where these towers overlap, the entire middle area will be fully covered, which will be good. I believe it gives extra range damage and extra durability, so all in all, it just makes it across the board more effective. Okay. And how are we doing on people? We're still getting some more laborers. People are starting to grow up. Have their kids, do all that stuff. And I think what we'll do is I think this area down here, we'll move on to making... Okay, so we got 2 batches of raiders approaching. I can spare the resources, so we're going to go here. We recruit 2 more people. To increase our military. Now, unfortunately, we didn't get this all closed off, which is fine. Now, we are getting them from 2 different angles. This one's coming from the east. Those are going to probably go straight for the door, which is not great. This one, I'm not sure where they're going to go. They could go for the door and then try and cut over. Realistically, almost all my money right now is in there. So that's going to be their main target. I might actually have money in more places than I realize. Okay, your village is being raided. So that's just a small group of looters down there. You, on the other hand, have more going on. Okay, did you get your weapons? You got your weapons. So the small group of loot... I mean, that's a little bit more than I thought. Oh, I didn't set these up to get their people. Get on it now. These 3 towers, get them packed. And for right now, I need to find more people. Weaver. Actually, builder. Okay, so let's check on that. So you have room for 1 more guard. So I'm going to go to the Weaver. Right now, 2 of you get out of there. Just do your best to, like, fill those roles. You've got some spare laborers. Okay, so they've got a battering ram on this side. They just got loose troops on that side. I wonder if I can get them. Come on, come into the range of the tower. Oh, you're still getting to position.
Right
That's not
away.
what we want.
As you command.
They're going for my blacksmith. Let's get the battering ram out of here so it can't just easily get through my wall.
At once. As you command. Right away.
Keep on that for right now. They got all my iron. Unfortunately, I don't think you get your stuff back when you knock him down. It's
It
fine.
will be done.
Okay, they're trying to get through the wood wall there. Okay, so they did manage to get a bunch of iron out of these buildings. They just stole the smelted iron. They didn't get a bunch of extra stuff. It still sucks. But all in all, it's not the end of the world. But They did try and get around to this side to go through the softer spot in the wall. Meanwhile, you're not needed. You're not needed. Okay. Alright, we didn't lose any of our actual troops. We did lose a little bit of iron, but otherwise, no buildings destroyed, just some damage. So all in all, everything considering, not too bad. The iron kind of sucks to have lost, but also, we're literally just easily able to replace it. Yeah, they just swiped the iron out of the smithy. And they're also going for iron out of this place as well, but that's okay. So you're just churning away on that. Oh, I got an achievement for burying 100 people. It's clearly not in this place through because there's only 18 buried. But apparently in all my runs I've buried 100 people. Let's also look at our stuff. So we have 18 laborers. Right, so let's get you back up to where you need to be. I took 2 away from you. Was there something else I pulled a bunch of people off of? Not that I could think of. Yeah, so we definitely want to get this walled in when we can. Meanwhile, let's go here and get to our defenses. And for right now, I'm going to wall that in. That way in the future, at the least go through wall to go for it. It was nice. Well, thank you. You absolutely can sub. You know, I definitely enjoy Farthest Frontier. It's pretty good. All right, so all these fields are slowly getting the weed percents down, slowly getting the rockiness down. Fertility's going up on those fields. Okay, so you've got some club root, which impacts turnips and cabbages. So let's go ahead and remove that there. We're going to adjust this crop rotation. Okay, so we just adjusted the rotation of crops here a little bit so that we only have the 1 instance of turnip, so we can hopefully get rid of the club root. We also have club root in this field as well, which this one's a bit worse because there's a lot of turnip in this one. Yeah, so what I could do is this. You keep your turnips there. And this one we go for beans. Clear beans. We can't do that. Beans, beans process. And then more beans. I'll remove that. Well, actually, I won't even need that. More beans. Realistically, we're going to trade club root for something like powdery mildew or something like that, which will be something that impacts beans. Okay, and you have bean wilt, which affects beans and peas. So we're going to go ahead and remove beans from there. Now, this one's tricky because that flax takes a really high amount of fertilizer, so it's 5%. So it's 5, 8. This gives me 9 back. And I can put something here, but most of the stuff will have a negative impact on the fertility of the soil. Except for the beans in that, which are what this disease affects. So I think in this particular case... Come on. What I could do... Nah. We can remove that. There's no weeds or anything like that. We'll just kind of send it so far as this processing. So that's now like a rotation off. So we're getting all the diseases under wraps. Can you affect turnips and cabbages? We only have cabbages in one instance there, so I'm going to leave it alone. So we should be able to get that managed with that. Was that the... Okay, we didn't get a trade person in. So food, we got 8 months of food in standby. We're actually slowly working our way out of housing. So how are we doing so far as laborers? I still need more. Let's go ahead and get our next batch of houses in here. Okay, meanwhile, that's about to be enclosed, so we will allow them to start working on building the temple, which is just going to eat up 1,200 bucks and 100 planks and 100 stone. That's going to also make it so, at that stage, I want to genuinely get that excavation site dealt with. Alright, so you are out of stone nearby to do. And I also will need to deal with that dangerous animal. Alright, so where do we got you? There's a wolf. And you are pretty far from literally... Oh, no, actually.
As you wish.
Let him chase, and turn. Come on, no rabies. Nicely done. Struck with fractured bone. That's unfortunate. And there is no stone in here to speak of. There's no stone over there. There's stone down here, but not much in the way of woods. So we're going to go down there, and it's unfortunately going to be that. Our dangerous animal. Okay, so we got a bear this time. Oh, you're so screwed by there. Come on, keep missing. Come on, keep missing.
Right away.
Alright, so I got my soldiers on the way to try and catch up to the bear. The person actually surprisingly got away by just hoofing it. Usually the bear will catch you and just do it, but kept missing his hits. So we will be chasing that bear for as long as we can get away with it. We lost the bear up here. They might keep chasing. I honestly don't know. I imagine they'll go to where it was last seen and then drop it. Because I'm down to chase it, like, as far as it goes. Because it'll be back. Yes, actually it looks like they are still chasing it, so we're just gonna let them do their thing. Kind of curious. Imagine the bear is just gonna stand out here in the middle of nowhere. Got more berries. Predators are attacking. It's another one of those ones where I got one person just entirely by themselves. Alright, you're not getting away. You just gotta try and hold your own. Come on, you can do it. You can do it. Doesn't need
Hello
help.
there.
And on there is like, screw you, I'm gonna fisticuffs a wolf. You are really just going for a journey. A hero is born. Yeah, just wolf shows up and just slugs it in the face like, what wolf? And then, of course, he'd immediately ruin the moment by yelling like he's the alpha or something. He'd be like, oh, it's one of them. You know, he's earned the right to celebrate the moment, but also be like, oh, it's one of these people. Meanwhile, the military is just chasing a bear all the way into the, like, next county. I'm pretty sure it just doesn't keep endlessly running. I'm pretty sure it stops at some point and wanders around. There it is. Okay, the bear's trying to make a break for it, but it's badly injured. So now I get to watch them stutter a little bit, and it's time to go home. After a 10-mile hike into the woods, they got their bear. Sounds like they need training from Wolf Puncher. Well, the difference was the wolf came right at him, versus the bear ran away. And they're like, come on, man. I'm in all this heavy armor. Slow down, Mr. Bear.
Yes?
Okay, Ramona's thought it was one of my soldiers got frostbite. It's like, just get home, man. Okay, we got plenty of food. The temple's making solid progress. We're getting solid progress for enclosing all this, and you're waiting on ingots, and you were waiting on ore. How are we doing so far as spare people? Not great. It's fine. There's 2 more people into the mine. They managed to catch the bear, just barely. It's also true. It's true in the dad joke. And it's also true. Alright, so we are producing all our equipment. One archer could have saved them. Yeah, no, I found, like, mixing up the squads I found to be... It can work okay. It's definitely very pros and cons versus just, you know, bad stuff. Generally, I usually find I want to have, like, one squad that is just ground troops, and, like, a separate group that is just my archers or whatever. I just find it easier to deal with, like, having the controls down here and whatnot. Yep, so this is all enclosed. Oh, what's this game called? This is Farthest Frontier. Came out in 1.0 like 2-ish months ago. But so yeah, the combat is very blob versus blob. Yeah, in the end, and it's kind of one of those things that, like, it's just a lot of this, you know, a lot of, like, your medieval you know, RTS kind of combat tend to favor just getting a crap ton of archers or crossbowmen and just overpowering with, you know, darken the skies with arrows. But generally, like, even if you go back into medieval times, quite often it wasn't just sea of arrows. It's far more a whole lot of people with okayish, you know, okayish armor, and then just pokey sticks. Yeah, no, like, your opening volley, you do the CO arrows, but making enough arrows to maintain that for any length of time, like, you couldn't really move and have those kind of arrows. So it wasn't usually used by attackers, and even defenders, you know, arrows take up a lot of space. But yeah, no, it wasn't unusual to have them, like, fire off 2, 3, 4 volleys of arrows, and then everyone kind of, you know, outside some of your people, bows go away, because now either A, the enemy's reaching you, or B, you're depleting your ammo reserves. But yeah, no, definitely opening volley. They had a lot of them where they'd put off like a bow of arrow, like a round of arrows or two. But it is those things that until you got like the really big, heavy longbows and all that, once armor showed up, your regular old bows and arrows weren't that effective. When you got like the big heavy bows where they're practically firing tree branches into you, then the armor stopped being so good. Just the morale hit is worth it. Oh yeah, no, absolutely. Like having that opening volley where you drop a bunch of people. Let's see, is one of the silly things that media brought about. Swords are not that common. Spears are much better. They keep the enemy way over there. Oh yeah, no, that was the thing. Generally, like, you'd have some people that have swords, like you'd usually have your cavalry would have, you know, whatever, their pike or whatever. But a lot of them would have swords for when they're kind of in the thick of it. But yeah, no, by and large, it was a bunch of people with, like, again, you know, like, cloth armor and a big spike. Yeah, no, exactly. Nethra saying the swords were common on nobility as sidearms. Right, so you'd have, like, your big lance or whatever, but in case you got dismounted or whatever, or you were just in the middle of it, you'd use your sword instead. Because, like, once you were in there, if you couldn't, you know, you couldn't get away, you just needed anything. But yeah, by and large, when it came to, like, your foot soldiers, it was just a hell of a lot of spears. Because spears were also easier to make, because you just had a big, long wooden stick, and then a pointy bit on the end that was metal, versus a sword needed to be metal the whole way. So they just took more time to make. You're going to sleepy sleep?
Yeah.
I love you.
I love you more.
I love you more.
No, I love you more.
It is what it is.
You're the cutest husband of all time.
No.
I love you.
Love you too. Let's see, sword was the main weapon was done by the Romans with the big shields because their tactic was armor up, shield up, grind them down. They can't afford good armor as we do. Yeah, I mean, even the Romans, though, use very, very heavy amounts of spears and all that. They do the whole thing where they'd turtle up with the big, tall tower shields and then poke the spear in between the gaps. So you had to get, like, you really had to get on top of them to try and force the shields down, and the whole time they're just doing this. A lot of times they'd even have people inside, like, the shield wall that'd be poking from the back row, too. Yeah, no, interior fighting, they'd use a lot of the swords as well. Because you'd get to the point where you couldn't really use your spear and all that. There just wasn't enough space. But yeah, and I used to do the thing where they get the big tower shields. Yeah, a bunch of them holding them up the front, bunch holding them up the side, some holding them up above. Walk forward, and there's just people poking in the gaps. You'd spray arrows, it wouldn't matter because there's all these big, heavy shields. So they had to kind of come up and be able to like, get in there enough to like get the shield forced out of your hands out of the way and you know, you're doing that while someone's stabbing you with something pointy through the gap. It was a really good, effective strategy. I think the only thing they found that worked against it was just slamming a horse or something into it. The turtle thing was almost only used close to city walls, where lots of arrows came on field battles. It'd be way too slow, too little offense. Yeah, no, that makes sense. It was just a cool tactic. And another thing that was like you had all your archers with their bows going, oh. For field battles, the thing was 3 lines. Fight the first line. When they get exhausted, they switch the second line while the enemy troops get tired and hurt. Yeah, so they just had like a really good system of like rotating people out. That makes sense. Ooh, so this has an interesting curiosity. So we can get these candles. We can use those. These pelts don't cost much, and I do need pelts. So we can go and grab those pelts and quickly chuck them over the fence. There. Because that'll help me get another set of armor and shield and all that. How are we doing at armoring and shielding up everybody? One still needs a shield. Everyone else has one. We still only have the one hauberk. Romans losing, they lost like 10% usually. They just lost way less people. Yeah, the curiosity with that kind of thing is how much of that was Roman propaganda. Because it is one of those things when you're looking over historical record by different people, that obviously the people who won the war like to, you know, put a little spin on it. And Rome did have a very strong amount of propaganda they did, both internally and externally. Because a lot of times they could actually beat a lot of people by morale, by just being like, oh yeah, we have this ridiculous thing we can field on you in no time whatsoever, and you'd feel utterly demoralized and practically just hand over the win. So like there's a lot of stuff that, you know, we found in records from the Roman Empire that are like, we know that's wrong. Let's see, overclaiming kills but reasonably accurate losses is normal for all war. The same ships were claimed 4 or 5 times sunk in World War II. Yeah. Well, I'm not saying it's not accurate, but it's one of those things that like you could see the benefit to the Roman Empire to be like, oh yeah, even when we're defeated, it's only a minor loss, like that kind of thing, and you know, you could see where that again would just utterly demoralize your opponent. Unless your Legion's opponent was Hannibal. Legions had a very hard time. Yeah, because didn't Hannibal like to use like his war elephants and all that? Which is probably one of those things that like the amount of them they fielded was probably nowhere near what's presented. But still. But it's way easier to say you fought 20,001 when it's more like 2,000. Oh yeah. No, that happens all the time where people will greatly overstate, you know, what they've done. The classic, the fish was this big, the fish was this big, the fish was this big, the fish was this big. By the end, the fish was that big. As the war elephants made very little difference after the first couple of battles, but Hannibal had a lot of good troops, but he was far from home. The Romans just ground him down, throwing another legion at him. Yeah. Alright. And we're still waiting on stone getting in here. I still have enough housing for 30 more people. Okay, so turnip leaf spot. Alright. I'm growing way too many beans. Let's slip a carrot in there. That's fine. And now we're getting disease that affects the beans. Put the carrots here, put you there. Round of carrots here. And that'll have to do. Carrots are tolerant to cold, yep. Oh, we got research. Okay, with this, we're gonna get the stuff that's a prereq for the quarry. Oh, hey. Ah, that hits a threshold where I'm allowed to do that even without upgrading the thing. All right, so we got that. So next up, we need 2 points in Foundry, then the Quarry. So we got our next 3 research are already kind of pre-allocated. And thank you to follow. Welcome to the stream. But if you didn't already answer it, the game we're playing is Farthest Frontier. It's a survival city builder. Yeah, so you're fine. We could sell them more soap. Okay, you're good here. We have a tiny bit of bean wilt, but we only have beans on there once, so that's fine. And no diseases going on in those. Oh, I should probably check the cabbage requires lower. Okay, so in this case I am actually going to go and tell them to amend the soil. Yep. Because we can get it to the point where we can get the 10% bonus on both the cabbage and the leek. Okay, so with that, I need to actually get sand. Because we get sand, we can amend that soil to get it to have the bonus. A lot of stuff here, I don't do that. The war elephants are amazing for reasons that Hollywood hates. They're somewhere amazing, sit in command, and people could see your signals. Yeah, like they weren't frontlining them. They were kind of your equivalent of just having like an armored command center in the back. The same thing why in a lot of battles you'd have like the actual person in charge would be back up on some like hill or whatever on their horse. They could oversee the battle. They could signal back and forth to whoever needed signaling, being like, okay, over there. Also, one person can't just run up and stab you when you're on an elephant. This is true. Okay, so we got the bears are about.
Hmm?
You can switch back from the vertical Barracuda dog. If you touch the middle of the screen and you go to the top left, it'll say switch to classic. You can switch between them. They aren't forcing only one or the other layout. You can also rotate the screen and the horizontal will be exactly as it's always been. Because I can also change the vertical layout on this. I haven't just gone in, like I need to make like 2 or 3 versions of the vertical layout because I have full control of what's on the screen. So you definitely could go in there where I could go and set it up so it's like, okay, this game I'm going to kind of shrink it to fit in the way the Twitch's normal layout is. And then I can also turn around for like other games I could like expand it. So a game like No Man's Sky where it's not as big to see all the edges of the screen, I can zoom it in so you can actually see what the heck's going on. But a game like this where, you know, being zoomed in the center isn't as necessarily useful, I could go out. I need to basically have like 2, maybe 3 layouts. Or does it? Yep. Yeah, no, as long as they allow that, I'll do it. If they do get rid of that, I mean, if they do get rid of that, I'll probably still use the vertical layout. What I'm probably going to need to do is I'm going to put a lot of time into making like, again, 2, 3, 4 versions. Because that's, to me, that's the big benefit from my side of the vertical layout, is I have control of the entire canvas. So I could very genuinely change the size of the screen to fit everything versus the old one. When you're vertical, you're mashing that tiny little box, and it's so hard to make some things visible. May you recommend a blog written by a history professor who also does how realistic is this movie? Oh yeah, you can recommend something like that. That'll be fun. You'll have to like say the name because if you try and give the link, it'll immediately grab it because I don't have the links enabled. And you just leave off like the .com or .org or whatever. Twitch buffering a lot? I'm not seeing it on my end. The connection looks good here. You did acoop.blog? Gotcha. A collection of unplanetary things. Okay, so we've got... That affects carrot, buckwheat, peas, and beans. Alright, so turnips, cabbages... Did you leave any disease or crops? So it's like cabbages, turnips, buckwheat, peas, and that. About the only one we don't have on that list is leeks. So the leek is -6. So 6, that counters. And that still doesn't come out well. I'm actually going to... So the turnip was... somewhat heat tolerant, but very cold tolerant. Okay. Well, that is... We can clear this and scooch that in there at the end. Okay, that should resolve that for now. Good thing there's no leak on board. Your cabbages. Well, actually, like, this is a really good setup here. With the cabbage leek than nothing. It does seem like the cabbage leek than nothing works exceptionally well for a rotation. I haven't found what I like nearly as much with some of the others. I'm sure someone's got document to be like, here are the 3, like, for the different types of crops, here are the 3, rotations that work best. Where, they don't share a disease in common. Oh, good, we got the temple up. So with the temple up, we now have religion coming in. We can also tell them to excavate that ruin over there. The Kappa is different for a special thing they're doing for Call of Duty Black Ops. It's a marketing thing. The old Kappa will be back. They've done this kind of stuff before, and I know people absolutely despise it. But, it is the thing that, like, okay, it lets them get a little bit of money from the marketing side. It's not harassing all of us to, like, have, a different split or, like, trying to pressure people into, like, this and that. It's not more ads. So, it's at least something. But yeah, no, it's for Call of Duty. Alright. So we got everyone here has shields and all that. Do we have... It wants me to have even more laborers, which is honestly fair. But what we're going to go ahead and do is I'm going to add one more troop. Yeah, you can do Kappa HD if you're looking for, like, the regular old Kappa. It's the Kappa that they, it has, like, not black and white. Okay, we just got an influx of a lot of people. That should help a lot. Getting our section of wall upgraded. Okay, so with a big influx of people, we now officially have enough laborers that's not whining about it. We're technically at a slight deficit on money. We're going to want to start working and getting this all nicer. Let me check what it was. Because we had someone use it earlier. You gotta capitalize the K. It's capital K, capital HD. We'll also need to have services, market. Yeah, that should be about right there. Huh. I don't know why it's not working for you. Weird. Okay, so we're building more houses because we're going to be needing to expand that more. We're starting to get all the upgrade things set up. We got everything walled in. We probably need more towers as well. One of the other things I'll want to get going here is sooner or later we need to get these upgraded. Loot acquired. I forgot that was even going on. So we got ourselves some armor, a weapon, and instant research, which I love. Going right into the metallurgy real quick. Because we are trying to go up to where we'll get the quarry. A tooltip on says Prime Gaming. Is that Prime only thing? Oh, interesting. I didn't realize there is a Prime only stuff. Okay, well, never mind. You can't have Cap HD. It's mine. It's fine. They'll probably do the Kappa being the new thing for like a couple of days, and then it'll go away. That's usually how all those kind of promotion things work. I have Prime. Flaunt it. Okay, so real quick. I'm gonna run my troops over here, make sure there's nothing nasty by this. We're gonna get that sand. Oh, actually, that's the unlimited. That's a deep sand one. Let's go choose real fast on the mini-map. Let's show the nearby sand. So we've got sand pits down here. That's really inconvenient for going for sand. I'm going to choose to ignore that for now. It'd be nice to amend the soil to get that to be the higher throughput. You just wish they'd add, like, old Kappa or something like that. So the promo one still shows the default one. Yeah, I don't think you'd have many people use, like, old Cap or whatever, because by the time people learned that that was a thing, the promotion would be over. I honestly don't think it's that big a deal. Because the whole point of the marketing is you see the new Kappa and you go, what the heck is this new Kappa? And someone says, oh yeah, it's for the new Call of Duty Black Ops. And congratulations, they have committed a marketing. That we are now talking about Call of Duty Black Ops. Which means it has now infested a small amount of your consciousness. Making it so if you are someone who might be interested in buying Call of Duty Black Ops, you've now heard the name Call of Duty Black Ops. And probably will either purchase it or squint your eyes in frustration at being played. Sadly, in this case, it's another chance to hear how terrible it is. Yeah, I mean, I can't speak for it. I haven't played in forever. Like, I haven't played Call of Duty Black Ops, but I haven't played a Call of Duty since Modern Warfare in any meaningful capacity. Like, I enjoyed it when I played it back then, but it was definitely one of those ones that, like, oh, I mean, immediately found a chest, it's fine. As well as things that, like, around the time that was going on, as into other games. And then, you know, I started getting into games and, like, you know, Heroes of New Earth, Escape from Tarkov when it showed up and that kind of stuff. And I eventually got to the point where I got to dealing with so many just absolutely toxic garbage that I find I was like, you know what? I just don't enjoy playing these games. Like, sorry, I'm just snoozing the ad so you don't get stuck with an extra ad. you know, I just get to the point where it's like, you know what? I'm playing this game, I'm winning, and I'm not really having fun. That was Hero of New Earth. I've told the story, it's been a while. But I was playing Hero of New Earth, which is basically kind of like Dota. It was one of the ones fighting for like that time space where everyone is trying to be the next MOBA or whatever. And I genuinely enjoyed it. I felt it did a good job of kind of like not being too Dota, like kind of doing its own thing, while also really kind of sticking close to the model as well. But it was just one of those things that very genuinely, like, the community as the game gained a bit of popularity early on, like, there was always a little bit of toxicity, but like it just escalated so much. But I was ending up playing this round that the team I was on was winning. I was playing support. Every one of us had a positive KDR. So like, we're winning, we have positive KDR. It's not a total shutout. Like, it's a good game that we're like having back and forth, but we're coming out ahead. And I was just listening to this person on my own team to us just going on this absolute tirade of screaming in their mic, saying all sorts of slurs. I'm like, you know what? I'm just not enjoying this. Like, this isn't fun. Like, everything about this match should be fun. Like, we're winning. It's close, so like it's not like I'm bored or whatever. Like, I'm having to really try to get the win and everything. You know, and all that. And it's like, but I'm actively having a really bad time because I'm just listening to this person just spouting such garbage. And you can mute people, and I have. But in so many of those games, the moment you mute someone, you basically have surrendered the match. Like, it's just very genuinely, your odds of winning without any being like, hey, I'm doing this, hey, they're over there, like, those kind of calls, like, hey, you know, dropping the stun, going in, like, without that, you're just not going to win unless the other team is just absolutely wretchedly bad. Because, like, you need that communication. And I was like, you know what, I just don't want to deal with this anymore. And genuinely, I enjoy games much better now that I don't have to deal with any of that crap by playing mostly solo games. Or the occasional co-op. It's not that I never play versus. Escape from Tarkov, well, and even for the thing with Escape from Tarkov, it wasn't there when it really picked up the cheating. For me, it was more like the one that kind of ruined me for the cheating was PUBG. That I had been playing a lot of PUBG with friends because then I could just only communicate with my friends and not deal with other people. Or you could go into doing solos and all that, and I enjoyed that as well. And you know, I got plenty of chicken dinners over the years. But it was getting to the point you'd log in and you'd start the match, and 5 minutes would go by or so, and then you just see such and such, headshot, such and such, headshot, such and such, headshot, such and such, headshot. It's just one person going down the whole list. They're like, oh, here we go. And then see the person going by at like Mach 5 and then headshotting people they couldn't even see, and you're just like, yep, the cheating was wild in that game. And it's like, it was never one of those things, like I never had in PUBG, or like, I don't know, that was a suspicious death. Like, I feel like I really got the drop on, that was a suspicious headshot. I never really had that. It was either no suspicion of foul play whatsoever, or the person was like speed hacking, shooting through walls, and like, you know, god moding and all that stuff. Like, it was either full on maximum cheat where there's no question about it, or like you just really were like, you know, if someone's cheating, there it's like mild enough, you can either play around it or whatever. So yeah, it was just like, after you'd like go to play a night and it was like really at its worst, you'd go to play and you get like try to do like 4 matches in a night of PUBG, and 3 of them would be ruined by cheaters. And then it's just like, yep, well, I mean, what's the point? Like, I'm wasting over an hour of my life for like one match that I actually had that was reasonably fair. Let's see, used to do that in some free online shooters. Had to work around the anti-cheat system. Thermal through walls and stand in one spot and instant killing with a knife. Yeah, no, it's like, when you're doing that, it's kind of just to test it and show it off with friends, whatever. As long as everyone is on it. When you pop in the evening, it's just one of those things, like, you've been at work all day, you're already, like, just like, you know what, I just want to play a game, I want to have a good time. And again, it's like losing in a game is no big deal. Like, whatever. But when it's just like the cheating, you're like, well, this isn't even fun. Even in single player, it's wild how someone uses the editor once to reset a bug, and quickly they were resetting things, the finger bugs that actually aren't unfair rolls. Oh yeah, no, it can definitely be a like a self-inflicted slippery slope kind of thing. All right, so I got bean wilt, so I got to rotate these out. So those counter that. That's fine here. Cabbage is 4%. I can't fit cabbage there. But you there, can I fit cabbage here? No. It's fine. Well, you've got this gone, so we can go here and we can drop another turnip there. That way we're getting all that. Yeah, I'm gonna need to get the research that helps prevent disease, because we're getting really big struggle with those diseases, and you can knock it down like 30% or something, which is pretty significant. All right, so let's check on you. You are willing to take my herbs. You are willing to take the shirts. And you are selling nothing I want to buy, but this could be a huge money day kind of thing, because I've got a mountain of herbs and a mountain of clothing to sell. That said, though, chat, it is getting to be that time, because I have got to use the restroom, and I've been pausing the what am I gonna name this? Soon to be scorched. Good. Yeah, because I have been like pausing the ads, and I can't pause them much more. It is the thing that I gotta use the restroom, so rather than subject you to ads, we're gonna be wrapping up and finding someone to raid. So if you're watching on YouTube, don't forget to like and subscribe. But I don't have a host handy and all that. I gotta figure out how to do that better. Because it is just one of those things that, like, my outro YouTube blows up as DMCA violation even though I have permission to use it. So I have to kind of end before that happens. But thank you so much for tuning in, and I'll catch you later over on the YouTube side. For those over here on the Twitch side, don't go anywhere, because I'm going to go ahead and put up my ending stream screen and seeing who we can find to drop a raid